If you're a fan of action movies like John Wick, you're in for a treat. Get ready for an incredible mix of action and comedy with Sakamoto Days. Sakamoto Days is a hilarious and action-packed manga featuring themes of friendship, perseverance, and overcoming challenges. The story follows Taro Sakamoto, a legendary hitman who left his deadly past behind for a quiet life. Now, he runs a convenience store with his family. Despite his chubby appearance, Sakamoto's skills are as sharp as ever. Can he protect his loved ones from lurking dangers? Let's find out. The story begins as Sakamoto's store is introduced. There are children playing who notice poop on the street, thinking it came from aliens. Meanwhile, inside, a storekeeper is busy eating noodles. Taking a look back, there is a hitman considered the GOAT or greatest of all time, named Taro Sakamoto. It is seen that someone falls from a building, while numerous armed men recognize Sakamoto and believe he must be killed. He runs towards them extremely quickly, even managing to decapitate one, much to the shock of his companion. It's quite astonishing, almost like John Wick, how he defeated so many enemies alone. All the bad guys feared Sakamoto, and he was respected by other hitmen. However, one day, something happened that changed his life. At a convenience store, he met a beautiful woman, and it was love at first sight. Because of this, he chose to retire and left his life as a hitman for love. They got married and soon had an adorable child. With his new life, the once sleek and muscular hitman gained weight and his appearance changed. Outside Tokyo, Sakamoto's store can be found. A man outside mentioned he was looking for Sakamoto. Inside the store, a child had drawn a target on the door and told Sakamoto that if he hit the target with his bow, he should be given free juice. The child was excited to play. The former hitman Taro Sakamoto was sitting while his wife Aoi watched over their store. She noticed that the boy was visiting their shop frequently. As the boy was picking up his bow from the floor, he lost balance, causing the contents of his bag to spill out. Coincidentally, a man walking in front of him got splashed. Clearly annoyed, the man grabbed the boy angrily, pointing out the stain on his white pants. Aoi was concerned and asked her husband what they should do. Just as the man was about to hit the boy, Sakamoto quickly intervened, showing his immense strength. He grabbed a pin. In his mind, he wanted to stab the man in the neck. However, he just walked away and called Sakamoto Porky. The boy, in tears, thanked him. In Sakamoto's mind, he almost killed the man. Someone then complimented his action. He saw how Sakamoto targeted the man's carotid artery with the pin. This person introduced himself as Shin, the clairvoyant, meaning he has a supernatural ability to see the future or things not visible to others. It had been quite some time since they last met. Suddenly, he was punched. Shin was shocked because Sakamoto's first thought upon seeing him was to kill him. Shin reiterated that he was Shin, who used to work for him. Sakamoto was annoyed by his sitting there. Shin's ability is to read others' thoughts. When the two talked outside the store, Shin confirmed the rumors that upon retiring as a hitman, Sakamoto had opened a store. Shin urged him to return to the world of hitmen, but Sakamoto did not respond. Shin lamented that it was a waste of his abilities, and also noted that he had gained weight. Nevertheless, Sakamoto simply replied that he would not return to being a hitman again. Shin reminisced about the times when everyone feared Sakamoto. He was a legend, which is why he couldn't accept what he had become. Meanwhile, Sakamoto was busy eating ramen. Shin mentioned that in the past, he only ate field rations. He sighed and excused himself to smoke a cigarette. He was about to say something more, but Sakamoto stopped him, pointing out that it was a no-smoking area. Shin read Sakamoto's mind, realizing that despite being out of shape, Sakamoto could still kill him in an instant. This made Shin nervous. Suddenly, someone passed by and greeted Sakamoto, apologizing for the intrusion but asking if he could ask for his help. Shin was shocked that Sakamoto was approached, wondering if the man needed someone whacked. Nevertheless, they accompanied the man who mentioned he needed to cut a branch off a tree but couldn't reach it, so he turned to Sakamoto for help. Using a knife, Sakamoto helped the man with his problem. Then, a parent asked Sakamoto for help in getting their child to eat vegetables. When two children cried because they only had one ball, Sakamoto cut it in half for them. Shin couldn't believe that Sakamoto was the jack of all trades of the area. Shin thought it might just be a way for him to hide his true nature and blend into the community. He couldn't help but mention to Sakamoto that in his opinion, the new Sakamoto seemed like a joke. Sakamoto remained silent while Shin was hit by a toy arrow from a boy, which annoyed him. He then left and got into his car. Shin thought that in the 5 years they hadn't seen each other, Sakamoto seemed to have softened. Nevertheless, he still found him to be very cool. And even though he had gained weight, his aura was still unique. As he repeatedly banged his head against the steering wheel, he expressed a desire to work with Sakamoto again. Suddenly, Shin's boss called to ask if he had convinced Sakamoto. He answered no. When asked if he had taken Sakamoto down, Shin responded, asking if that was necessary since Sakamoto had become tubby and was no longer a threat. He was stopped short when his boss stated that the rule was anyone who leaves their organization must be whacked, and since Sakamoto had broken this rule, he could not be allowed to live. Furthermore, his boss angrily stated that if Shin couldn't do it, there were many others who could handle the task. If Shin caused any problems, his boss assured him that they would also take him down, so he should just complete his task. After ending the call, Shin reflected and said it seemed he had no choice, because if not him, someone else would do it. If so, he thought it might as well be him who does it. Therefore, the next day he returned to Sakamoto's store. Aoi recognized him and asked why he had come back so soon. A child also asked him if they could play, but he apologized, stating it was time for war, and then he pulled out a gun. As Shin entered the store, he greeted Sakamoto and mentioned that he needed to leave, so he had come to pay his respects. Sakamoto did not respond and just chewed on candy. Suddenly, Shin drew his gun and aimed at him, but Sakamoto used the candy in his mouth to stop the bullet intended for him. Shin couldn't believe that Sakamoto had managed to block his shot using only a cough drop. Then, he was distracted by an ice cream thrown at him and didn't notice Sakamoto hiding. He was frustrated because he could no longer read Sakamoto's thoughts. While searching for him, he used cough drops as ammunition in his makeshift slingshot. Even though he was shooting through a small hole, Shin was surprised by the power of the shots. He quickly ran to get closer and shoot him, but Sakamoto anticipated this and threw a cream puff at his face. When he was distracted, Sakamoto took the opportunity to position himself behind him. As he turned around, Sakamoto kicked him with such force that it destroyed the shelves and scattered the merchandise, sending Shin flying. Surprised, Shin woke up to find himself suddenly bandaged. Aoi and her child greeted him. He asked where he was, and they told him it was the second floor of the Sakamotos. Aoi then invited him to have dinner there. Shin did not expect this and wondered what was happening with his assignment. Nonetheless, he could not refuse their invitation to eat. He wondered if the food might be poisoned, but he remembered that he had plenty of conditioning to counteract poison. So, he tried the food and was almost moved to tears by its deliciousness. Aoi laughed, saying her husband had the same reaction when they first met. Shin couldn't quite understand his feelings. In all his years as a hitman, he had never experienced anything like this. He thought maybe Sakamoto had stopped killing to protect his mundane, everyday life. After dinner, Shin left and thanked them for the meal. Sakamoto simply smiled and pointed to their sign which read, "Please come again." Shin was amused and accepted that he was truly no match for him. Shin reported to their boss, who was puzzled why he wanted to speak. It was a disgrace that he hadn't managed to take down Sakamoto. Suddenly, Shin knelt and begged for Sakamoto's life, which surprised their boss. The boss laughed at Shin for kowtowing to him. He wondered why Shin was defending Sakamoto. Shin responded that Sakamoto now had a home. The boss didn't care about that. Since Sakamoto had ignored their rules and abandoned his responsibilities, he deserved to die, the boss said. If someone needed to take responsibility, Shin was willing to die as long as Sakamoto could live. The boss was puzzled as to why Shin would do such a thing. He replied that it was his penance for pointing his gun at his hero. The boss agreed and said if he killed himself, he would let Sakamoto live. But the boss truly thought that he should rather die if he believed in that. Shin responded that he knew what the boss was thinking, reminding him that he could read minds. So, the boss ordered others to kill Shin. leaving him with no choice. Back at Sakamoto's store, he heard the gunfire exchange on the other line. So he opened the register and revealed a room filled with various types of guns. He took a gun from there. Returning to Shin, the boss couldn't believe that they couldn't defeat Shin alone. They explained that Shin could predict their moves. Shin realized that he was running out of bullets. The boss clarified to the others that Shin was a clairvoyant, so if they approached him, he would read their minds. Shin had no choice but to fight, and someone was waiting for him. But just as the person was about to shoot him, the man fell, but his shot hit Shin on the leg. Shin was startled and fell, and because of that, he was surrounded. He knew he was about to die, but Sakamoto arrived just in time to rescue him, and he had tasered the men surrounding Shin. Despite only using that, he managed to knock down the others around him. Shin was surprised. The boss noticed Sakamoto's arrival and ordered his men to kill him. Even though there were many of them, Sakamoto quickly grabbed and disassembled their guns, then punched them hard. They couldn't react due to his incredible speed. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him with a knife, but Sakamoto grabbed him, causing him to drop the weapon. He then punched the man in the face. The boss ordered his men not to attack one by one, but to shoot simultaneously. Sakamoto used the knives to cut their weapons and then stab them. Even the boss was struck down and couldn't do anything. Shin was extremely impressed with the legendary hitman Taro Sakamoto. He asked Sakamoto how he knew where his gun was. Sakamoto handed it to him and disassembled it to remove something. Shin was surprised to find that a mic had been placed inside it during their fight. Shin realized that Sakamoto didn't easily trust him and was always on guard, which was impressive. Shin said he had made a decision, but before he could finish, Sakamoto threw an apron with his name on it at him. He offered Shin 800 yen, or $8.50 per hour, plus extra for overtime. Shin couldn't believe it even as they returned to the store. He put on the apron and stood with Sakamoto at the store. Shin requested that Sakamoto not eat ramen next to him because his shirt was new and Sakamoto's messy eating caused soup to splash. Shin noticed that the ramen in the store was running low. When Aoi entered, she complimented Shin, saying he fits right in. Shin blushed when she said it suited him. An elderly woman inside was having trouble finding detergent, so Shin quickly went to show her where it was. The woman was happy she didn't have to ask and thanked him. Aoi was pleased and said Shin would be a great help to them. The young boy there thought he would rather see Mrs. Sakamoto in that apron. Shin got annoyed because he heard the boy's thoughts and called him a perv. The boy kept pestering him, asking if he was happy working there. Shin replied yes, although he was still adjusting. However, he said it was better than his previous job. When asked what that was, Sakamoto thought that if he revealed the truth, he's dead. And so Shin sweated and said it was a cleaning job for society. And that is the story of how Shin ended up working with Sakamoto again. A week has passed since Shin left his life as a hitman and started working for Sakamoto. However, he was greatly impressed by Sakamoto. He said he had never seen CQC or close quarters combat like that from any other hitman. Even though Sakamoto is retired, he is still the best. Sakamoto, on the other hand, thought he should just focus on working. Shin added that Sakamoto had taken down each of them with a single shot. Aoi's ears burned when she heard this. She asked her husband if he had gone back to killing. Sakamoto vehemently denied it. Shin asked about the men Sakamoto defeated. He clarified that their wounds weren't fatal. Aoi reminded him that the penalty for breaking their family rules was divorce. After that, she walked out. Shin asked what these family rules were. In his mind, Sakamoto imagined stabbing Shin in the neck with pins. Shin seemed to sense this because he read Sakamoto's thoughts about wanting to kill him. Sakamoto then told him to stop babbling. Aoi stepped out for a while, feeling a bit worried about how hard she had been on her husband that morning. Her companion reassured her, saying she understood because she does that too. They said goodbye as Aoi's bus arrived. Outside the store, Shin was busy sweeping. He noticed an officer on a bike and asked if he was patrolling. The officer recognized him as Sakamoto's worker. The officer mentioned that thefts had been frequent in the area lately, so he was on the lookout. Shin boasted that their store was the #1 safest shop in Japan. The officer was pleased to hear this. As the officer left, he mentioned that they didn't know when the thieves might strike again. In the store, Shin said he couldn't imagine real crime happening in that area. He joked that maybe the officer was just watching too many movies. Sakamoto thought about making deliveries. Meanwhile, on the bus, armed men wearing masks were pointing guns at the passengers. They ordered everyone to stay still, declaring that the bus now belonged to them. They warned that anyone who made a suspicious move would be killed. It turned out that the bus Aoi had taken was the one being hijacked. She was surprised, but her main concern was what would happen to the ice cream she had bought, as it might melt. She wondered if the thieves would be angry if she ate it there. Meanwhile, they closed the store, and while riding the motorcycle, Shin asked again about the family rule Aoi had mentioned. Sakamoto replied that it was too much effort to explain. Shin suggested that he could just remember it, as he could read Sakamoto's mind. Shin felt envious of that family vibe. Sakamoto noticed something, so Shin quickly braked. He asked what was going on, and Sakamoto replied, "Bus hijacking." And there was his wife, Aoi. Inside the bus, one of the men mentioned that it was traumatic when his favorite manga got discontinued. Therefore, they wanted to crash the bus into the Shui building. They claimed their sacrifice will improve the manga industry. The other passengers were terrified, while Aoi was only worried about being late for dinner. One of the men pointed a gun at her and said she seemed indifferent to manga, too calm for someone about to die. Aoi was surprised to realize he was talking to her. Aoi replied that she knew he would always save her. The man asked who she was talking about. His companion commented that she must be crazy and to just leave her alone, since she was going to die anyway. As they hurriedly chased the bus, Shin confirmed their rescue mission priorities. First, to rescue the hostages. Second, to ensure their identities as hit men were not revealed. Sakamoto added that no one should die and that they couldn't inflict fatal injuries. Shin mentioned that during their fight the other day, he wondered why Sakamoto was so careful not to kill anyone. Flashback to 5 years ago, Sakamoto was 22 and Aoi was 21. Sakamoto was covered in blood, so Aoi knew he had killed someone again. He replied that he was just doing his job. Aoi couldn't accept this, questioning why he would do something so terrible. Sakamoto said he needed to work to buy her a gift. She said she didn't want a gift tainted with blood. This made Sakamoto think deeply. Aoi walked out, saying she couldn't take it anymore. If he couldn't change, then they couldn't be together. Suddenly, she jumped over the railing and said goodbye to him. Sakamoto was shocked by what she did and quickly ran to save her. In his haste, he broke the railing, which puzzled the onlookers. Aoi thought they were going to die, but fortunately, there was snow. She looked at Sakamoto and said he would surely be sad if she died. She asked if he understood that just as he wanted to save her, others felt the same way. Everyone has someone important to them. Therefore, she urged him to promise that he would never kill anyone again. That, she said, was their rule, to make amends for the people he had killed. Aoi said Sakamoto should devote himself to helping others. She admitted that what she did was a bit reckless. Once again, Sakamoto told Shin that they couldn't kill anyone. As usual, they would communicate through telepathy. Finally, they were at the back of the bus. Shin prepared to climb on top of it. The armed men inside were startled and wondered what the noise was. Shin used his hoodie to cover his face and told Sakamoto to cover his as well to avoid being recognized. Shin didn't notice that there was a bridge nearby. Sakamoto prepared to jump very high, leaving Shin on the bus, who suddenly lay down to avoid hitting the bridge. However, his motorcycle was damaged because of it. Shin looked for Sakamoto and was surprised to see him jumping from house to house. He realized that Sakamoto intended to get ahead of the bus and got the message. Sakamoto was startled when some children playing saw him as he jumped down in front of them. Shin suddenly entered the bus through the window, breaking it to get inside, startling everyone there. He grabbed the bus handle and attacked the criminals. He hit one in the neck and threatened to break another's arm if he didn't stop the bus. Shin looked at the driver, who asked for help, saying he couldn't remove his foot from the gas pedal because of the chains. Shin woke up the criminal to remove the chains. He then reported to Sakamoto that the bus couldn't be stopped. "No problem," answered Sakamoto, wearing a girl mask on his head. Holding a traffic sign, he declared that he would be the traffic stop. He used the traffic sign and with all his strength, stopped the moving bus. Since the driver's foot was still on the gas, the bus kept going forward. The passengers saw someone blocking the front. Finally, the bus came to a stop. Sakamoto climbed inside to find his wife. The people inside couldn't believe it and were scared of him. Meanwhile, Shin checked if the men were still alive. When asked if she was okay, Aoi said she wasn't scared because she knew he would come to the rescue. Additionally, she said she shouldn't have said those things that morning and apologized to her husband. Sakamoto just smiled and mentioned Article 12 of their family rules, treating each other to a special dinner whenever they had a fight that day. Sakamoto said he would take care of it. It was shown again that when they were younger, Sakamoto had promised to devote himself to helping others from that day on. The couple made up. Back at the Sakamoto store, while the family was eating the next day, the bus jacking incident was shown on TV. The news mentioned that the suspects were overpowered by unidentified individuals and that none of the hostages were injured. Regarding the mysterious man who stopped the bus, they said they didn't know who he was. Experts speculated that he might be a martial artist. As they watched this on TV, Sakamoto's child remarked that the masked man looked like him. Shin was surprised and wondered how they got such an angle of the footage. Fortunately, the mask made it difficult to identify him. By the way, Shin admitted that he was moved by the story of why Sakamoto stopped killing. Sakamoto wondered how he knew about it. Shin explained that it was what he was thinking while they were chasing the bus. Now that Shin was part of their household, Sakamoto said the rules applied to him as well. He handed a notebook to Shin, who happily accepted it. Sakamoto warned that if he broke the rules, he would die. Shin replied that this was against the rules. On another day, Shin was busy targeting while holding a gun. He noted that there was no obstruction and the enemy was unaware, so it was all good. They were actually at a fair. At the shooting gallery, Shin missed the target. He couldn't accept this, insisting that his aim was perfect. He inspected the rifle, saying it might be jammed and that he needed to disassemble it to check. The kids around teased him for being slow. When it was Sakamoto's turn, he won all the prizes. The attendant was furious and told him never to come back. Shin was utterly shocked by this. The new character, Officer Nakase, was introduced. She asked if the motorcycle parked there belonged to them since it was a no-parking zone. Shin replied that it was just for a few minutes as they were making a quick delivery. The policewoman noted that there were many children outside and that adults should be responsible. Shin noticed the newspaper, where the headline was about Sakamoto. The police were looking for information about the mysterious masked man. The officer mentioned that it was a hot topic in the town. A masked hero who saved people from the bus jacking incident. Both Shin and Sakamoto pretended to be clueless about it. Suddenly, her mood changed, and she said she couldn't forgive that. She questioned what kind of hero uses violence and vowed to make sure they were arrested. Sakamoto and Shin were shocked by her anger. They decided to leave, and as they walked away, Shin remarked that at least none of the passengers were injured. He then said they'll get back to making deliveries. The policewoman suddenly approached and asked how he knew that none of the passengers were hurt, as that information wasn't public knowledge. Shin said it was just a hunch. He was only hoping that everyone was okay, considering there were elderly people and others on the bus. Officer Nakase was suspicious, feeling that he seemed to know a lot. Sakamoto thought Shin should keep quiet. When the officer turned around to report the two suspicious individuals, Sakamoto and Shin suddenly ran. She thought they were shady and likely connected to the masked man, so she stretched and started chasing them. As they ran, Shin was surprised by how fast the officer was. People around were puzzled, wondering why Sakamoto was running. They thought it was unusual and that he seemed to have a lot of energy. A vendor called out to Sakamoto and asked if he wanted to try his new product. Sakamoto paused but quickly left again. Officer Nakase was confused about where the two had disappeared to. It turned out they were hiding behind facehole boards. They came out when they noticed they had lost her. While Sakamoto enjoyed eating mitarashi dango, a child noticed them and laughed, catching Nakase's attention. Shin removed his facehole board, but Sakamoto's board got stuck. Shin asked what they should do while Sakamoto was busy trying to get the board off his face. Suddenly, Sakamoto quickly avoided something and placed his dango sticks in front of it. Nakase noticed and dodged it, but she ended up stepping into wet paint. Some children approached her, and asked if she was okay. Officer Nakase was furious about what happened. Shin and Sakamoto hid in a nearby shop, and as payment for hiding them, the shopkeeper said they had to buy 10 sticks of his product each. The officer was annoyed because the two managed to escape. She remarked that it was the first time anyone had gotten away from her. An elderly officer arrived and said he didn't think they were involved with the masked man. He praised Nakase for her hard work and asked if she was getting used to their job. She laughed and said it was very fulfilling. He commented that Nakase had unusual interests and mentioned that she was a top recruit, wondering why she was assigned to such a small town. She explained that she used to live there and was helped by a police officer back then. The two were listening to their conversation. Nakase said that was why she wanted to help the people there. Shin took the opportunity to run, but Sakamoto stayed. The officer left and told Nakase not to overwork herself. She agreed and greeted him back. Nakase thought about doing one more round when she heard something. A woman was struggling against some men surrounding her. Nakase approached and asked what the man was doing, telling him to stop. The man asked who she was, and she replied that she was a police officer. Just then, he accidentally dropped what appeared to be drugs, surprising Nakase. At that moment, more men arrived and asked what the commotion was. Loud noises were suddenly heard in the area, and Shin noticed this when they got home. Meanwhile, Sakamoto was happily enjoying his yakitori. The elderly officer visited them and, when asked why he was there, apologized for interrupting their meal. He explained that the new recruit, Officer Nakase, hadn't returned to their station yet. He thought she might still be chasing them and asked if they knew where she was. Both of them were clueless. Sakamoto's child mentioned that she liked the lady police officer. When asked, she replied that one time when she got lost, the officer gave her a piggyback ride home and a triple scoop ice cream. She was very kind, which worried the elderly officer a bit. Shin asked what they should do. Sakamoto replied that they should have some after-dinner exercise, and Shin agreed with the plan. In another location, Nakase was tied to a chair with frightened girls behind her. She asked if they knew how big of a problem they were facing. The leader of the Zutomo motorcycle gang, Riki Kanehira, responded that he didn't really want to do this, but since she saw the goods, he had no choice. They blindfolded Nakase and noticed she wasn't carrying a gun. She replied that even if she had one, she wouldn't point it at them. The gang members laughed and asked if she was a stupid cop for facing them unarmed. Shin climbed a post to gather information and reported to Sakamoto that he heard voices coming from an abandoned factory behind the shopping street. The girls with Nakase were crying, but she calmed them down and promised to protect them. Riki laughed and called her a weakling with crazy ideals. He questioned how she could protect anyone without using violence. Suddenly, a smoke bomb was thrown inside, surprising the gang members. Riki tried to find the culprit and saw the shadows of two figures. They struggled to see through the smoke while Shin informed Sakamoto about their targets' locations. Despite the smoke, Sakamoto managed to kick one of the gang members. Although they couldn't see their enemies, Shin guided Sakamoto using his ability. The gang members grew nervous because they couldn't pinpoint where the attackers were. Suddenly, they emerged from the smoke, directly attacking and hitting the gang members with blows, punches, and kicks. Even though the gang members were numerous, they were no match for Sakamoto and Shin. They took down each one, and eventually, they had defeated them all. Nakase was surprised by the sudden silence and wondered what was happening. Riki, frustrated, blamed the police officer for everything. Just then, Sakamoto arrived and punched him. When Nakase fell from the chair, her blindfold came off. Shin panicked because Sakamoto wasn't wearing a mask. Nakase saw him as a strong man and asked who he was. Shin shouted in surprise because Sakamoto had slimmed down. The two of them then ran away to escape. Nakase stopped them, surprised because she found his face familiar. The next day, at the Sakamoto store, Shin was astonished to see that Sakamoto was back to his chubby self while busily eating a sandwich. Shin wondered if Sakamoto had really burned that many calories yesterday. At the police station, the elderly officer was surprised to see Nakase suddenly doing weight training. She explained that she was angry because she felt helpless the previous day. She tried to recall who the man with glasses was, feeling like she knew him. Meanwhile, Aoi was furious with her husband, who apologized to her. Shin thought that Sakamoto looked better when he wasn't so big. The two were seen in Nikita Chinatown. Shin was excited because the place was so large. Sakamoto remembered his wife's instructions not to forget what she had asked him to buy if they passed through there, including something for their daughter, Hannah. Shin wondered why they had to go there just to buy stock for the store. Sakamoto thought to himself that there was a limit of 50 divine pork buns per customer. Shin was surprised to learn that this was their goal. Sakamoto was happy because, finally, he got something for his wife and daughter. Suddenly, someone jumped in front of them, startling Shin. Sakamoto caught the woman, but the carefully guarded gift he was carrying was damaged. They were concerned about what to do about the requested divine pork buns. Chasing the woman who had jumped were several men. They called her a stray cat, running around everywhere. One of them threatened to hurt her so she wouldn't be able to run again. This mysterious woman was Lu Xiaodong. She called them slugs and said they would never catch her. Someone suddenly grabbed her from behind, preventing her from escaping. While the man held her, he said it was time to cut her Achilles tendon. Just then, Sakamoto approached and used tongs to cut the man's knife. Shin suddenly jumped and hit the man with his bag. The men wondered who these people were. After Lu broke free, she prepared to attack the man with a gun. Her punch was incredibly powerful, impressing Shin with her skill in Tai Chi now that the men were down. Shin was curious about who the woman was, while Sakamoto was only concerned about his pork buns. More men arrived and identified Lu, saying that her gang was with her. Sakamoto and Shin were surprised, as they were mistaken for Lu's gang members. They quickly ran away, with Sakamoto carrying Lu. The men chased them and even fired shots. Shin remarked that such incidents had been happening more frequently lately. Meanwhile, Lu asked who they were. When someone searched for the woman, he was told that she had escaped. She ran away with some men. They were trying to figure out who her companions were. They mentioned that they had already captured her family, but the man said what's the point if she had escaped now? Their boss, Wang, the chairman of Danshokai, couldn't believe they had let Lu escape again. The man apologized, but Wang dismissed him and told him to call the person they knew. Suddenly, the man was beheaded by a bald man. The beheader told Sun He that the head was still trying to breathe, seemingly unaware that he was already dead. He then laughed. Another man with long hair was shown, who appears to be his older brother, who called Bacho stupid and told him not to play with corpses, saying it wasn't classy. Wang asked why he killed the man, remarking that the brothers were really crazy. Wang said he needed the key that Lu had. If he could get it, he would rule the Chinese black market. The brothers' job was to find it. Bacho asked if they could kill anyone who got in their way, and Wang replied, "As you please." Back with Shin, he was shocked to learn that Lu was the daughter of the famous triad family, the Lu family. She told him to lower his voice. Shin asked why she was being chased, and she replied that it was because of a key she possessed. Meanwhile, Sakamoto was still thinking about the pork buns. Lu explained that the key was for the family's hidden safe, and that her parents had entrusted it to her. Shin suggested she throw it away, saying it wasn't worth dying for. But Lu responded, "Never." Lu said that her parents had protected that key. If she couldn't take care of it, she wouldn't be able to face them in the afterlife. When Shin asked if her parents had been killed, she replied that it was none of their business. She apologized for causing them trouble. Suddenly, Sakamoto pulled Shin aside and asked if Lu knew how to make pork buns. She said yes because her father had taught her. Shin was shocked by Sakamoto's dedication to pork buns, but he mentioned that the men involved were a big problem. He replied that restocking would be postponed. First they will help Lu, but once it was over, she would have to make them pork buns. That was the deal. Lu was surprised and asked who they were. Just then, Shin noticed someone approaching. It was Bacho, who suddenly kicked Sakamoto in the face. Shin was shocked by the force of the impact, which sent Sakamoto flying into a nearby building. Lu was annoyed, realizing that they had been caught up with. She said this was bad news. Sun He criticized his brother for having no style, but his brother silenced him, saying that style didn't matter for an assassin. The important thing was to find the target and kill them. The body could be arranged nicely afterward. Sun He replied that the problem was with his brother's method of killing. Shin asked who they were, and Lu replied that they were the twin assassins, Sun He and Bacho. They were paid to kill any target and were both serial killers who enjoyed killing. She said they were disgusting because they took the heads of their victims home to sketch them. Bacho remarked that they were famous, and he liked it. His twin, however, said they were supposed to be anonymous. Suddenly, Shin attacked Sun He, but Sun He blocked him. He asked if Shin was angry because they had killed his companion, calling him overly sensitive. Shin asked what he meant. He implied that if they didn't know who Sakamoto was, they were amateurs. Meanwhile, Bacho was about to behead Lu from behind, but Sakamoto suddenly returned and knocked him down. His twin was shocked. They couldn't believe the immense strength he had displayed. The impact even cracked the floor, causing it to collapse into the dining area below. They continued their confrontation there. Sun He was impressed, acknowledging that Sakamoto was indeed strong. When he asked his brother's opinion, Bacho replied that the floor collapsing wasn't a big deal and that it was time to kill this joker. Meanwhile, they looked for Lu and told her to hand over the key like a good girl so they could give her a beautiful death. She responded that the key was to her parents' treasure and she'd rather die than give it to them. "Okay," he replied. "That's the same thing your parents said before they died. They valued that thing more than their lives. People like you have no class." Lu, irritated, told him to shut up. She was about to attack, but Sakamoto stopped her. She asked what he was doing. Shin advised her not to take the bait like that. Lu explained that the safe contained their family treasure. Her father had died at the hands of those twins just to protect it. "Is that right?" Sun He asked, suddenly throwing a small knife aimed at Lu. However, Sakamoto caught it. Sun He, irritated, told him not to interfere and said he was going to let Lu join her parents. Sakamoto replied that it wasn't up to him to decide what was more important to her. Bacho silenced him and prepared their Mabobru special technique. This technique involved rapidly and repeatedly slashing their swords at the enemy to shred them like tofu. However, Bacho was shocked to see that it had no effect on Sakamoto. Shin asked if Sakamoto was okay, and he replied that he just had a bit of a neck cramp. Sun He couldn't believe that Sakamoto had avoided their attack. No one had ever dodged their tofu scramble attack before. Moreover, he wondered how Sakamoto had no injuries despite his size. They prepared for their next attack, saying he was only the third person to witness it. Suddenly, Sakamoto grabbed a cooking pot and pan and used them as weapons. He struck Bacho with the pot and, when Sun He attacked, Sakamoto used the pan to break his weapon. Sun He was in disbelief, as his chakram was supposed to be ultra-hard. He wondered how that was possible. Shin noticed something strange about Sakamoto's hand, and Sakamoto replied that it had been a long time since he wielded something so heavy. Sun He, now irritated with the two of them, headed straight for Lu to kill her. However, Shin, knowing his plan from reading his thoughts, used a rope to stop him and slammed him to the ground. Sun He was shocked when Sakamoto suddenly hit him with a refrigerator or cabinet. Finally, they defeated the twin assassins, much to Lu's amazement. When she asked who they were, Sakamoto replied that they were just shopkeepers. Lu laughed and said they were really weird. Back with Wong, he wondered what the twins were up to. The safe they had found long ago was there, and he just needed the key to open it. Suddenly, Shin and Sakamoto arrived, announcing they had a special delivery. They were carrying the bodies of the twins, Bacho and Sun He. Wong asked how they had gotten in and what had happened to his guards. Lu suddenly appeared behind him, telling him to be quiet and not to speak. Wong, nervous, apologized and pleaded with Lu, saying he would do whatever she wanted if she spared his life. Lu responded that his apology couldn't bring her parents back and that he should pay for his actions in hell. Lu then knocked Wong down. Shin asked if that was enough and prepared to attack further, but he was startled when he sensed Sakamoto's intention to kill him. Lu replied that it was enough. Lu said that if she killed everyone who wronged her, it would never end. Her father taught her that the best revenge is to live happily. The two stood by while Lu struggled to open the safe. Shin, who called her China, asked why it was taking so long. She replied that her name was Lu Xiaotan and explained that the safe was old and hard to open. When it finally opened, Shin and Sakamoto entered before Lu. They were astonished to find it filled with gold, silver, treasures, and jewelry. There were also books, CDs, and toys. Everything seemed to be there. Shin noticed a notebook containing an inventory of the contents. He remarked that it was the #1 treasure of the head of the Lu family for a long time. In other words, different generations treasured different things. It seemed the second family head loved manga. Lu wondered what her father's treasure might be. When they looked, they found a bottle of sake. The note said he would drink that sake when his child grew up. Lu teared up upon reading this, while Shin was curious. Lu said that it was the most delicious sake in the world. As a token of gratitude, she'll treat them a glass. Shin was excited and hoped it would taste great. Meanwhile, Sakamoto was still carrying the pork buns. Shin wondered why he still had them and blamed Lu for them being crushed. However, when he tasted them, he said they were still delicious despite being smashed. After that, Lu started working at Sakamoto's store. Shin was surprised and asked Lu what she was doing. She replied that she had no other place to work. Shin pointed out that she had plenty of wealth. Lu said she couldn't just sell their family treasure and called him a moron. Annoyed, Shin complained about the disorganized products on the shelves. Lu retorted that he shouldn't be so strict, saying people would still buy them. Shin argued that she should not put detergent in the refrigerator. Meanwhile, Sakamoto silenced them, saying he had a headache from his hangover. The next day, Shin was furious because Lu was late. She retorted that he was too uptight and that she was only a little late. But he argued that it wasn't just a little. She was 2 hours late. Moreover, she showed up to work in pajamas and a jacket. She explained that putting together her look for the day took a lot of time. Shin guessed that Lu had probably never worked a day in her life. However, she corrected him, saying she had worked before. When asked what she did, she replied that she helped her father by digging and burying mysterious sacks. Shin urged Sakamoto to fire Lu, saying she didn't fit the peaceful vibe of the store. Lu asked what peaceful vibe Shin was talking about. Shin shushed her, saying they were working on it. Sakamoto told Shin that wasn't nice and told Lu she should apologize when she's late. Shin was shocked that Sakamoto spoke up. Sakamoto asked why they were staring at him, saying they looked like pigeons hit by .22 long-range bullets. He sent them back to work, assigning Shin to outdoor cleanup while Lu was to finish stocking the pork buns. Lu commented that it wasn't normal for Sakamoto to be so talkative today. Shin was sweating because, in all the years he'd known Sakamoto, he'd never heard him talk that much. Normally, even his thoughts were barely expressed. Sakamoto wondered what they thought of him, saying that he was human too. Suddenly, he thanked them for everything. Not only had his speech changed, but his entire personality seemed different. Just then, another Sakamoto arrived. The two were utterly confused, seeing two Sakamotos in front of them. The new arrival walked past the other Sakamoto and sat down in his usual spot. The first one commented that it was surprising. "Are they doppelgangers?" he asked. Suddenly, he attacked Sakamoto while he was reading the newspaper. Unlike Shin, who was visibly nervous, Sakamoto didn't seem surprised. Sakamoto dodged and grabbed a cutter, while the other one pulled out a gun. Sakamoto got the doppelganger cornered with the cutter, and he remarked that it had been a long time since they last saw each other. It was revealed that his attacker's name is Nagumo. Nagumo reverted to his original appearance and replied that he was happy Sakamoto's moves were still sharp. Shin was taken aback not only by the sudden change in Nagumo's appearance, but also because he had been fooled, unable to read Nagumo's thoughts. When Nagumo looked behind him, he burst out laughing at the clueless expressions of the two. He apologized, saying he didn't expect to fool them so easily. Shin grabbed him and asked Sakamoto who he was. Lu, annoyed, suggested they put him in a bag. Nagumo introduced himself, saying he worked at the supermarket across the street and that he was friends with Sakamoto. He claimed to be 18 years old. Shin was shocked that they were friends and that he was so young. Lu pointed out that there's no supermarket across the street. Sakamoto thought to himself that Nagumo used to be his colleague when he was a hitman and that his real age was 27. Furious, Shin and Lu started kicking Nagumo for lying. They tied Nagumo to a chair, and he revealed that there was now a bounty on Sakamoto's head worth 1 billion yen. Lu didn't believe it, and Shin agreed, pointing a gun at Nagumo. Shin said it was impossible. Even a grade school kid wouldn't tell such a lie. But Nagumo insisted it was true. It was officially decided at the Assassins' Conference yesterday, and it would be listed tomorrow. However, the rumor was already spreading among hitmen that the legendary assassin was back in business. Just then, a delivery man arrived to deliver pizza. Shin read his thoughts, and suddenly, the delivery man pulled out a pizza cutter. He was actually an assassin known as Pizza Nakajima. He boasted about how easily he had gotten inside and said they would now become pepperoni on the chopping block. He warned them not to move, or he would ruin Nagumo's face. Shin and Lu were shocked, while Sakamoto remained unbothered, calmly eating the pizza. The assassin grew annoyed because Sakamoto didn't seem to care, even though he was about to kill his friend. Sakamoto sighed while enjoying the cheese pull on his pizza. Suddenly, the pizza assassin was shocked as someone choked him from behind. It was Nagumo, who reiterated that he was telling the truth and that he despised deceit. Shin was surprised how Nagumo escaped. Sakamoto told Nagumo not to kill the assassin, so he released him. He couldn't believe that Sakamoto still had a no-kill policy. He questioned if Sakamoto thought he could defeat him and the other assassins like that. Though they were now on guard, Nagumo said he was just joking and wouldn't get involved. He explained that their specialization was avoiding assassination, and Sakamoto knew that. As he left, Nagumo mentioned that he missed the days when they used to work together. Sakamoto called out to Nagumo and asked how his death would be of benefit. Nagumo replied that it was a good question. Their job was just to follow orders, not to question them. However, he noted that Sakamoto wasn't being discreet for a retired guy, calling him stupid for wiping out the Danshokai triad. Lu then asked if there were more guys like the pizza assassin. Scratching his head, Nagumo said they wouldn't see any more small-timers like him. That guy was a total amateur. He left, carrying the body of the pizza assassin, and said, "Nice seeing you again, Sakamoto." He wanted to say goodbye to him before he gets wiped. Shin chased after Nagumo but was shocked when he suddenly disappeared. He wondered if Nagumo was an ally or not. Lu, on the other hand, thought it might be better to return to her own country, but she wasn't sure which place was safer. Sakamoto noticed something in the pizza box. There was a camera inside. The people watching commented that they should find a new gopher or errand boy since there was an issue with the pizza boy. Some couldn't believe that there was a 1 billion yen bounty on Sakamoto, whom they referred to as Tubby. They remarked that the black-haired man seemed even more dangerous. One of them said to ignore that for now, as they were craving pizza. They underestimated Sakamoto, thinking they just needed to figure out the time and place where he would be vulnerable. They believed they could outwit him because that was how the Dondakai operated. Another person mentioned that Sakamoto was a former member of the Order, warning that if they made any mistakes, they would all be wiped out. Someone else questioned whether the Order was just an urban legend. They pointed out that Sakamoto retired 5 years ago, so that shouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, they heard someone speak and issue a threat, startling them. It was Sakamoto, who was pointing a gun at the camera they had planted in the pizza box. He warned that if they continued to pursue him, they should be prepared to see hell. They were shocked that he noticed their camera so quickly. One man, however, got excited at the mention of hell, saying he was looking forward to it. Sakamoto then shot the camera, cutting off its signal. Outside the store, Shin was worried. He said that if what Nagumo said was true, more assassins like the pizza assassin would come. He asked what they should do. Sakamoto replied that there was no point in worrying. Since they didn't know who the enemy was, it was better to stay home and lie low. Sakamoto's wife arrived and asked him if he was ready for tomorrow. Sakamoto wondered what was happening tomorrow, and Shin asked Hana why she's wearing an ear headband. Hana approached excitedly and said that they would meet Sugar tomorrow. Aoi mentioned that they had promised Hana they would go to the amusement park the next day, and she was very excited about it. Shin was shocked and wondered what they should do. Sakamoto replied that they would go. They had to. Hana and Aoi were excited as they planned the food they would bring. The next day, the entire Sakamoto family went to Tokyo Sugar Park with Shin and Lu. They all clearly enjoyed the pirate ship ride, except for Sakamoto and Lu, who felt nauseous from the dizziness. Because of this, they sat on a bench to rest, and Hana offered her father some ice cream. After everyone ate their ice cream, Sakamoto still felt nauseous, so Shin considered calling a doctor, but Aoi just gave Sakamoto some water. Meanwhile, Hana and Lu looked for something fun to do next in Tokyo Sugar Park. Hana suggested going to Tokyo Dome because of the cute mascot, a chubby and strong bunny. Lu commented that it looked like her boss, Sakamoto. Aoi was delighted to see the whole group enjoying the park, so she encouraged everyone to have a great time today. Sakamoto, Shin, and Lu were speechless. They knew it would be hard to peacefully enjoy the day because they expected hitmen and assassins targeting Sakamoto to show up at any moment. This was due to what they learned from Nagumo yesterday. There was a 1 billion yen bounty on Sakamoto's head. Shin thought that if it weren't for this problem, they would have had a fun day off, so he spoke seriously with Lu. Shin told Lu that they should work together to ensure the Sakamoto family has a happy day today, while they take care of any enemies that show up at the park. Lu complained that it was hard to spot their enemies because of the large crowd in the park. But Shin said there weren't any enemies yet. Lu then asked how he could be sure. Apparently, Lu didn't know that Shin was a clairvoyant, so Shin explained that he could read the minds of anyone within a 20-meter radius. If someone had murderous intentions, he would sense their intensified emotions. Lu was shocked to learn this and asked Shin if he had always been able to read her mind. Shin explained that he didn't automatically receive others' thoughts. He had to tune in like a radio to use his ability. He also expressed his frustration at having to explain this repeatedly. Lu then asked Shin how he got this ability, but Shin couldn't answer because he had to warn Sakamoto about an enemy he sensed nearby. Using his mind-reading ability, Shin identified the enemy at Sakamoto's 4 o'clock, disguised as a janitor. This was the first enemy they would face today, the janitor assassin Kirei Ningu. The enemy hitman was impressed by Sakamoto's courage to bring his entire family on an outing despite his current situation. Kirei unsheathed a hidden blade from his mop while Lu distracted Aoi and Hana so they wouldn't see what Sakamoto was about to do. Kirei began his attack on Sakamoto, but Sakamoto swiftly grabbed the pin from Kirei's front pocket and stabbed it into the middle of his chest. The important thing was that Hana didn't see this. Kirei was stunned in place, unable to move after being surprised by Sakamoto's sudden attack with his own pin without even looking at him. Shin and Lu quickly took Kirei outside the park to a forested area. Lu was amazed that Sakamoto managed to do that without even looking at his enemy. Shin also noted that Sakamoto had precisely avoided vital organs and arteries when stabbing Kirei. As a result, Kirei Ningu retired from being an assassin. We then see someone watching them from a distance, a cool-looking guy with deep eye bags and stylish black hoop earrings. He was disappointed to see that Kirei hadn't changed his janitor gimmick, saying it was outdated. He approached Kirei's body in the forest and was further disappointed to find that Sakamoto hadn't killed Kirei, making him doubt whether Sakamoto was truly a legendary hitman. He also considered Shin, the clairvoyant, to be a dangerous opponent because he would have to clear his mind before approaching them. So, he did just that and attempted to get closer to Lu and Shin. Shin suddenly stopped walking because he felt something strange, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Then, out of nowhere, the cool guy was already beside them, unnoticed by Shin and Lu, as they got on the roller coaster ride following Sakamoto's family. Lu asked Shin why they sat in the back seat of the roller coaster, and Shin replied that it was the most fun seat. Aoi was excited to ride the roller coaster, but Sakamoto was already nervous. Lu was initially confident, thinking it was unlikely they would be attacked while on the roller coaster. But when she saw the back of the cool enemy's head sitting in front of them, she panicked. Shin asked Lu if she was sure because he wasn't reading any harmful intentions from the silver-haired man she pointed out. Lu insisted, saying she had a strong intuition and knew what bad guys looked like. The enemy overheard their conversation and realized he had been discovered. He turned and looked directly at Shin with a menacing and frightening gaze. This confirmed Lu's suspicion for Shin. The roller coaster started moving, and they were now at the top, so Shin couldn't remove the safety bars. As the ride went down fast, Shin saw the enemy pull out his handgun. But it was too late for Shin to act, so he quickly informed Sakamoto via their comms that an enemy had slipped past him and was sitting 3 rows behind him. The enemy immediately shot at Sakamoto, but Sakamoto turned just in time to block the bullet with his bulletproof eyeglasses. The enemy was shocked, not expecting his target, Sakamoto, to be so difficult to deal with. Shin, unable to contain his worry, pulled out his gun to break his safety bars while Liu yelled at him, calling him crazy, especially since Shin did this during the loop-de-loop part of the ride. Shin removed his safety bars and told Liu to back him up. He jumped from his seat as the ride was upside down, timing his descent with the ride's arrival below him. The enemy looked up and was caught off guard as Shin suddenly grabbed his clothes tightly to pull him down from his seat. They fell onto the roller coaster rails, and Shin nearly fell completely but managed to regain his balance and stand on the rails. The enemy approached Shin, saying he nearly killed him with his craziness. Shin told him that he ruined their fun day. Shin added that it was Sakamoto's day off, so he would cover for him in their fight. The enemy asked if that was an appeal. Shin faced a significant problem in this fight because no matter what he did, he couldn't read anything from the enemy's mind. It was likely that the enemy acted first before thinking. Their ride had completed a round trip, so they had to jump high to avoid being hit by the roller coaster. While in midair, the enemy threw 2 kunai at Shin's head and leg. Shin dodged the one aimed at his head but was hit in the leg. Because of this, he couldn't land properly and suddenly felt very ill. And after a few seconds his eyesight started to get very blurred. The enemy told him that he had coated his kunai with his special blend of potent poison, confident it would kill him. Shin managed to prop himself up and fight against the poison, saying the enemy didn't know what would happen in the future. But out of nowhere, the enemy said that he was right when he saw the look in Sakamoto's eyes, which said he didn't want to die. According to the enemy, these were the eyes of a loser, which irritated Shin. The enemy added that Sakamoto's fear of death made him weak because unlike him and others who weren't afraid to die, they could act quickly and decide their next move instantly. The enemy also said that Shin was easy to hit with his kunai because he was afraid of being hit, which made him even easier to target. Shin was further irritated and called the enemy delusional. Shin confirmed to the enemy that Sakamoto was indeed afraid of dying, but this was because he was on a very difficult mission, and that mission was to protect his entire family. Shin added that anyone fighting to protect someone they cared about fought more desperately. And Shin wasn't just talking about Sakamoto, he was referring to himself as well. The enemy just asked if Shin could still see because he was likely going blind by now. The enemy also said Shin was pathetic and his excuses sounded too desperate. Shin said it didn't matter if he could see or not, so he prepared to do his only option. The roller coaster completed another round trip, so they had to jump again to avoid being hit by it. But while in midair, the enemy was surprised by what Shin did next. Shin didn't jump high because he intended to use the roller coaster's backseat as a platform. Using this, he met the enemy head-on and grabbed his clothes to drag him into the back seat. But instead of being intimidated, the enemy felt even more excited about the fight. He immediately fired a poison dart from his mouth, hitting Shin in the left shoulder. Shin was desperate because he had not been able to outmaneuver the enemy all this time. He tried to find help from the people around him, but all he could read were thoughts of normal vacationers until he came across a thought about how delicious the popcorn someone was eating was. This made him push the enemy hard, who was about to stab him with a dagger. He pushed him hard enough that they both fell from above. Below them, a stage play was being performed at Tokyo Sugar Park, and they landed right in the middle of the stage, destroying it. The enemy safely got up, sitting up, while an actor scolded him. Then, a bunny mascot suddenly pushed the actor aside. The mascot said it could see better now. And apparently, Shin was inside the mascot costume. As the enemy took out his kunai, he asked Shin if he wanted to give the kids a violent show. sure that Shin hadn't recovered his eyesight yet. But in an instant, the enemy received a powerful Sugar's rabbit punch on his cheek. He was stunned and couldn't believe what had happened, while the spectators cheered loudly for Sugar. The enemy spat out his broken tooth and tried to retaliate against Shin with his dagger, but Shin dodged all his attacks. Next, Shin caught the enemy's arm and delivered a rabbit right uppercut. While savoring Shin's punch, the enemy wondered how Shin could move as if he could still see despite being blind. Meanwhile, among the spectators, Aoi was impressed with the show, thinking it was very realistic. But Sakamoto knew what was really happening. Hana and Aoi were happy with him, thinking he looked like a child who couldn't take his eyes off what he was watching. But actually, Hana's comment was somewhat true because all Sakamoto was thinking about now were the moves Sugar Bunny should make in the fight based on what he saw the enemy doing. Apparently, these were the thoughts Shin constantly read and followed to use in the fight. The enemy couldn't understand why the effect of his poison wore off so quickly or why Shin seemed to get better at fighting, almost as if he could read his every move. Shin even managed to trash-talk the enemy, asking why he was now the one making excuses about the difficulty of the fight, saying he stood out too much for a hitman. The enemy got angry and delivered a surprise slash to Sugar Bunny's face. But he only managed to tear Shin's mask, revealing that Shin's eyes had been closed the entire fight. Sakamoto told Shin that the fight was over as Shin delivered a powerful flying kick to the enemy called Deadly Dynamite Rabbit Shock. This ultimate move finished off the enemy, and everyone cheered for Sugar. Sakamoto and Shin exchanged thumbs up of approval, while Lu, who had been forgotten by everyone, was still on the roller coaster, waiting for them. After a short while, the group of Sakamoto, Shin, and Lu were together again. They led their enemy to a secluded corner of the park. Lu began to drop the antidote into Shin's eyes. But Shin was overacting like a baby, making it difficult for Lu to put the antidote in his other eye. If you think about it, the antidote probably stings because it treats a potent type of poison. Lu mentioned that it was fortunate the enemy had the antidote in his pocket, so they had something to use. However, the enemy said it was standard practice for those who use poisons. Sakamoto then asked the cool guy who had hired him. Before answering, he asked Sakamoto if they would let him go if he gave them the answer. Lu didn't like his response, so she took the enemy's own poison blade and used it to cut his shoulder. She then interrogated him, saying she wouldn't stop the antidote from running out until he spoke, while Shin panicked because Lu hadn't yet treated his other eye. The enemy quickly spoke up, saying that the Dandenkai Limited Assassin Agency had hired him. He described it as a shady company specializing in high-risk, one-man operations. Shin threw back the enemy's earlier boastful words about not being afraid to die. The enemy agreed, saying he really didn't want to die. His job from the company was just a gig for him, and he wasn't loyal to Dandenkai in the first place. Shin then asked the enemy if he was a JAA hitman, and he said yes. Lu didn't know what JAA meant, so Shin showed her his ID from the Japanese Association of Assassins. JAA is a professional organization for assassins, meaning the Japanese Association of Assassins. Shin and Sakamoto were former JAA members, with less than 400 official members. Lu said it looked like a driver's license, but Shin explained that unlike that, getting a JAA ID isn't as easy. The enemy asked Sakamoto if the rumors about him were true, saying he came from a group called Order. Sakamoto had no answer, while Shin wondered what it was because he had no idea. But Sakamoto's silence was enough for the enemy to confirm that the Order existed and wasn't just an urban legend. Their conversation was interrupted when Aoi and Hana arrived, saying they had been looking for them. Aoi and Hana were hungry and invited the three to eat lunch prepared by Hana. Before leaving, Shin warned the enemy never to bother them again. The enemy asked Shin if they really wouldn't kill him. The enemy was shocked when Shin said they had no intention of killing him because they were just at the park to enjoy the day. As the group of Sakamoto walked away, Hana suddenly ran back to put a cute adhesive bandage with a heart on the enemy's arm. Hana bid him farewell, saying he did well in the show earlier. The group of Sakamoto continued, leaving the enemy confused. He tried to escape and cut his bonds, thinking everything that happened was a big joke. But he suddenly threw his blade away, realizing it was pointless to attempt killing Sakamoto again. He thought it better to take another roller coaster ride and go home. While eating lunch at the in-house cafe, Shin expressed concern. It was his first time being poisoned so severely, and he still felt dizzy, affecting his mind-reading ability. Because of this, Lu suggested to Sakamoto that they should go home, while Shin apologized. When Aoi returned to their table with fries and drinks, she looked sad, catching everyone's attention. She asked if they were hiding something from her because their behavior seemed weird. The intense reaction from the three made Aoi suspicious. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Sugar Park, two hitmen partners arrived. One was an arrogant, very brave person. The other was a serious but calm individual. This is what they looked like. Abiguro wore dress shoes with heels, sexy shorts, a tube top with a suit jacket, and had a moon tattoo under her collarbone. Boiled, the man, wore rubber shoes, loose pants, a summer polo, and a beanie hat. Both wore shades. Abiguro trash-talked Boiled, telling him not to be too arrogant because he wasn't that great. She accused him of emotionally abusing himself. Boiled suddenly shouted, "Hey!" loudly at her. Abiguro was startled but realized Boiled wasn't angry. There were ants in front of her, and Boiled didn't want to kill them because his motto was to only kill targets during missions. Abiguro told him not to act like a great person, but inside she felt thrilled because Boiled's words made him so hot. Then Boiled shouted, "Hey!" again and asked Abiguro if her feet hurt from the heels she was wearing. Abiguro pretended to be angry again, but was actually thrilled because Boiled was sweet to her. We now see the cool guy with earrings, who lost the fight to Shin earlier, in the bathroom. Boiled visited him there to talk and called him by his name, Tatsu. Tatsu was surprised and had no time to react as a heavy hand suddenly came down on his head from above. Then, he fell to the floor as Abiguro pinned him down and sat on him. Tatsu called Abiguro a heavy old hag, and she retorted that he hadn't changed, still being immature and having a foul mouth. Boiled suddenly shouted again, startling Abiguro. Boiled told her that a lady like her shouldn't sit with her legs apart. This made it hard for Boiled to look at Abiguro. She immediately closed her legs and felt thrilled because Boiled called her a lady. Tatsu asked what they wanted from him. They said they just wanted to make sure he was being watched and wouldn't die. Abiguro was even excited to meet the legend Taro Sakamoto for the first time. Boiled remembered that Abiguro hadn't met Sakamoto before. This made the scar on his left cheek suddenly ache. Abiguro asked if the scar was from Sakamoto, but Boiled quickly denied it, saying he just tripped the other day. In Tatsu's mind, the banter between the two was amusing and made them seem like entertaining children. But behind this appearance, they were known as the powerhouse duo of the Danden Kai, responsible for killing 200 people in the Ronrico incident 2 years ago. So Tatsu was sure that Sakamoto and Shin had no chance of surviving. Returning to Aoi's question if they were hiding something from her, the trio denied it vehemently. Aoi asked if they were feeling bad because they didn't have enough lunch for themselves. Hana then asked her daddy if he wasn't happy. Shin and Lu replied that they felt fine and were very happy. Shin even jumped off the roller coaster out of joy. Sakamoto nodded vigorously in agreement. They convinced Aoi, who said she must have been mistaken. The three whispered among themselves, realizing they had gotten themselves into a complicated situation after lying. But fortunately, they were in an open space where it was unlikely an assassination attempt would occur. While they were whispering, Aoi announced that she and Hana knew where they wanted to go next. Sakamoto gave a thumbs up and said it was okay with them as long as it was somewhere the two wanted. Aoi and Hana then pointed out that they wanted to go to the haunted house. The trio's reactions were epic and hilarious, realizing the haunted house was perfect for assassination attempts. As they entered the haunted house, they were greeted by their welcome guide, who looked like Sadako. Inside, Aoi and Lu were more nervous than Hana, who showed no fear. After a while, their guide left them to enjoy themselves. Lu immediately took out her anxiety meds and downed the whole bottle. Sakamoto and Shin were at the back of the group when a figure in a lab coat appeared behind them. We then learned that Abiguro and Boiled were watching Sakamoto's group via CCTV. Boiled said he was excited to watch a splatter horror. A zombie suddenly appeared next to Lu, and she screamed so loudly in fear that Shin covered his ears. Hana and Aoi, on the other hand, were excited. The haunted house was impressive, having been active for many years, with a great concept of an abandoned hospital. Shin and Sakamoto whispered to each other, saying they were glad the family was happy, but they shouldn't be complacent because there was a high chance of encountering an enemy there. And just as they said, an assassin appeared with a knife and tried to slit Shin's throat. But despite his mind-reading ability being suppressed, Shin's natural reflexes and intuition allowed him to dodge. Aoi and Hana, thinking it was just another zombie in the haunted house, were excited, unaware it was a real enemy. Sakamoto was next to be attacked by the zombie, but he blocked with his flashlight and hit him in the face. And with that, the zombie was frozen in place. Shin was impressed because Sakamoto managed to hide his move from Aoi's blind spot. In that quick moment, Sakamoto managed to take the rookie assassin's license from the zombie and handed it to Shin. Shin felt more at ease, thinking that maybe only amateurs were in the haunted house, but Sakamoto wasn't so sure. Abiguro was impressed, watching Sakamoto move quickly despite being overweight. Now, she wanted to see him go all out. Boiled told Abiguro not to toy with Sakamoto too much because he planned to be hard-boiled with him. Abiguro was annoyed with Boiled because of the noise from his hand grip exerciser, which he always used when stressed. Abiguro also said not to worry, as she would let him take on Sakamoto because she knew Sakamoto was Boiled's special friend. But Boiled's response when Abiguro asked if Sakamoto was his special friend was to open a bottle of rum and chug it, saying he didn't consider that jerk a friend. He started telling Abiguro about his history when he was studying at Japan Cleaner Creation, or JCC, an assassin training school. Back then, he used to wear a leather jacket and attended the same school as Sakamoto. Even then, he wanted to know and befriend Sakamoto because he knew how powerful he was, especially after witnessing Sakamoto destroy one of his friends. But instead of avenging his friend, he told Sakamoto that he liked him because he was a hard-boiled guy. According to Boiled, he and Sakamoto had many similarities and were always together, even outside of class and on assignments. But one day in the cafeteria on Valentine's Day, Boiled believed it was impossible for either of them to receive chocolates from a girl because they were too hard-boiled. However, Boiled was humiliated when 3 girls suddenly approached Sakamoto, and one of them gave him chocolates shaped from the bullet casings of Sakamoto's favorite Magnum. It was painful for Boiled to witness, especially when Sakamoto opened his locker and found it filled with gifts from various girls. Then, Nagumo suddenly arrived at the locker area with a large cart of chocolates from the girls in the assassin department. Nagumo asked Sakamoto who he was with, but Sakamoto only said he didn't know. Then Sakamoto joined Nagumo, telling Boiled to take the chocolates from his locker if he wanted them. Boiled heard Nagumo telling Sakamoto in the distance that he hadn't accepted the chocolates the girls in the poison department tried to give him. Boiled told Abiguro he thought he and Sakamoto were 2 of a kind, but realized Sakamoto wasn't hard-boiled after all. Abiguro was surprised to learn that Boiled's anger towards Sakamoto stemmed from a misunderstanding. So Boiled said their fight now was to settle an old score, but it didn't mean he held a grudge. Abiguro found Boiled's stubbornness cute. Back with Sakamoto, it was clear that Shin and Lu were exhausted from fighting so many zombie-disguised assassins, and more kept coming. Lu, extremely stressed, asked Aoi and Hana if they could go home. But Hana was thoroughly enjoying herself, witnessing all the action-packed adventures. Shin compared Lu to Hana, saying the child was braver than her. Lu responded in denial and took another swig from a bottle whose contents Shin couldn't identify. Lu claimed she was drinking traditional family medicine to ward off evil spirits. Shin didn't believe her, knowing it was alcohol, so Lu smiled drunkenly. Suddenly, a doorknob behind them started to turn as if someone was trying to open the broken door. Shin felt a bit nervous while the others wondered who might be behind the door. But since Lu was drunk, she opened the door with a happy smile. A horde of zombies rushed out, attacking Sakamoto's group. Everyone was shocked except for the very drunk Lu, who kept smiling. The group prepared to face the massive swarm of zombies, with Sakamoto easily taking them down one by one. Despite his efforts, Shin was overwhelmed and couldn't protect Aoi and Hana, who, for some reason, were just tickled by the swarming zombies. Suddenly, Sakamoto was hit by a powerful clothesline from out of nowhere by Boiled. Sakamoto managed to block it, but the impact was so strong that he was thrown back, knocking over zombies in the process. The powerhouse duo of Kai emerged to face Sakamoto in person. Then, an ID card flew at high speed toward Boiled's head. He couldn't completely dodge it, and it grazed his cheek, exactly where his scar was, embedding itself into the wall from the force. As the smoke cleared, it was revealed that Sakamoto had thrown it. Boiled's new cheek wound was bleeding, but before continuing the fight, he asked Sakamoto if he remembered him. Sadly for Boiled, Sakamoto didn't remember him and was only focused on finding his family. It seemed Shin had ended up in a different place and didn't know where Aoi, Hana, and Lu were. But that wasn't his immediate problem because he was now facing Abiguro along with some zombie assassins. Abiguro was a bit disappointed that she only faced the sidekick. Then, Lu suddenly entered the scene, delivering a flying kick to Abiguro's face. Abiguro, now excited with a bleeding nose, looked forward to fighting a drunken fist-style user. Lu, extremely drunk, called her drunken fist form Tai Chi. While this exciting one-on-one battle is about to begin, Sakamoto, ready to unleash his fury, faced Boiled, who was crying because he was hurt not only by Sakamoto not recognizing him, but also by not even remembering him. Sakamoto cracked his shoulder, feeling in the mood for a fight. Meanwhile, Hana and Aoi could be seen sleeping peacefully while Shin kept an eye on where Abiguro and Lu would battle. Boiled once again asked Sakamoto if he really didn't remember him, just to confirm. However, Sakamoto didn't care about Boiled and just wanted to know where his family was. As a petty revenge, Boiled told him that he didn't remember Sakamoto much either. Sakamoto was losing patience as Boiled still didn't answer his question about his family's whereabouts. Boiled only responded, "I'm not your mom." He told Sakamoto to find what he was looking for on his own. Angry, Sakamoto threw a straight right punch, but Boiled easily dodged it. Suddenly, something exploded like a mini-bomb in Sakamoto's face. Sakamoto brushed off the impact and heat as if it was nothing and quickly countered with a left high kick, which Boiled easily dodged again. As Boiled dodged, he had already prepared marbles that he quickly threw in various directions, causing them to ricochet like numerous bullets down the hallway. Then, the movements of everything around Sakamoto slowed down, and when Boiled said, "Bombs!" they all exploded simultaneously. Sakamoto brushed off all the explosions as if they were nothing. Before the smoke could clear, a fist wearing gloves with 2 explosive boosters flew towards Sakamoto's face. This punch knocked Sakamoto to the ground, and Boiled followed up with another explosive punch, hitting Sakamoto's jaw. The impact of the punch was so strong that Abiguro and others in a different location could hear it. But while Abiguro was talking, Lu suddenly appeared behind her, having moved incredibly fast to flank her. Lu threw a strong straight right, but Abiguro managed to block it and sarcastically praised Lu before grabbing her hair. Abiguro told Lu she needed to do better. Lu felt even dizzier from Abiguro shaking her head, considering she was already drunk in the first place. So, she collapsed to the floor, and Abiguro headed towards Shin, Aoi, and Hana. She said that she could kill them all instantly if she wanted, but that wouldn't make the fight exciting. So, she ordered her goons to tie Shin to a nursing bed and told Lu, who was still lying on the floor, that she would give her motivation to take the fight seriously. The goons tightly tied Shin to the bed, and one of them brought out a chainsaw, with Abiguro saying that based on her experience, people only show their true strength when they're terrified. The goon brought the chainsaw close to Shin's face, causing him to panic, while Abiguro began counting down using an hourglass. While taking off her coat, Abiguro explained the rules of their fight. Every 10 seconds, Lu had to hit Abiguro at least once. If she failed, the goons would cut Shin with the chainsaw. 5 seconds had already passed since she started explaining, making Shin extremely nervous. Instead of fighting, Lu just cried and apologized to Shin, saying she couldn't do what they were asking. They were shocked when she suddenly became a crying drunk instead of the happy drunk she had been. Now, only 3 seconds remained. Meanwhile, in the other fight, Boyle told Sakamoto it had been 5 years since he retired. He pointed out that he had grown much stronger during that time, which is why he could easily defeat Sakamoto now. As Sakamoto quickly stood up to attack, Boyle shared a sentiment, saying Sakamoto used to be the epitome of being hard-boiled. But Boyle quickly threw a mini-bomb marble that ricocheted and rebounded off the walls and ceiling, hitting Sakamoto in the face and exploding again. Boyle proudly told Sakamoto about his SBB or Super Ball bombs and his RDP or rocket dynamite punches. Using these two weapons, he could fight both at close range and long range. Boyle was sure Sakamoto didn't remember these things either. Sakamoto just thought the names Boyle gave his equipment were dorky. Suddenly, Sakamoto remembered something, leading to a flashback. He recalled that when they were classmates, Boyle had already invented the gloves that could hold dynamite inside. They were drinking together with Nagumo when Boyle showed them his new inventions. Even back then, Sakamoto found the names Boyle gave his inventions dorky. While Boyle and Nagumo argued about the names, something else caught Sakamoto's attention. Boyle's notes explaining how to create and operate his SBB and RDP. Back in the present, the fight continued, and Boyle kept venting his frustrations to Sakamoto. He used to idolize Sakamoto for his exceptional skills in any mission he was assigned, and how women would give him chocolates. But now, he was weak in battle, and Boyle found it hard to see him like this. As Boyle delivered another powerful straight left, he began to cry again. He said that Sakamoto had gone from being hard-boiled to half-assed. He couldn't even protect his own family anymore because he had become so overweight. But when Boyle mentioned Sakamoto's family, Sakamoto's aura suddenly changed. Boyle still managed to land a powerful explosive punch, sending Sakamoto flying to the other end of the hallway. After this, Boyle lit a cigarette and bid farewell to Sakamoto. Suddenly, Boyle felt an intense fear and anxiety out of nowhere. The illustration of his feeling was like this. A sudden barrage of katanas pierced his torso, splitting his arms and decapitating him. This was the intense foreboding that suddenly overwhelmed his senses and instincts. Then he heard a voice behind him, a silhouette, talking about the list of ingredients in his explosive formulas. Sakamoto, now in his slim prime form for the second time, spoke. He said he remembered Boyle, and from now on, he wouldn't hold back in their duel. Sakamoto apologized to Boyle out of respect because he would only now take the fight seriously. Boyle replied that just because he slimmed down didn't mean Sakamoto would defeat him. Boyle added that Sakamoto should hurry up with the fight because he still needed to save his family, who were in a dangerous situation. But Sakamoto said he wasn't worried about them. His reason was that he trusted his whole family. Boyle doubted this and easily dismissed Sakamoto's words, who was now moving incredibly fast. The peaceful day at Sugar Park was disturbed when the wall on the 4th floor of the haunted house was destroyed by Sakamoto and Boyle, who seemed to have dodged each other's attacks. Meanwhile, the fight between Abiguro and Lu was still ongoing, meaning Shin was still alive. Lu was still a whiny, crying drunk. while Shin was surprised that Lu could hold her own against Abiguro. Since Lu was a crybaby, she kept running and dodging Abiguro, who told her to stop running and charge at her, especially since only 1 second was left on the timer. But Lu was extremely lucky because, while running, she accidentally hit Abiguro's face with her long braid. Shin was irritated because they almost ran out of time. Abiguro was pleased because she felt the pain from Lu's hair whip, so in retaliation, she raised her leg for an axe kick called the Emperor Killing Style Karate Secret Technique Heel Drop. This hit Lu in the midsection, causing Shin to scream in worry. Abiguro was happy, thinking the fight was over, but she didn't expect Lu to be that strong. She was shocked when she heard Lu still laughing. Lu laughed because she found Shin's scream of her name, which sounded like a high-pitched voice, hilarious. Both Shin and Abiguro were shocked because Lu transformed from a crying drunk to a happy drunk, laughing uncontrollably. Abiguro immediately attacked Lu with a straight kick and a leg sweep, but Lu easily dodged both. Abiguro couldn't believe what Lu had done, so she grabbed her clothes to prevent her from dodging the punch she was about to throw. Lu was tickled by Abiguro's touch, but Lu still dodged Abiguro's straight right punch and even managed to kiss her right elbow that had grazed her hair. The 10-second timer reset because it was technically a contact made. Lu surprised Abiguro by finding an opening in her move and counterattacking with a powerful backflip kick. Abiguro was happy and impressed by the pain this brought to her chin. Pleased, Abiguro asked Lu for even stronger attacks, telling her to charge at her as if she planned to kill her. Lu discontinued her attack due to what she had said, as according to the Sakamoto family rule, they are not allowed to kill anyone. Shin was surprised that Lu was able to tell Abiguro that with all honesty while drunk. Abiguro, however, did not understand what Lu was talking about. Lu explained to Abiguro that it was the rule of her family, which included Sakamoto, Aoi, Hana, and Shin. While kicking Lu, Abiguro asked if she was stupid because there were only 3 members of the Sakamoto family. But Lu, who looked angry, caught the foot Abiguro used to kick her. Lu told her that she had just started living in Japan, but she quickly learned how to work at the Sakamoto family store and was happy to spend time with even the youngest family member, Hana. Now, Lu, an angry drunk, was exuding an intimidating aura of overwhelming strength. Shin and Abiguro both felt this, and Abiguro slipped up and had a lapse of judgment when she saw a strong right hook from Lu that she could no longer dodge. But when Lu's fist connected with Abiguro's cheek, she was shocked at how weak the impact was, as if Lu had merely placed her hand on her cheek. After this, Lu's heightened emotions and drunkenness gradually subsided. When she became completely sober, she wondered where she was and what she was doing. Her head also hurt badly from the hangover. She also wondered who the woman in front of her was. Then she suddenly saw Shin still tied to the bed and asked what he was doing. Shin's face was painted with an expression of extreme irritation. Finally, the previously speechless Abiguro spoke. She said that Lu was very brave to still go easy on her in their fight and not follow through with her final punch. Suddenly, Abiguro's vision darkened, and Shin and Lu became nervous. Abiguro said she could not remember the last time she was forced to fight so seriously. Then his sinister expression suddenly turned into a very happy and big smile as she held Lu by the shoulder and commended her for the impressive fighting skills she showed. Shin and Lu were both confused about what was happening. Abiguro gave Lu a hug and said she liked strong people. She was happy because Lu gave her an exciting fight. Meanwhile, Shin is getting impatient, so he asked if they can let go of him now. Abiguro told Lu he wanted to fight her again, but Lu refused. Now let's return to the one-sided battle between Sakamoto and Boiled, where it was clear that Sakamoto had the upper hand. But even as Boiled was losing consciousness, he still tried to fight back. However, this was the last time in the fight he was able to muster the strength to throw a punch, as Sakamoto punched his fist and even managed to destroy Boiled's explosive gloves. Afterwards, Sakamoto rained a series of punches on Boiled's body. As a last resort, Boiled managed to throw a few SBBs, but Sakamoto caught each mini-bomb Boiled threw and returned them all to Boiled's face. In Boiled's mind, he couldn't understand why the greatest hitman of all time was still so strong despite having retired. Sakamoto suddenly spoke to Boiled and told him he was a strong fighter. Sakamoto explained to Boiled that he was no longer the same person who always used his strength and skill to hurt people. But since he had a family, he decided he would always use his strength to protect the people he loved. As Sakamoto punched Boiled in the face, he told him that his family was the very source of his strength now. The impact of Sakamoto and Boiled's punches was so strong that they flew into the air and even reached the height of the Ferris wheel, disturbing an awkward couple on a date. The two crashed into an empty unit, interrupting the man's awkward attempt to kiss his date. Finally, the one-on-one battle between the two reached a conclusion, and Boiled started smoking to relax in front of Sakamoto, whom he had failed to defeat. Boiled's respect for Sakamoto returned, and he said that Sakamoto was the epitome of being hard-boiled. Later that day, Aoi finally woke up and found herself on a bench in the park with Hana sleeping beside her. Looking to her right, she also saw Shin sleeping soundly next to Lu, who looked extremely dizzy. Due to her headache, Lu was leaning on Shin's arm, drooling on him. Shin also woke up when he felt Aoi fidgeting, wondering where her husband was. The female Ferris wheel staff was shocked when she saw the unit that Boiled and Sakamoto rode, coming down dirty and bloody. She asked the two what happened, but Boiled just told her it was rude to ask an injured person how they got hurt. However, Boiled was wrong because the woman didn't care about their injuries. She just wanted them to pay for the damages they caused to the Ferris wheel. Night was approaching Sugar Park, and the sky was starting to darken. Boiled confessed to Sakamoto, admitting that he had no chance against him earlier. Because of this, he decided not to fight Sakamoto again. Boiled had more to say to Sakamoto while buying food at a stall. But he noticed that Sakamoto seemed to not be listening to him, just like old times. So, Boiled just asked for a bun because Sakamoto's looked delicious. Sakamoto, not being stingy, gave him one, but Boiled wondered why Sakamoto gave him a bitten one. Sakamoto answered that the other buns were for his family. While eating the bun, Boiled told Sakamoto that he reminded him of Taro Urashima from a fairy tale for being a family man. Sakamoto asked who that was. But the more important thing Boiled needed to tell Sakamoto was that he was a wanted man with a big bounty on his head. Boiled asked what Sakamoto planned to do about it since other Dandenkai assassins would surely come for him. Sakamoto was about to answer but stopped, shocked by what he saw. His wife, Aoi, was already in front of them and seemed to have overheard their conversation. Aoi asked the two what she heard about the bounty, while Shin got nervous knowing they would be busted, and Lu, Abiguro, and Hana were goofing around in the back. It was clear from Sakamoto's expression that he had no escape and was too scared to speak. Later that night, they went to the park restaurant for dinner. Here, Aoi sat the men down for an interrogation. Boiled wondered why he was being scolded as well. Meanwhile, Lu and Abiguro were just playing with Hana, who wanted to eat cotton candy. Sakamoto finally mustered the courage to confess to Aoi that he had a price on his head, and they had already dealt with several assassins who came for him, including during their time at Sugar Park today. Furious, Aoi asked her husband why they hadn't told her about this. In Sakamoto's defense, Boiled spoke up, telling Aoi that sometimes men are just not good at communicating things. Boiled explained that Sakamoto just wanted Aoi and Hana to enjoy the park without worry and fear. He even said that what Sakamoto did was admirable. Aoi asked who he was, and Boiled introduced himself as a professional assassin. Aoi furrowed her brow, veins popping in her eyes, as she warned Boiled to stop trying to kill her husband. Boiled bowed his head and said, "Yes, ma'am." Aoi started to rant again, asking them why they thought they could hide the truth from her. Sakamoto explained again that he just didn't want Aoi and Hana to worry, but Aoi reminded him of something important. Aoi brought out their family rulebook, and it was written in Article 12 that they were not allowed to keep secrets from each other or lie. Sakamoto got scared again, knowing there was a severe consequence for his sin, while Shin just learned about this rule. But now, Aoi spoke calmly, telling her husband not to sulk and just do what he had to do to solve this problem. The couple looked at each other intensely, seemingly having a mutual understanding of how to handle the situation. After this, Aoi finally managed to smile again because their serious family talk was over. Aoi's mood flipped quickly, and now the three Sakamotos wanted to enjoy watching the park parade together. Because of this, Boiled was impressed with Sakamoto's wife, even saying she was also a hard-boiled person. After a while, the four assassins separated from the group to the side. Shin asked Sakamoto what his plan was to solve their problem. Sakamoto said they needed to lift the bounty on his head. For Shin, this seemed impossible, but Sakamoto knew they just needed to go straight to the source. Abiguro mentioned that none of the assassins knew who the real people pulling the strings behind the association were. Boiled mentioned that his boss had connections in the association, so Shin immediately told him to contact his boss. Boiled found Shin's way of speaking rude. Sakamoto cracked his shoulder again while deciding that their first stop should be the boss of the Dandenkai. Shin proceeded to ask Boiled and Abiguro about their boss's location. According to the two, their boss was most likely at the headquarters, but they had no clue where it was. Shin got irritated because he felt they were no help, but Boiled said they shouldn't always rely on him and Abiguro. After a while the whole family watched the parade, Sakamoto told Shin that everything was fine because he had an idea. The next day, Sakamoto went to Shinjuku with Lu and Shin. He quickly returned to being chubby after just one day, and Lu seemed sad about this. But before everything, Shin mentioned to Sakamoto that Boiled and Abiguro were an odd pair. But in Sakamoto's mind, he was just happy they weren't with them anymore. The three entered a dirty, secluded, and somewhat narrow alley, following Sakamoto until they reached the descending stairs to their destination. They arrived at the entrance of a video rental store and continued down the stairs to enter. Upon entering, they were greeted by the shopkeeper with a female assistant, saying, "Long time no see." Sakamoto waved back. Shin thought the place looked like a regular video rental store, while Lu seemed happy with all the good items she saw around. Sakamoto asked if they had the latest movie about Dandenkai, surprising Shin and Lu with how straightforward Sakamoto was in asking. The man said he thought they had what he was looking for in the violence section. Sakamoto and the others immediately went to the violence section to find the latest Dandenkai movie. Shin was shocked to see that there really was a Dandenkai movie, and Lu said she was interested in watching it. Here, Sakamoto revealed to the two that they were in a special place called the Information Bank. Various information was available here, and all the information you wanted to buy was sold in movie form. Lu didn't understand why they needed to make the information into movies, while Shin confirmed his suspicion because he knew no one watched VHS anymore. The female assistant took them to the viewing room to watch the movie. Their viewing room even came with snacks like a mini theater. The movie they were watching began, immediately showing the main character, who was likely their boss. It also showed that the number of Dandenkai members exceeded 50. Next, the movie showed the building of their headquarters. Then it showed that the main character had lost a close friend due to their work. When the movie ended, Lu was moved to tears by the ending, while Sakamoto fell asleep and had just finished his 6th bucket of popcorn. Shin, on the other hand, commented on the production details like a movie critic. When they left the viewing room, they were charged a whopping 756,000 yen. It was very expensive, but luckily, Sakamoto still had some savings from his previous career. The man asked Sakamoto if he planned to return to his old world, especially since his name seemed hot in the underworld now. Sakamoto told the man that what he did today was just a random errand, and he had no plans to return to his old career. But before they could leave the store, the man warned Sakamoto to be careful because he knew that some of their old friends might visit Sakamoto. Sakamoto asked the man what he meant, but the man said the movie about that wasn't available yet, so he just told them to come back another day. With the information they learned about the Dondinkai headquarters, they quickly found the building. As much as possible, they would avoid fighting in their new stealth mission to infiltrate Dondinkai. Lu now wondered why the two needed to wear something that resembles black spy suits. After they arrived at the Dondinkai headquarters, Sakamoto and Shin quickly changed into their incognito suits and stealthily entered the premises. While hiding in the ceiling, they overheard two men discussing a major assignment given by the Dondinkai: the assassination of Sakamoto and the substantial bounty on it. The two men felt helpless since they were just newbies. When one of them mentioned hearing that Sakamoto had defeated Boiled, the other could hardly believe it. As one man expressed his reluctance to get involved, suddenly a rope descended around his neck, and Shin quickly strangled him with it. The other man laughed, agreeing with what was said, and remarked that it was better not to look for trouble. That man noticed some movement behind him, but was puzzled when he saw that his companion had disappeared. Before this man could ask where his companion was, Sakamoto swiftly moved behind him and knocked him out soundly. They had successfully infiltrated the headquarters, and it turned out that Lu was with them but had not gone undercover. They then took off their jackets, prompting Lu to ask why, to which Shin replied that he had grown bored there. Lu cheerfully asked where the Dondinkai boss was, irritating Rin, who questioned whether Lu had paid attention to the movie at all. Shin explained that the boss was on the top floor of the building, and the only way to get there was the employee elevator, which was crowded with bodyguards. Lu asked how they could reach there, so Rin suggested that from the second floor window, they could climb up from the outside like in the movie, and he asked Sakamoto. Sakamoto responded that he had fallen asleep, so he didn't know if that was correct. Following that, Shin indeed climbed up from the outside, and Lu remarked on how high up they were. Shin hushed her, peeked through a window, and spotted an employee whom he thought could be their key inside. They knocked on the window to attract the man's attention, and as he peered out, Sakamoto quickly entered. As the man closed the window, he immediately noticed Sakamoto, but Sakamoto was so quick that he managed to electrocute the man. Sakamoto knocked the man down, allowing Shin and Lu to also enter, and Shin commented that it had been a long time since Sakamoto had used that taser gun, to which Sakamoto replied that he had it fixed recently. In the security room, the guard was puzzled that their CCTV was malfunctioning. Suddenly, Sakamoto entered the room, but before the guard could turn around, Shin swiftly knocked him out with a strike to the neck. After that, they tied up the guard, and Lu commented that what they were doing was fun and felt like they were spies, which annoyed Shin, who reminded her that it wasn't a game, even though he too was enjoying their activities. Shin remarked that their operation seemed to be progressing well, and suddenly, Sakamoto recalled the warning from the video rental place owner to be cautious as old friends might reappear. Let's go back to a point in time 5 hours earlier at the White Tower. Nagumo was there dining with some associates, and one of the men asked him if it was true that he had met with Sakamoto. Nagumo pretended and replied that it had been a long time since he had heard that name and wondered how Sakamoto was doing. The man who asked became irritated and accused Nagumo of deceiving him and asked if he wanted to die. Another man with long hair, trying to calm the situation, addressed the irritated man as Hyo and explained that it wasn't important anymore as their master was arriving soon. Hyo then threatened Nagumo with a butter knife, stating he didn't care and didn't trust Nagumo, to which Nagumo countered by stopping Hyo with a fork, warning him to be careful, and suggested they save the knives for the main dish. The man with long hair commented that some people really need to learn to chill, and asked the woman with them, named Osaraji, if he was right. Osaraji looked at the food of the long-haired man, named Shishiba, and remarked that she didn't think he would like what he was about to eat. Shishiba's eyes widened at his meal, and he immediately called over the head chef. As soon as the head chef approached him, Shishiba stabbed him in the ear with a butter knife and smashed his head on the table, angrily questioning why there were onions in his risotto. The head chef's blood splattered on Osaraji, but it seemed like just another normal day for her. Suddenly, someone spoke up, appreciating that they had gathered at that place. The person who spoke introduced himself as Iria, the communications coordinator for the Association of Assassins, and expressed that it was a great honor to meet the full roster of the renowned order members. Kyo pointed out that they were not yet complete and asked where the other 4 members were, so Shishiba explained that for 3 of their colleagues, it was normal not to show up, but it was unusual for another member, Takamura. Nagumo commented that perhaps he was just busy, to which Shishiba replied no, and suggested he was too senile to be busy. Iria then quickly stated that they should start with the reason they were there and allowed him to present their new assignment as the frontline defense of the association. He showed a paper with a circle drawn on it and an X in the middle, and there was a corpse on the floor. Iria explained that recently, an unknown killer had taken down a string of association assassins. There had been more than 30 incidents so far, costing them over 300 million yen. So the association was requesting that they all address this problem immediately in the name of the order. Returning to the present, Shin, Sakamoto, and Lu were quickly running through the building, and Shin mentioned that something strange was happening there because he couldn't hear a single enemy's voice on that floor. Lu wondered if Shin's detector was broken again, which Shin overheard and got irritated by. Soon, they arrived at the room they were targeting and quickly positioned themselves to enter. Shin slightly opened the door and was shocked by what he saw. When they opened the door fully, they found that the bodies of the building's employees were scattered around, and Nagumo was simply sitting in a chair. Nagumo immediately stood up and approached Sakamoto, appearing to have been caught in the act, which led Shin to ask what he was doing there. Nagumo pointed out that the bodies were all Dandenkai elites, including the boss, and he claimed to have killed them all. Lu and Shin were shocked by this revelation, and Nagumo apologized to Sakamoto, stating that he also needed to die. This caught Sakamoto's attention, and suddenly, Nagumo vanished from his spot and charged quickly. Shin was puzzled by this, and before he could react, Nagumo had already grabbed him by the shoulder. Shin was astounded by Nagumo's speed as he was grabbed by the neck and felt a stabbing sensation there. Fear was visible on Lu's face as she witnessed the scene, while Shin instinctively touched his neck. However, upon touching his neck, Shin realized he had no wound. It turned out that Nagumo had fooled them using a retractable play knife. Because of this, Lu and Shin were frustrated by the stress he had caused them, and they kicked and punched him while he explained that he also had business with the Dandenkai, and when he arrived, he found them already dead. Annoyed, Lu asked why Nagumo hadn't simply told them this earlier, criticizing his messed-up sense of humor, to which Nagumo quickly apologized, while Shin still wondered whether Nagumo was a friend or a foe. Sakamoto asked what business brought Nagumo there, so he explained that it was an investigation because many assassins had been killed recently by an unknown perpetrator. Shin was puzzled and asked what was unusual about assassins killing each other, so Nagumo explained that while it was common for assassins to kill each other, this case was much more than that. 30 groups with deep ties to the association had been affected, and more than 100 professional assassins had been massacred in just a few months, clearly sending a message to the association. Sakamoto and Shin were shocked by this, noting that the killings constituted almost 1/4 of the assassin industry. Nagumo added that the perpetrator always left an X at the scene, so they had started calling the suspects X. This caught Sakamoto's attention, and Shin asked what Nagumo meant by they, asking if the entire order group was handling the case, to which Nagumo agreed. Lu remembered the attack on them at the amusement park last time, where someone also mentioned the order, prompting her to ask who they were. Nagumo explained that the order is a special force within the association, and they are the elite killing squad of the assassin world. They are responsible for maintaining order in the world of assassins when the association deems internal friction problematic. He also pointed out that, unknown to Lu and Shin, Sakamoto was a former order member, which surprised them both, and Sakamoto was annoyed with him for revealing that to them. After that, Nagumo warned Sakamoto to be cautious of X, to which Shin pointed out that they were no longer assassins, so why should they be wary of an assassin killer? Lu agreed and explained that they were still dealing with Sakamoto's bounty issue, and that this issue would complicate their investigation, while Shin was astonished that Lu was unfazed by the corpses around them. Nagumo thought for a moment and said he didn't know much about it, but what he could say was that the killing started around the same time the bounty was placed on Sakamoto's head. Shin and Sakamoto were shocked by what they learned, and suddenly, we shift to a building where a man is reading a book titled Beginning Illustration, explaining something from it. He explained that when we view a scene with both eyes, our brains automatically reconcile the different perspectives. It's important to step back from our work to check for symmetry. The scene also showed numerous corpses and the bloody hand of this man as he walked, and he commented that now that he looked at it, the balance of what he was looking at was slightly off. It turned out he was looking at an X mark on a wall written in blood, identical to the X referred to by Nagumo that the murder suspect of the groups close to the association leaves. In the next scene, we return to Sakamoto's neighborhood, and at Sakamoto's convenience store, Shin was dismayed because it seemed like all their plans were back to square one, where Sakamoto thought they had just wasted energy on what they had done. Suddenly, a man entered the store wanting to kill Sakamoto for the bounty, while Shin was fed up as this man was one of several who had come to them that day. Lu was teaching Hannah how to use a device, instructing her to press something, and when Hannah pressed a button, a barrage of guns fell on the man who entered, knocking him down. Shin called out to Lu because it was her turn to take out the trash, where Lu was exempt because she was playing with Hannah. Beside them, Sakamoto's wife, Aoi, commented that the onslaught of random assassins couldn't continue, and it was really difficult to remove the bounty on her husband's head. He looked at the brighter side of the situation and mentioned that at least they were selling more band-aids and bandages, and their profits had somewhat increased, so that was okay. Hannah went outside to apply band-aids to the assassins who had tried to kill Sakamoto, and they thanked her, remarking on how strong her father was. Sakamoto recalled what Nagumo had told him, that if he had struggled to match someone like Boiled, his situation was certainly precarious. He added that Sakamoto's skills had really atrophied during his 5-year hiatus. Suddenly, Sakamoto spoke up and explained that if they did not know who they would be fighting, the best thing they could do was to become stronger to be prepared for anything, to which Shin added that in other words, it meant rehabilitation. In the next scene, Sakamoto was quickly riding a bicycle with Hannah as his passenger, and they were moving faster than a car. It turned out that Sakamoto was dropping his daughter off at school, and they arrived early, according to her teacher, while fatigue was visible on Sakamoto's face from the rush. While this was happening, Shin thought that he also needed to take action. He realized that to better support Sakamoto, he needed to further hone his mind-reading skills. Then, a woman entered their convenience store, commenting on the long list of items she needed to buy in her mind. Shin promptly provided everything the woman needed, which creeped her out. Meanwhile, Lu was amazed that Shin and Sakamoto were really putting in the effort, so she decided to take action too. She remembered Shin telling her that she was strong when drunk, so she concluded that she should just drink. Thus, she started drinking heavily, deciding that this was what she would hone. She drank as if there were no tomorrow. Then, a man came in to buy a pork bun, and Lu, drunk, hit him on the head with a bottle and slurred that she would bring his order. The man wondered how they knew he was an undercover assassin, while Lu pointed out that the man's head was bleeding. Aoi quickly called Shin to get a bandage, while we see Sakamoto heading back to his convenience store. In the next scene, Hannah was watching TV and saw a commercial for a limited edition sugar backpack, which she liked so much that she immediately told her mom, who was washing dishes, that she really wanted a sugar backpack for school. Aoi told her that those were limited edition and there was a high chance that they were very popular and hard to find. While this was happening, Sakamoto, who was eating at the dining table, overheard them and made a phone call. After that, the scene shifted to a mall, and Sakamoto was accompanied by Shin. Shin asked if they were going to shop in a department store, to which Sakamoto seriously replied that this was not just shopping, it was a crucial mission. Their mission priority was to get a backpack for Hannah, which surprised Shin. Shin's surprise quickly turned into a smile when he remembered that Hannah was about to start grade school, so Sakamoto wanted to buy her a new bag. Shin commented on how quickly time flies, noting that soon Hana would be in junior high and boys would start flirting with her. Upon hearing this, Sakamoto immediately imagined himself shooting the boys who would court Hana in the head, which scared Shin, who said that reaction was too extreme, even if it was just in his imagination. After that, they began walking around the mall to find the super rare, limited edition backpack that Hana wanted. It turns out that Sakamoto had called the video rental place owner and obtained information about the bag they were looking for. Before long, they found the backpack section of the store, but when they saw the situation there, they stopped. A man with a microphone nervously explained to the shoppers that they only had a limited number of sugar backpacks left, only 20, and urged the customers not to push each other. However, he was suddenly punched by one of the buyers, and chaos ensued as people scrambled to buy the backpack. Shin and Sakamoto were shocked by what they saw, and the man with the microphone noticed them and commented that if they were there for the backpacks, for their own sake, they should not try to buy one. He explained that those sugar backpacks were top-of-the-line character backpacks that everyone wanted, and that parents in Japan were sacrificing their lives to get them. While the man was still explaining that getting one for their child was the highest status symbol a parent could achieve, Sakamoto quickly suggested to Shin that they start their charge. After stretching, Shin quickly charged at the other customers to fight for a bag. When he tried to grab one, he was immediately restrained by those around him and elbowed in the face to make him leave. Shin was shocked because it was an old woman who did this, and she commented not to underestimate grandmothers. Shin's eyes widened when he heard the customers' thoughts about how much they wanted to get the limited backpack for their children, grandchildren, and personal leisure. The sheer number and noise of these thoughts overloaded Shin's brain, causing a nosebleed, and their determination was incredibly intense. Soon, Shin collapsed and threw up from the overwhelming situation, while Sakamoto mentally cleared the people in front of him and was quickly noticed by the old woman who had elbowed Shin. Sakamoto stretched and commented that when it comes to his child, no one is more determined than he is. The grandmother was amazed at how strong his aura was, and another person commented that Sakamoto looked like a real contender. The customers noticed that there was only one box of the backpack left, so they all lunged to grab it, and Sakamoto managed to get a hold of the box. An old woman headlocked him and demanded he let go of it, following up with a punch to the face, while another grandmother hit him with a chair, but he still did not let go of the box. While being beaten, Sakamoto suddenly had a flashback of one of his assassin training sessions where he had to fight a school of bloodthirsty sharks at a depth of 100 meters. Other customers continued to lunge at Sakamoto as he clutched the limited edition backpack, and Shin tried to help. In the next scene, the customers let Sakamoto take the bag, but they left him bloodied. Sakamoto then, as if he were dying, handed the bag to Shin and instructed him to give it to Hana, to which Shin pointed that he hadn't paid for it yet. The two grandmothers left, declaring Sakamoto the winner, and one commented that if she were 5 years younger, she would date him. Shin remarked that those grandmothers were something else, while Sakamoto, bloodied, handed the item he was purchasing to the cashier, frightening her. The female cashier was so scared that she dropped the box, leaving Shin speechless. The box fell to the floor below, and the cashier apologized while Shin and Sakamoto quickly ran to chase the falling box. Sakamoto slid down the escalator, and upon reaching the floor, he immediately tried to catch the box, but suddenly a grandmother appeared beside him, commenting on how lively he was. This forced Sakamoto to alter the trajectory of his body to avoid hitting the old woman, and despite his bleeding head, he immediately looked for the box. As Shin approached, he thought he had never seen Sakamoto so desperate, and asked why he was doing this to himself. Shin quickly realized when he read Sakamoto's mind, seeing how much Hana wanted the sugar backpack for school. In the next scene, there was a flashback to when Aoi had just given birth to Hana, and she let Sakamoto hold their child. Initially hesitant to hold his daughter, when he finally picked her up and looked at her, she gave him a delightful smile, and tears of joy were visible on Sakamoto's face. This surprised Aoi, seeing him cry. Sakamoto explained that when their daughter laughed, It was like a flower blooming. Aoi laughed at him and commented that it wasn't like Sakamoto to speak in such a way, and that's when they thought about what to name their child. It turns out Sakamoto named her Hana because her smiling face reminded him of a flower. Returning to the present, Shin teared up from what he saw in Sakamoto's mind, and even cried, touched by how much Hana meant to Sakamoto. His tears quickly disappeared when they saw the box resting on the railing, but Shin was stunned again when a man brushed against it and it fell once more. Sakamoto jumped from the third floor without hesitation to catch it, and Shin was terrified by his action. Sakamoto managed to grab the handle of the box and also held onto some hanging fabric to slow his fall. He eventually fell to the floor, causing smoke, and Shin was very worried for him. While the two grandmothers were also there and commented that Sakamoto was crazy to do all that just for a backpack. When the smoke cleared, we saw that Sakamoto was full of wounds, and he said he did it because his daughter wanted that bag, and nothing was more important than that. Shin was amazed by him and called him the legendary father. In the next scene, Hana's school year started, and the joy on her face was evident as she used the limited edition sugar backpack that Sakamoto bought. Aoi whispered to Sakamoto that she couldn't believe he managed to get such backpacks, and asked if it wasn't hard to obtain, to which Sakamoto explained that it just so happened that he found it in the first shop he visited, which made Aoi laugh. Right after Hana entered the school, a boy called out to her, complimenting her backpack and saying how cute she was. This boy gave Hana flowers and asked if she could be his girlfriend, and Hana introduced herself to him. Aoi was thrilled by what she saw, while Sakamoto trembled and was shocked. When they returned to the convenience store, Lu noticed that Sakamoto was now irritated, and Shin said that right after dropping off Hana at school, he started polishing his gun. We then see Sakamoto cocking the pistol he was holding, while Aoi yelled at him that he needed to let Hana go. In the next scene, we see a man camping on top of a building, talking to his bird named Pisuki, and he points out that the bird costs 20,000 yen a month to feed, while he only eats 2,000 yen worth of food a month. However, he really wants to have a full meal for once, so he knows that all their problems will go away if they manage to kill Sakamoto. With the huge sum of 1 billion yen, they would definitely be able to eat sushi. After that, we return to Sakamoto's convenience store, where Shin and Lu comment that because of all the assassins coming there for Sakamoto's bounty, the shop is getting completely wrecked. Because of this, Sakamoto says they need a major renovation, where Shin mentions they don't have the funds, but quickly brings up a tournament and says if they win, it would solve all their shop's problems. Suddenly, someone enters the shop and excuses himself, and it turns out to be the man we saw earlier on top of the building, named Heisuke Mishimo. Heisuke asks if this place is Sakamoto's, and also asks where Sakamoto is while showing his image. Shin notices he is an assassin, and Heisuke adds that if Tubby gives up Sakamoto to them, he would let him live, shocking Shin because Tubby is actually Sakamoto himself. Sakamoto plays along with Heisuke's ignorance and says he just works there and doesn't know who Taro Sakamoto is. Heisuke is stumped by this and yells that the store is called Sakamoto's, to which Sakamoto agrees, but says they have many locations, further confusing Heisuke. Shin is dumbfounded by Heisuke's naivety and remarks that this assassin is quite dopey for not realizing he is actually talking to Sakamoto. Heisuke gets frustrated with himself and says he didn't know there were many stores like that, and simplistically thinks that if there are many locations, they won't be able to eat sushi, which would make him and Pisuki sad. When Shin reads his thoughts, he is speechless because the thoughts are so foolish that it's just a waste of energy. Suddenly, Heisuke recalls a woman on the street telling him that Taro Sakamoto was here, and Shin gets annoyed at him and asks if he knows how to stop bothering people, pointing out that there could be 200,000 people named Taro Sakamoto in Japan, which makes Heisuke even sadder. He realizes he can't track down that many people and thinks about how much money it would cost just to take the train. He mentioned that he didn't even have money for breakfast that day. Suddenly, his stomach growled and he looked pitifully at Shin and Lu, and because of this, they decided to just give Heisuke some pork buns, which made both of them smile. He thanked them and remarked how lucky he and Pisuki were to have gotten them. Shin commented that there really are some incredibly foolish assassins, to which Sakamoto thought that, believe it or not, it's those types who tend to survive. In the next scene, Heisuke returned to the rooftop of a building, frustrated that they had achieved nothing. He noted that they were still stuck in that tent, which seemed to be falling apart. That was the special tent his grandmother had given him. He sighed and said that one day they would really become rich and he and Pisuki would live in a big house. He recalled what people at the Assassin Association used to say to him, that he wasn't cut out to be an assassin, so he should just give up, and he declared that they would regret what they said to him. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, damaging his tent. A flyer stuck to his face, and when he looked at it, he saw it was for an airsoft tournament with a grand prize of 1 million yen. He was excited by this and asked Pisuki if, with that kind of money, they could buy an apartment, suggesting that luck was finally on their side. The next day marked the start of the 52nd annual Ikarizaka shopping arcade, airsoft tournament, and Sakamoto and Shin went there to win the grand prize. They saw a stall handing out wireless transmitters and went over to it. Shin got excited about the PRC-152 equipment and wanted to check the sound quality, while Sakamoto thought he should just chill. Lu was also there, dressed as a cheerleader to cheer on her friends, and although Shin invited her to play, she declined because she didn't like violent games. They heard shouting from the stall where they got the transmitters, and when they turned around, they saw Heisuke pleading to be allowed to join the tournament, but the registrar was not letting him. Heisuke saw Sakamoto and Shin, so he tearfully begged them to help him, but Shin irritably told him not to bother them. The registrar explained that they do not accept solo participants, and only teams of 2 to 5 were allowed. Heisuke pondered this, glanced again at Sakamoto and Shin, and in the next scene, he was thrilled to have joined their team, although they clearly looked reluctant, while Sakamoto thought that he would just complicate things. The female announcer began to speak, declaring the day of the long-awaited annual Ikarizaka shopping arcade airsoft tournament. She explained that the entire shopping arcade was the playing field for the teams, and that they would use airsoft bullets that disperse on impact, and if hit by them, they would be immediately eliminated from the game. She told them to keep shooting because all participants would also be cleaning up the area after their game. The grandmothers who had previously fought with Sakamoto commented that this was a big help each year, and Shin realized that the event doubled as an annual cleaning event for the shopping arcade, and Sakamoto added that there was also prize money, making the situation a win-win. Suddenly, Heisuke picked up the gun given to them and asked what he was supposed to do with it, to which Shin irritably told him to just shoot the other teams. While the three of them were talking, another team was observing them and wondered why they weren't hiding yet. They boasted, thinking Sakamoto and his team were newbies, but as soon as the announcer started the game, that team immediately received a headshot each from Heisuke. Shin couldn't believe how well Heisuke shot, while Heisuke nervously asked if the announcer hadn't said the game had started. The 4 who were hit by Heisuke were eliminated, and they commented on how good his team was, while Shin internally called Heisuke a jerk. Suddenly, someone approached Shin from behind, but thanks to his mind-reading power, he heard them and quickly reacted by dodging and returning fire. 2 men also approached Sakamoto and even apologized, but Sakamoto quickly closed in on them, took their airsoft guns, and shot them both. The announcer was amazed by Sakamoto's team, declaring them the favorites for the prize money. Sakamoto thought they really could win this, and imagined that with the 1 million yen, he could install bulletproof glass in his shop and expand their variety of ramen. Heisuke was delighted, thinking this was what they meant by war buddies. He joyfully noted how great it was to have friends who helped him, and Shin and Sakamoto were shocked by Heisuke considering them his friends. Heisuke then got serious and commented on how amazing Sakamoto and his team were. When Sakamoto and his team thought Heisuke had figured out they were assassins, they were stunned by his stupidity because he actually meant to say they were airsoft geeks. After that, Heisuke decided to go to the front lines to draw the attention of the other teams because he knew Shin and Sakamoto would help him. Shin commented that Heisuke seemed like not such a bad guy after all. A drunken Lu cheered them on, and when she mentioned that Sakamoto was the famous Taro Sakamoto, it caught Heisuke's attention and he asked about it. However, because he was so foolish, he didn't believe it and said that Sakamoto didn't look like the Sakamoto in his picture. Lu suddenly put her arm around him and explained that the picture was of Sakamoto when he was younger and thinner. Shin quickly tried to stop Lu from talking about it, saying that Sakamoto didn't resemble the person in Heisuke's picture, which Heisuke agreed to, and they all laughed. However, Heisuke suddenly raised his gun and aimed it at Sakamoto, prompting Sakamoto and Shin to aim their guns at Heisuke as well. The announcer saw this and wondered if Sakamoto's team was going to split up. Heisuke got angry and shouted that he hates liars. The announcer commented that just as the battle was heating up in the tournament, it seems that Team Sakamoto's would now split up. Sakamoto and Shin would pay for deceiving Heisuke, who thought they were friends, while Sakamoto just stared at him. In Shin's mind, he was annoyed at Lu for talking about who Sakamoto really was. If that's the case, Heisuke said, then all for the best because he would get the prize money and the bounty, which caught Sakamoto and Shin's attention. Another team, Team Barber, emerged from the top of a shop, commenting that Team Sakamoto's defense was wide open, so they would easily take them down. They showered airsoft bullets towards Shin, but he dodged them easily, countering by shooting one of Team Barber's members, commenting that it was nicely timed. Heisuke called Pisuke and immediately took his duffel bag. As soon as Heisuke grabbed the bag, he took out his rifle, saying that it's time they stopped using airsoft guns. Heisuke positioned himself to shoot, aiming directly at Sakamoto. Sakamoto managed to alter the trajectory of Heisuke's bullet with his hand, so it didn't hit his head, but Sakamoto got injured in his hand. Shin couldn't believe that at that distance and position, Heisuke could get a perfect bead on Sakamoto's head. It seemed like they were being challenged even more, so he decided they would find some space with Pisuke. As Shin was about to charge at Heisuke, Sakamoto stopped him, saying they should deal with the teams in front of them first. While that was happening, Heisuke ran away, commenting that he didn't expect to find their targets so close, and they were very lucky. Pisuke noticed something on his face, so he asked about it. Heisuke suddenly sniffled and showed that he was ugly, crying because of Sakamoto's deception, denying that he was sad because they were their enemies, he told Pisuke. He brushed it off and said that aside from that issue, this was really the right thing for him to prove himself as a proper assassin. The announcer then announced that this was the climax of the tournament, so who did they think would win the grand prize? While hiding on the side, Shin commented that Heisuke seemed far from them, and when he decided to look for him, Sakamoto immediately stopped him, explaining that fighting against a sniper required extreme caution. They needed to know his location without revealing theirs. Suddenly, someone shot Sakamoto, and the bullet ricocheted on a reflector, causing it to bounce and graze Sakamoto on the shoulder. They were surprised that they were hit by Heisuke's ricochet shot, and Shin wondered where it came from and how Heisuke knew their location. Pisuke showed up flying in the area while providing information to Heisuke. Pisuke informed Heisuke that Sakamoto managed to dodge his bullet earlier, and Heisuke couldn't believe it. Suddenly, Shin's transmitter buzzed, and it turned out to be Heisuke, who commented that he was surprised they managed to avoid what he did. Annoyed, Shin sarcastically remarked that it was just one fluke ricochet, so Heisuke shouldn't boast, but Sakamoto quickly corrected him, saying it wasn't a fluke. He explained that the bullet that hit him had an unusual rate of rotation, as if it were meant to ricochet. Heisuke was impressed that Sakamoto noticed it, and he explained that those bullets were called triple rebound bullets, specially designed to ricochet to make their path difficult to read. Shin commented that he thought they were friends, but it seemed that Heisuke was determined to kill them, to which Heisuke, holding back tears, said not to bring that up, and first and foremost, they were assassins. Heisuke became serious again and added that when he looks through the scope of his rifle, all he sees is a target. Heisuke aimed again and sent a shot, which ricocheted around Sakamoto and Shin's location, but they managed to dodge it, commenting that Heisuke was very merciless. Heisuke remarked that Sakamoto and Shin could last longer than he expected, and suddenly, we went into a flashback where Heisuke thought about the insults he endured because he couldn't do anything. He explained that his whole life, he was bad at a lot of stuff. But for some reason, since then, he became skilled at using a gun. After graduating from the Assassin's Academy, he got a job at an assassin company, where he introduced himself and mentioned his specialty in sharpshooting. He explained that at the academy, he spent his time honing his sniping skills, so they could rely on him to be the best at sniping, so he was looking forward to working with them. However, despite his good introduction, there was an employee who said, "What kind of introduction is that?" and asked who needed an assassin who could only do one thing. Heisuke was speechless, and that employee added that when did rookies get to pick and choose their assignments? In one of their jobs, his colleagues got angry at him because he couldn't even use a knife, and he kept slipping up in the scene. So his colleagues got angrier and said he always messed things up, so he should be the one to die. In their office, a bald employee approached him and told him that being a hitman wasn't suitable for him if all he could do was snipe. So, he suggested that Heisuke do himself a favor and quit that job. He explained that he didn't belong there, so he was fired soon after. Afterward, while walking, he saw the bounty posted for Sakamoto, 1 billion yen, and decided to do it to prove to those who fired him how valuable an amazing sniper can be. Back to the present, Heisuke shouted that if he could pull off that job, he'll be accepted, irritating Shin, who told him to shut up and stop talking when his mic was on, surprising Heisuke that they can hear him. After dodging Heisuke's bullet, Shin pointed out that first and foremost, what mattered was not what others thought of him, and he said that, in simple terms, if Heisuke believed in himself, that's all that mattered. Suddenly, Shin shouted loudly, startling Heisuke and causing pain in his ears. It turns out Shin did it to hear where Heisuke's location was. Because of what he did, he heard the thought waves of a surprised person on one of the rooftops in the area. Heisuke was annoyed at Shin's action, admiring his intelligence, and because of it, he was left with a ringing sound in his ears. He looked through his scope again and saw Sakamoto preparing to throw something. Before long, Sakamoto threw something with great force, and inexplicably, he managed to hit Heisuke's sniper with extraordinary accuracy, surprising Heisuke. Heisuke was astonished that Sakamoto destroyed his rifle with just a stone, making him wonder if Sakamoto was really human. Heisuke just sat down after that and accepted that he couldn't match Sakamoto. In the next scene, the airsoft tournament ended, and the announcer declared the winner of the event, Team Sakamoto's, showing them holding the trophy, the cash prize, and still including Heisuke despite what he did. With bruises on his head and wounds on his face, Heisuke cried in embarrassment, thinking of himself as a failure even as a sniper. Shin commented that he cried too often, questioning if he was really an assassin, prompting Heisuke to silence him and say that they didn't know what it felt like to be weak. Sakamoto, surprised to hear that Heisuke felt weak, explained to him that he had never faced such an amazing sniper in his entire life. Heisuke's eyes widened at the praise he received, and he held back his tears while saying that they think he'll feel better if they say that, but he couldn't hold back for long and burst into tears again, annoying Shin again and questioning if he should cry over every little thing. In the end, Shin gave Heisuke his share of the prize money, and Heisuke was surprised that he only gave him 50 yen. So he explained that because of Heisuke's shooting, the town was wrecked. In the next scene, we move to the school where Hana is studying, and it appears there's a parent-student event because the parents of the children are also present. Sakamoto and Aoi were delightedly watching Hana as she energetically answered questions from their teacher there. Aoi then wondered if it was a good idea that they had asked Shin and Lu to watch the shop for the day, hoping that the two of them were managing it well. While Sakamoto was taking pictures of Hana, He thought that those two were probably doing okay. The scene then shifts to Sakamoto's convenience store, where we see Shin annoyed because Lu constantly uses his apron for dirty jobs. Lu teased him by saying he was always complaining, which led Shin to order her to clean the windows, prompting Lu to question why she had to do it. Shin seriously said he just wanted to clarify things, and now that Sakamoto and Aoi were at Parents' Day at Hana's school, he was in charge of the place. Lu said that was good for Shin, but Shin overheard her thinking he sometimes really acts like a child. Because of this, Shin got frustrated with her and said if she had something to say, she should say it out loud, and did she think he couldn't hear her thoughts? Lu irritably responded that she was free to think whatever she wanted, and that Shin was the weirdo who always listened to others' thoughts. Then, Heisuke arrived with Pisuki as always, saying he came to pick up the leftover pork buns. However, it was bad timing because he found Lu and Shin arguing, and Lu was throwing the leftover pork buns at Shin, calling him a creepy blonde mind stalker because he was always reading other people's minds like a perv, while Shin was trying to quiet her down while being called a drunken apron thief. Because of that, Lu shouted even louder, saying she couldn't relax when Shin was there because she didn't know if he was reading her mind or not. It seemed that Lu's words had a strong impact on Shin, and he just stopped, quickly apologizing while walking away. Heisuke asked if he should follow her, to which Lu firmly said no. After that, Heisuke asked if he could still eat the pork buns Lu had thrown on the floor, but Lu just told him to leave the convenience store. In the next scene, Shin walked outside feeling irritated, and Lu was just resting her head on the cash register, also feeling irritated. She remembered Shin's reaction when she said she couldn't relax when he was around, thinking she had never seen that expression on Shin before. She thought she hadn't done anything wrong, but she decided to be nicer when Shin returned. That was also the grown-up thing to do, even if it was annoying. While still irritated with Shin, suddenly 5 people entered wearing full bodysuits resembling those from Among Us, and they questioned if this was the place they were looking for. Lu turned around, and when they saw the name tag on her apron, they mistook Lu for Shin, so they commented that Lu needed to come with them. They tied up Lu and put her in a van, and it was crazy because who would think that this subject, 11 years after escaping from the laboratory, was living peacefully in such a town. They had thought this subject was dead. They added that the hair color was different in person than in the picture, and because of the name, they assumed it was a man, but they let it go. It turns out the speaker was a man named Tanaka when their driver called him Mr. Tanaka, and he said it might be hard to bring up, but did he think this wasn't the child in the image? Tanaka looked at Lu, suddenly got angry, and said of course they got the right child because the name tag said Shin, and he called the driver Seba, where Seba apologized. One of their companions in the back of the van asked what the person who hired them needed with that child, where Tanaka explained he didn't know the other details there, and pointed out that the laboratory experimented with supernatural powers, and Shin is considered as a successful specimen, an actual clairvoyant. That caught Lu's attention, and Seba commented that it was creepy to think there was someone who could peek into your mind. Who would want to be with such a person, he wondered, and it seemed lonely, where one of their companions laughed because it was pitiful. Unexpectedly, Lu kicked the one who said that while still tied up, saying she heard what he said. Proudly, Lu told them that Shin might be foolish, neurotic, and childish, but he was a better person than the people in that van. Tanaka was puzzled by what was happening, while Lu continued to speak, asking who they were to assume that someone else's life is miserable because they are different. Tanaka spoke up and said just a moment and asked for Lu's name, which he then provided. So Seba told him he had already said that Tanaka was wrong and wasn't really listening. Because of this, Tanaka became nervous and asked where the real Shin was. While that was happening, we see Shin, and he decided to return to the convenience store and apologize because that was the grown-up thing to do. But when he arrived there, Lu wasn't there, so he thought she was slacking off again. He noticed the shards on the floor, so he quickly realized something bad had happened. Suddenly, Sakamoto arrived there, so he was surprised, and Sakamoto wondered what had happened, causing Shin to look at him anxiously. After a few moments, The two of them discussed what had happened with Lu earlier, and when he returned, Lu was no longer there. Shin apologized to Sakamoto because he believed he was at fault, while Sakamoto took out his cell phone and mentioned that Lu was moving along the national highway, heading southwest, which caught Shin's attention. Shin wondered what Sakamoto was using, so Sakamoto explained that their apron name tags had GPS trackers, which shocked Shin because he was unaware of them. After that, they went to Sakamoto's garage, intending to drive and retrieve Lu, and upon opening the garage, it appeared they would be using a motorcycle. Meanwhile, Tanaka was irritated with his companions because their operation was a disaster, and he was certain that the person who ordered them would kill them. Tanaka got annoyed with Seiba and ordered him off the freeway, and Seiba explained that the next exit was 15 kilometers away. This made Tanaka nervous, and he mentioned that this was why he doesn't want to do field duty, where Seiba suggested they could just pretend that the child they captured was Shin. Tanaka thought that was a good idea, and they could just say that the ESP powers were gone. But when Seiba pointed out that gender might also be a problem, Tanaka was rendered speechless again. In her mind, Lu chastised herself for being so foolish, sure that this was her punishment for being mean to Shin. She remembered what she had said earlier and what Tanaka said, thinking that Shin was probably still mad at her. She hadn't meant to hurt him, so she hoped she could apologize. Seiba suddenly noticed something in the rearview mirror, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Sakamoto and Shin on a motorcycle, seemingly leaping from one part of the skyway to another. Before long, Sakamoto managed to catch up with the van that had kidnapped Lu, and Lu tearfully called out their names, catching Tanaka's attention when she called Shin's name. Sakamoto then spoke to Tanaka, stating he was there to take back his employee. Tanaka realized that the person with Sakamoto was the real Shin. To confirm this, he compared the appearance of the person with the child in the photo, and indeed, it was the Shin they were looking for, which Seiba said was good. They immediately decided to capture Shin, and he overheard them thinking that he would no longer be killed in the lab. Shin's eyes widened when he heard that they were from the laboratory. Tanaka told their companions to proceed, so they got out of the van, riding motorcycles and electric batons. One of the attackers approached Sakamoto and prepared to hit him with an electric baton, but Sakamoto easily kicked him towards the wall beside them, causing the entire motorcycle and his face to scrape against it. Soon, the motorcycle was destroyed, and the attacker was thrown onto the highway. One of the attackers was stunned and suddenly saw Shin riding a pickup truck. Shin asked the driver for a piece of wood, to which the driver agreed. While one of the attackers was still wondering what Shin would do with the wood, Shin threw it, and it got stuck in the attacker's motorcycle wheel, causing him to crash. The pickup driver was amazed and asked if they were making a movie, to which Shin agreed. The remaining attacker was furious at Shin and threatened to make them pay for what they had done. However, his speech was cut short when Sakamoto suddenly swerved and went in front of him. Sakamoto lifted his motorcycle and used its wheel to strike the remaining attacker's face. Tanaka commented that Sakamoto and Shin were nuts, and Seiba asked if their men were defeated quickly, to which Tanaka agreed. Lu shouted from behind and told them to stop, warning that they wouldn't want to anger her boss. She suggested they apologize before anyone got hurt and the situation escalated. Tanaka was annoyed and strangled her into silence. He asked if she knew what would happen to them if they returned to the laboratory empty-handed. He said their bosses there were scarier than Sakamoto, so Lu should be scared too. While Tanaka explained that once the bosses were done, no one knew what they would do to their bodies, Shin suddenly jumped on top of their van, startling them. Shin immediately asked if Lu was okay, while a nervous Tanaka called out to Seiba, who silenced him, saying he couldn't hear the radio. Tanaka told him to stop what he's doing and help with their task. Seiba listened briefly to the radio but then followed orders. He removed his headgear and exited the van. As he climbed up, he commented on how it was a shame since he was enjoying listening to the radio. Seiba took off his entire bodysuit and told his boss to ensure there would be a bonus for what he was about to do. Shin warned him that if he approached, he wouldn't hold back, while Tanaka told him to do his thing. Seiba covered his nose and mouth with his jacket and commented on how annoying it was to have an incompetent boss. Suddenly, he seemed to become invisible in front of Shin. Both Sakamoto and Shin were shocked. Unable to see Seiba, Shin was easily pushed off the van, causing him to crash into a nearby car. The pain was evident on Shin's face from the impact, while Sakamoto suddenly sensed something in front of him. Seiba jumped onto Sakamoto's motorcycle, prompting Shin to shout a warning to be careful. When Seiba was about to touch Sakamoto's face, Sakamoto sensed it and stopped him. Seiba commented on Sakamoto's strong instincts. Suddenly, Sakamoto grabbed Seiba by the neck, to which Seiba sarcastically responded that it was terrifying. Seiba shouted for Sakamoto to let go and then punctured the gas tank of Sakamoto's motorcycle, catching his attention. Shortly after, Sakamoto's motorcycle exploded, causing Shin to worry. Seiba managed to jump back onto the top of their van. Seiba remarked that was the legendary assassin and thought it was the end for him. When Tanaka asked if Seiba had caught Shin, Seiba admitted he forgot while revealing himself again. Their van sped away with Lu still inside. Seiba suggested to Tanaka that they return to Plan A and deliver Lu to the lab, which made Tanaka shout that it wasn't Plan A. Shin noted that they were getting away, and he was irritated because their motorcycle was also destroyed, preventing them from chasing. Sakamoto saw that the GPS stopped at Okutabi and wondered who those men were. Shin guessed that they were from the lab, which puzzled Sakamoto. Shin explained that it was an underground scientific research facility, known as the lab. He added that it wasn't officially recognized by the government, and it was where he grew up. Sakamoto was surprised, and Shin started to explain that he came from there a long time ago. Shin said that while the people there were weird, they weren't as violent as those they had just fought. He was sure he had never seen such gear that could make the wearer invisible, and he wondered what had happened to that place. Sakamoto said that, in any case, they needed to get Lu back. Sakamoto stood up and suggested they visit Shin's old home, to which Shin agreed. Elsewhere, at Sakamoto's convenience store, Heisuke arrived with Pisuki and looked for Shin and Sakamoto. Heisuke mentioned he had found 500 yen under the vending machine, while Hana, who had been left behind, sadly said they were all gone. Hana, near tears, said she wanted to talk about what happened on Parents' Day, but her father left with Shin and Lu. Heisuke didn't know what to do while Hana cried, but he tried to cheer her up by giving her acorns and candy. Pisuki suddenly pulled Heisuke's ear and said something to him. Heisuke then told Hana he would find them, prompting Hana to ask how. Heisuke explained that Pisuki could find anyone he had seen before while flying. Hana stopped crying and asked if that was true, to which Heisuke confirmed it was, and they would take care of it. They then watched Pisuki fly off to find Sakamoto. In the next scene, Sakamoto and Shin arrived at the lab. Sakamoto commented that it was the place and mentioned they had brought Hana there a few times. Shin explained that at first glance, it looked like a museum to hide the lab from the underworld. It turned out that the lab was in the basement of the Okutabi Science Museum. While looking at it, Sakamoto remarked that he should get some souvenirs for Hana and Aoi. After that, Sakamoto said they would take Lu back, and Shin agreed. Upon entering the museum, they went to the counter to buy tickets. Once inside, they looked around and noticed many people visiting. Shin explained that on the surface, it was just an ordinary museum. Suddenly, someone greeted them, welcoming them to the museum, and said they would learn a lot about science and nature. They were also asked if it was their first time there. The staff then asked if they would like to take a photo as a souvenir. Shin quickly declined, saying they were in a hurry, but the photographer insisted. Shin more seriously stated that they were not interested in a photo, to which the photographer cheerfully explained it would only take a minute. Eventually, Sakamoto and Shin were both persuaded to wear dinosaur costumes and pose for the camera. The photographer was pleased they agreed and charged them 4,900 yen for a large print. Shin immediately ordered a copy because, deep down, he was pleased with the result. Shin told Sakamoto that their costumes were the perfect way to hide their faces, and Sakamoto added that they were comfortable too. So, they walked around the museum wearing dinosaur headgear. Shin said the first thing they needed to do was find the way to the basement. While walking, they saw one of the workers sweeping and thinking about how boring it was to work on the upper floor. The worker wished he was in the basement, having heard that the salary there was double what he earned now. Sakamoto and Shin immediately approached him and told him not to move, asking if he worked for the lab. The worker was puzzled and wondered who the silly dinosaurs were. Shin pointed out that if the worker caused trouble, he would die, and if he turned around, he would still die, so he should answer their questions. Shin asked how they could get to the basement. The worker seriously said he wouldn't tell them and called Sakamoto a tubby dinosaur jerk. In response, Sakamoto took a tooth from one of the dinosaur fossils and stabbed it into the worker's nose, forcing him to apologize and explain that the way to the basement was in the annex. In the next scene, Sakamoto and Shin arrived at the annex. Shin was amazed by the T-Rex fossil there, and Sakamoto commented on its size. The worker had given them a list and instructed them to follow the directions to access the hidden pathway. They followed the instructions, first setting the clock in the exhibit to 8:20, then turning the head of the taxidermy brown bear 90 degrees to the left. This caused an elevator to appear between two standing bears. Shin was amazed, while Sakamoto commented on how troublesome it was to open, and Shin mentioned that such things didn't exist when he was there before. Before long, they completed the final instruction. Using an ammonite fossil they had obtained from the worker, they inserted it into the elevator. Unfortunately, there was an error in recognition as the fingerprints did not match, and their identity confirmation was declined. Suddenly, the brown bear to their left moved, and an alarm sounded, announcing error code 203 and an intruder alert. A gun emerged from the mouth of the taxidermy bear and started shooting at Shin and Sakamoto. Sakamoto quickly approached the bear's face and kneaded, causing its mouth to close. Shin followed up with a javelin throw that pierced the bear's head. The robotic system detected the damage and began to reactivate, startling Shin. Sakamoto told him to hurry and take down the bear so they could get Lu before dinner, and Shin agreed. Meanwhile, on floor B2 inside the lab, Tanaka was pushing Lu, who was bound and tied to a box. The place caught Lu's attention, making her wonder what kind of place it was. Soon, they encountered a man wearing a suit with a reindeer head, and Tanaka looked nervous as the man asked if the child they brought was the clairvoyant boy. Tanaka nervously confirmed, and the reindeer head man commented that the gender and hair color of the child did not match the picture. The man lifted his reindeer helmet, revealing a face covered in stitches with an X-shaped scar in the middle of his mouth. He warned Tanaka that if he lied to Mr. Reindeer, he would die. Tanaka was terrified and agreed, while Lu wondered who this man was. She noticed that the reindeer man's face and hands were full of stitches, which creeped her out. Seiba suddenly excused himself and asked if he could speak. The boss allowed it, so Seiba explained that the child they brought was not the clairvoyant they were looking for, but he knew how to find the real one, which shocked Tanaka. Because of this, Mr. Reindeer's other subordinates took Tanaka and Lu to another place, while Tanaka cursed Seiba and Lu complained about her sore butt. Mr. Reindeer asked Seiba if he truly knew how to find the clairvoyant boy, and Seiba confirmed. Mr. Reindeer said they needed to find the boy at all costs, or else who would be extremely disappointed. Mr. Reindeer tightly gripped Seiba's shoulder and asked if he could count on him. Seiba agreed and promised to do his best. Elsewhere, Tanaka and Lu were placed in a cell inside the lab, with Tanaka being extremely irritated at Seiba. While Tanaka was making noise, Lu recalled the appearance of Mr. Reindeer and wondered about the mark on his face, thinking she had seen it somewhere before. Meanwhile, outside the museum, Shishiba arrived with Osaraji. Shishiba commented that it had been a long time since he last rode a bus. Osaraji gave him a snack bar, suggesting they eat it, to which Shishiba noted that she still carried them for good luck. After that, Shishiba asked if the place was really connected to X, and Osaragi explained that investigating was part of their job. Shishiba then suggested they get started, and Osaragi agreed. Back with Sakamoto and Shin, they had managed to stop the animatronic bears they were fighting. Shin remarked on how tough they were. Shin suddenly asked if Sakamoto had ever fought a real bear, to which Sakamoto replied that he had completed standard animal combat training. Sakamoto commented that they had wasted a lot of time there and urged them to hurry, to which Shin agreed but mentioned that they first needed to open the elevator. Suddenly, something moved behind them. It was the fossil of the T-Rex, which made Shin freeze in fear. The fossil was also programmed to kill intruders and prepared to charge at them. Sakamoto, on the other hand, was excited, saying he had never fought a dinosaur before, which further shocked Shin at his reaction. The T-Rex immediately sent a tail whip towards the two of them, but they easily dodged it. Shin was astonished, commenting on how insane the situation was, while Sakamoto was excited, thinking how much Hana would love to see the moving dinosaur, which further baffled Shin. Before long, Sakamoto decided that they should bring the dinosaur back alive to show Hana, prompting Shin to shout, questioning what Sakamoto was even thinking. The T-Rex tumbled, leaving Shin speechless, and sent another tail axe towards both him and Sakamoto. Shin commented on how agile the dinosaur was, while Sakamoto pondered how they could capture it. Shin mentioned that the tail of this fossil was a real problem, and when the T-Rex opened its mouth, Shin noticed something. Shin explained to Sakamoto that there was some kind of electrical device on its head, suggesting they could disable it without damaging the dinosaur using his taser. Sakamoto agreed it was a good idea. Shin was taken aback by Sakamoto complimenting his idea. Sakamoto then charged towards the T-Rex. He dodged another tail whip attack and, once he got close to the dinosaur's head, aimed his taser gun at it. Pulling the trigger caused an electrical shock to surge through the fossil's body, frying its circuits. Shin was pleased with the result of Sakamoto's move, but the dinosaur's system quickly rebooted, raising its combat level to the maximum. The T-Rex delivered a powerful tail slam towards Sakamoto, hitting him solidly and alarming Shin. Sakamoto stood up again and aimed his taser gun at the fossil, but unfortunately, the dinosaur quickly destroyed his weapon with its tail. The T-Rex roared loudly, irritating Sakamoto, who commented that the situation was becoming a hassle. Sakamoto wanted to keep the fossil intact, but he was too irritated to hold back any longer. The T-Rex charged at him, but with a single punch, Sakamoto easily destroyed the electronic device in its mouth. The fossil's skull was completely shattered, leaving Shin utterly bewildered as he watched. Sakamoto patted the dinosaur's head and then kicked it forcefully, while Shin's expression remained indescribable. In the end, Sakamoto destroyed the T-Rex's spine with an axe kick and stood on top of the fossil's remains like a warlord. He remarked that dinosaurs are better when they don't move because that's their mystique, to which Shin responded bewildered, "Is that so?" Meanwhile, in another location, the underground headquarters in Research Lab A, the scientists were visibly anxious, wondering about the noise earlier, thinking it might have been a security breach at the entrance. One of the staff members in a full bodysuit, looking like a character from Among Us, pushed one of the scientists and told them to stop slacking off. One of the scientists complained that they needed rest because they hadn't slept for 3 days, but the worker in the full bodysuit responded by asking if they were rebelling against the organization. He said if they wanted to rest, they should show results and called them useless hacks. Suddenly, a female scientist named Miss Namiki collapsed from exhaustion, causing her co-workers to worry. Another scientist remarked that Namiki was the 5th scientist to collapse that month, and that they couldn't continue working like this as someone might die. He added, asking the bodysuit-wearing worker if they thought that messed-up research would succeed. The bodysuit-wearing worker became angry at his comment and pointed a gun at the scientist, saying he had said something he shouldn't have and tarnished the organization's reputation. As the Among Us worker was about to pull the trigger, someone grabbed the gun and blocked its barrel, causing him to be surprised. It turned out that Sakamoto and Shin had arrived, and Shin quickly broke the bodysuit man's neck. When the scientists looked down the hallway, they saw a bunch of bodysuit-wearing employees knocked out on the hallway's floor. Shin remarked that he had been away from this place for a long time and asked what was happening there. The scientists were shocked that Shin had returned and asked why he was there, while Sakamoto looked on. Shin told them not to worry, as he wouldn't be staying and just had an errand to run. When he asked where their boss was, one of the scientists explained that their chief was imprisoned on the lowest floor and that the group of assassins had taken over the lab, which puzzled Shin. In the lab's prison, Tanaka was still shouting, saying he didn't want to be a guinea pig and demanded to be released. Annoyed by his noise, Lu kicked him in the face to shut him up. Tanaka commented that it was mean and savage of Lu and asked what she was doing. Lu asked if Tanaka was blind, explaining that she was trying to escape. Tanaka mocked her, saying that she was using only a small rock to escape, and asked if she really thought that would work. Suddenly, someone else spoke up, agreeing with Tanaka that what Lu was doing was pointless. When Lu turned, they saw another man who looked like a scientist with long hair, chained by both hands. He explained that the lock was as sturdy as its mechanism was simple. He said that the bits of mortar rubble scattered there were no match for iron, likening it to rain and wind trying to topple a boulder. In other words, they needed to alter the fundamental properties of the iron to escape from that cell. Lu asked who this man was, and suddenly the man showed that he had managed to remove his handcuffs. He said that if they wanted, he could tell them how to open the locks there. The man introduced himself as Asakura, the head of the research lab they were in, and asked Lu and Tanaka if they wanted to escape with him. Lu and Tanaka were both very surprised, and meanwhile, on the other side, the scientists were also puzzled as to why Sakamoto and Shin was wearing a dinosaur costume. Lu asked if Asakura was the boss, and when he realized that if Asakura was the boss there, it meant he was the one who had him kidnapped, so Lu immediately strangled him tightly. However, Asakura explained that he wasn't the one responsible. He pointed out that he was also imprisoned with her, so why would he be the one giving orders? Lu believed him but immediately ordered him to tell everything he knew. Asakura agreed and summarized the important points. He explained that the place they were in was the lab, a covert research institute, and he used to be in charge there, but now he doesn't know who is. He explained that 6 days and 13 hours ago, a mysterious armed group took over the facility, and based on what he heard, some of them were assassins. He was imprisoned by them when he didn't follow their orders, and that's all he knew. Lu shouted that if that was the case, why was she there, and she didn't understand. Asakura also shouted back, asking how he would know and who Lu was. Lu was taken aback because she realized something. She soon grabbed Tanaka by the collar and shook him while saying that he mistook her for Shin and kidnapped her. He caught Asakura's attention when she mentioned Shin's name, and Asakura asked if he was referring to the clairvoyant boy, to which Lu also asked if Asakura knew him. Asakura repeated Lu's question and explained that he was the one who gave Shin his clairvoyant powers. Lu was shocked and thought that Shin was born with those powers, but Asakura explained that it wasn't the case. Shin was just an ordinary mischievous boy at first, and his research was the reason Shin's life changed. We went back to a point in time when Shin was only 6 years old, and Asakura, who was then 25 years old, was with him, and they were eating. Here, Shin got angry because he didn't want to eat meat and returned it to Asakura. Asakura explained that the magnesium and other nutrients in meat help prevent malnutrition and asked if Shin understood that. While trying to eat the meat, Shin complained that he didn't like the meat Asakura made because it was tough and rubbery. Because of this, Asakura got annoyed and immediately took the meat Shin was eating and ate it himself, saying that it was pointless to waste nutrients on an idiot. In Asakura's mind, he was thinking about why he was stuck taking care of this kid and called Ando a jerk. Asakura explained that at this time, he was researching supernatural powers at the lab, and his former friend Ando left Shin with him and suddenly disappeared. Asakura continued to recount his experience while taking care of Shin back then, saying that he wasn't really good with kids and, in fact, didn't like them. It showed how mischievous Shin was while Asakura was taking care of him. Shin would take his food, which annoyed him, and his things would get damaged because of Shin's naughtiness. He would even bathe Shin and teach him to study. Because of this, he thought that during these times, it was ridiculous, and he was becoming a neurotic parent, and he got even more irritated because his research wasn't going well. Young Shin approached him and asked what he was doing. Asakura explained that he was researching how to expand the thresholds of brain activity. In other words, he was developing superhuman powers. Shin was puzzled, so Asakura commented that it was not surprising that Shin didn't understand. Shin asked if it was fun, to which Asakura laughed and said what could be more fun than that. After all, no one had done it before. He asked that wouldn't it be cool to be the first person to do something, to which Shin bluntly replied that it wouldn't be. Asakura then said to forget it, and he would show Shin once he succeeded. Despite Shin saying it wasn't cool, he was visibly happy when he heard that Asakura would show it to him. In the following scenes, it showed how Shin became kind while letting Asakura focus on his research and how he would cover him with a blanket when he fell asleep while working. After that, while Asakura was walking in the laboratory, two men commented on how tired he looked and that his research wouldn't succeed. Shin heard this, got irritated, and threw something at a scientist with a buzz cut, saying who was he to say that Asakura's research wouldn't succeed. He charged at them, but Asakura stopped him. In the next scene, the day came when Asakura saw progress in his research. The reaction he was seeing was very different from anything he'd seen before. He was extremely excited, thinking it might be the formula he was looking for, so he immediately searched for the previous data to verify it. It was early in the morning, and Shin woke up because he was thirsty. Still groggy from sleep, he mistook the contents of an Erlenmeyer flask for water and drank it. Asakura was shocked when he saw this and shouted, asking what Shin was doing. Shin's eyes widened, and Asakura immediately asked if he was okay. Not long after, Shin vomited after drinking the flask's contents. In the next scene, while Asakura was bathing Shin, he thought that Shin seemed unchanged and that his experiment might have failed. He thought it didn't matter anymore. What was important was that Shin was okay. Suddenly, Shin replied that he was not okay, and the drink tasted horrible. Asakura was shocked and asked if he had said his thoughts out loud. At this point, Asakura realized that his experiment had succeeded. Shin could read people's thoughts, and Asakura was thrilled about the success of his research. It showed how Shin used his new powers to demonstrate what he could do to other scientists, and they were amazed. However, it didn't take long for the other researchers to start avoiding Shin. One day, Shin asked if anyone wanted to play with him, but they just said they were busy and maybe next time. Because of this, Shin got bored, but soon he heard the researchers' negative comments about his powers. They said they would no longer have privacy, his ability was freaky, it was disturbing, and they felt sorry for Shin, and they couldn't relax with him around. Asakura explained that he dedicated himself to his research because he believed it would help humanity, but the results were entirely different. At this time, he was explaining to Shin that he was finished with his research on superhuman abilities, so Shin should wait, and he would make a drug to reverse its effects. Shin told him not to do it, saying that his research had finally succeeded and asking if he wasn't happy about it. Asakura paused, holding Shin while silently apologizing for involving him in his stupid research, to which Shin responded that his research wasn't stupid. In the end, after their conversation, Shin left the lab. Asakura wondered how he would face Shin after all that had happened, and when he heard someone sniffing beside him, it turned out that Lu and Tanaka were sobbing, saying his story was very sad. Not long after, Lu said that despite everything, she was sure Shin didn't hold a grudge against him, prompting Asakura to seriously ask how she knew that. Lu explained that she knew because she knew Shin. She said Shin liked his power and that their boss didn't talk much, so she was even jealous of him. Asakura was shocked to hear that Shin had a boss, and Lu continued her explanation. saying that if Asakura was still sad about what happened between him and Shin, they could apologize to Shin together. Lu added that Article 11 of the Sakamoto family rule states, if you get in a fight with someone, make up by the end of the day, and that was Shin's new family rule. Lu pointed out that since Asakura's apology was somewhat late, it might be better if he brought a bribe, like a treat. Asakura was initially stunned but soon smiled. He took out a tube and commented that he was starting to feel like a fool and asked if Shin was taller now. Using the liquid in the tube he took out, he easily opened the prison door, catching the guard's attention, who asked who was there. Lu immediately grabbed the top part of the door and kicked the guard in the face, saying he should see for himself who it was. Soon after, they managed to get out of the cell, and their escape mission began. In the next scene, we are shown the diagram of the laboratory. Shishiba and Osaraji are on the first floor, Sakamoto and Shin are on basement 1, Lu, Asakura, and Tanaka are on basement 4, and Reindeer Man and Seiba are on basement 5. On basement 4, Team Lu is escaping, while Sakamoto and Shin are gathering information from Shin's former scientist friends. They explain that the group of assassins he mentioned emerged 6 days ago. We flash back to when the assassins first arrived, revealing that the Reindeer Man's name is Kashima. He introduced himself to the scientists as an assassin. He had some subordinates with him and explained that they were looking for innovative assassination tools because guns and knives were outdated and assassins needed cutting-edge technology. Hence, they wanted to borrow the scientist's intellect. The scientist explained to Sakamoto that the group consisted of their leader, Kashima, some other bosses, and rank-and-file members wearing protective suits. He added that each boss was in charge of one floor, from basement 1 to basement 5. Shin and Sakamoto commented that in other words, if they wanted to find Lu, they would likely have to fight those people. The scientist suddenly shouted and told them not to be crazy, and that they needed to escape immediately. As he explained that a patrol would arrive soon, the door behind him suddenly opened. Shin quickly pulled him aside to hide, as the patrol had arrived. A man who looked like a mad scientist, with syringes sticking out of his shoulders and Einstein-like hair, entered. He asked why it was noisy there, and if they were conducting an experiment. This creepy scientist asked if he could join them. Shin's accompanying scientist explained it was nothing, and it turned out Sakamoto and Shin had managed to hide in the lockers. The mad scientist borrowed the scientist's pin and suddenly stabbed it into his hand, calling him a liar and causing him to scream loudly. He asked why their underlings in the hallway and outside were unconscious and suspected that he was hiding something. Shin whispered worriedly inside the locker, and the scientist whispered back, telling him not to come out because the mad scientist would kill him. Sakamoto, on the other hand, was stuck inside another locker due to his broad body. The irritated mad scientist asked who among the scientists wanted to speak first and instructed them to take out all of their pins. Suddenly, a pin flew quickly towards the mad scientist's face, but he managed to dodge it, and it hit the pin he was holding instead. The mad scientist commented that he knew it, and it turned out that Shin had thrown the pin. He praised the mad scientist's reflexes. Because of this, his scientist friend scolded him for revealing himself, while Sakamoto was still stuck inside. Shin said there was no special reason why he went there, and while recalling the times he had fun with Asakura and other scientists, he mentioned that he just didn't like confined spaces. The mad scientist asked him if it was okay for him to leave since they already had plenty of guinea pigs there, to which Shin asked if he was the boss of that floor. The mad scientist seriously asked what if he was, and if Shin thought he could handle him. Suddenly, the mad scientist's mood changed, and he told Shin not to do anything because they were conducting amazing research there. He then decided to show him something. The mad scientist took out a syringe, and in an instant, it disappeared from in front of Shin and ended up behind him, where it was injected into the back of his neck. Shin couldn't react due to its speed, and it seemed the mad scientist placed something in his neck as a sound was heard, causing the other scientists to worry about him. The mad scientist commented that he had primed the subject and that they were about to start a fun experiment. There was a device on his arm, and when he pressed it, Shin's speech became jumbled as he tried to speak. The scientists were stunned, and Shin couldn't comprehend what had happened, while Sakamoto continued trying to get out of the locker. The mad scientist was pleased with his actions and thought about how cool his speech reversing switch was. He explained that the electricity supplied by the electrode implanted in Shin's brain was disrupting the signals from his brain. Annoyed, Shin charged at the mad scientist while trying to tell him to go to hell and make him go back to normal. However, the mad scientist was just amused and prepared to perform his next trick. Unexpectedly, the mad scientist received a solid punch to the face from Sakamoto, who had gotten out of the locker. The mad scientist was sent flying by Sakamoto's punch, and Shin was pleased with his arrival. Sakamoto commented that Shin seemed to be having fun, to which an irritated Shin told him not to mess with him. Suddenly, Sakamoto pointed out that he didn't know Shin's history with that place and asked if he wanted to save it, to which Shin agreed. Sakamoto said it was time to clean his old house, which hyped up Shin as well. The mad scientist suddenly laughed and, as he stood up, commented that the legendary assassin had arrived. He was amazed by his extraordinary strength and speed and expressed a desire to study him. Shin was worried because the mad scientist wasn't fazed by Sakamoto's attack. The mad scientist added that it's too bad Sakamoto is way out of shape, that even he was able to get the jump on him. Sakamoto was shocked to discover that the mad scientist had also implanted an electrode in the back of his neck. The mad scientist wondered aloud what would happen next. Sakamoto suddenly charged, ready to punch, saying he didn't care about that. However, unexpectedly, he ended up punching Shin in the face instead of the mad scientist. Shin cried out and asked why Sakamoto did that. Sakamoto explained that he intended to punch the mad scientist, but his body didn't follow his command. The mad scientist was delighted with the result of his work and remarked on how amusing science could be. While the mad scientist was reveling in his success, he suddenly received a powerful punch to the face from Sakamoto, causing him to wonder how it happened. Sakamoto explained that if he aimed to punch Shin, he could hit their enemy, which he found strange. Shin was scared because he knew that punch was meant for him, and Sakamoto's punch was even stronger this time. When Sakamoto tried to hit Shin, he managed to strike the mad scientist instead. Shin was shocked because it seemed like Sakamoto genuinely wanted to punch him. The mad scientist was still conscious and simply reset his dislocated jaw from Sakamoto's punch. He explained that the injection in Sakamoto's neck caused his brain to invert friend and foe. He introduced himself to us as Mad Horiguchi. Shin commented on how tough the man's face was, while Sakamoto didn't care about what Horiguchi said because he only needed to attack Shin. However, instead of hitting Horiguchi, his solid punch landed on Shin's face, causing his nose to bleed. Horiguchi laughed at his own handiwork and explained that the device on his arm allowed him to turn the effect of the injection on and off for Sakamoto. He then injected something into his arm, causing his muscles to swell, and told them to watch him. Shin found it disgusting and commented on how tacky it was. Horiguchi then tried to punch them with his powered-up arm. Shin managed to identify Horiguchi's vulnerable spot and tried to kick it, but Horiguchi simply switched the device on his arm again, saying that some people never learn. The trajectory of Shin's attack changed and hit Sakamoto on the arm. Annoyed, Sakamoto praised Shin's kick, while a terrified Shin thanked him. Horiguchi injected something else into his body, causing the muscles in his right thigh to grow. He quickly moved to Shin's side, and Shin thought to himself how fast he was. Shin managed to block Horiguchi's punch, but the force sent him flying out of the room, breaking the glass wall in the process. Shin commented on how painful it was, while Horiguchi remarked on how light he was since he went through the glass. Sakamoto prepared to hit Horiguchi on the head with a microscope, but when Horiguchi switched his device again, Sakamoto suddenly stopped, allowing Horiguchi to easily punch him away and send him flying. "Nice try," said Horiguchi, explaining that whenever he thought about attacking his partner, the attack automatically stopped. Horiguchi arrogantly stated that even the legendary hitman was rendered helpless by science. Shin prepared to charge and said he only needed to read Horiguchi's mind to figure out the on and off switch. Horiguchi immediately retorted, asking what good it would do even if he could read his mind. Horiguchi quickly lunged and repeatedly stabbed Shin in the chest with a syringe. Horiguchi taunted, saying what use was mind reading if you couldn't control your own body, calling the ability stupid. Shin's face showed his frustration, and he suddenly remembered Asakura apologizing to him for getting him involved in his research. Horiguchi, seemingly more deranged, explained that he couldn't understand why their boss valued such a useless ability and that he himself was not impressed by it. Shin was annoyed by his words, and Sakamoto suddenly lifted him to help him stand. Sakamoto explained that he only lifted Shin because he didn't want his clothes to get dirty, as they would be hard to clean, which puzzled Horiguchi. However, Shin was surprised when Sakamoto added that Shin's powers were not stupid and that he would prove it to this mad scientist right now. Horiguchi taunted them, saying it was hard to relate when there was such a vast IQ gap, and then firmly pushed the syringes further into his shoulders, declaring it was time to kill them. The mad scientist, relishing the pain, transformed, growing in size like Bruce Banner turning into the Hulk, and announced that they would now begin the final experiment. Shin asked Sakamoto what they were going to do in this situation, to which Sakamoto replied that it was simple. He then thought of something that stunned Shin, making him ask if he was serious. Horiguchi shouted that attacking him was pointless because they would only end up hurting each other in the process. Sakamoto asked Shin if he was ready, to which Shin agreed. As they approached the mad scientist, it turned into a royal rumble. While Shin and Sakamoto attacked Horiguchi, they also attacked each other. Horiguchi realized what they were doing and explained that by attacking all targets simultaneously, their attacks would land even if he flipped the switch. However, he wondered why he was the only one getting hit. The two continued their assault with combos like right uppercuts, left hooks, right straights, and left roundhouse kicks. While being beaten, Horiguchi screamed that for humanity's types like them, the pain was both agonizing and pleasurable. Eventually, Shin and Sakamoto managed to defeat the mad scientist, causing his downfall. Shin was nervous on the side because he thought he might die in that fight due to Sakamoto's punches. In the next scene, some scientists helped Shin and Sakamoto remove the electrodes that Horiguchi had implanted in the backs of their necks. After that, a male scientist thanked Shin for saving them, especially considering how they had treated him before. Shin brushed it off and said it was okay. He smiled and explained that he now liked his abilities and where he was, to which the scientist responded that it was good to hear. Shin expressed his joy, noting that even though Sakamoto was now retired, he was still excited to dodge the attacks of this legendary hitman. While happily explaining that because Sakamoto was now chubbier, his punches were stronger, Shin suddenly stopped when he saw Sakamoto imagining stabbing him in the mouth with a syringe. Shin shouted, asking why Sakamoto imagined killing him, to which Sakamoto pointed out that he didn't need to mention his weight. While on floor B1, the two were running in a hurry and discussed that the scientists in the lab earlier mentioned that Liu might be imprisoned in a cell on B4. A scientist also warned them earlier to be cautious because as they go deeper into the facility, there will be more traps. Shin told Sakamoto that due to their fight earlier with Mad Horiguchi, it was reaffirmed to him that Sakamoto is indeed the ultimate fighter. Sakamoto then asked where Shin's praise was coming from. Shin asked if Sakamoto's former colleagues in the Order were as strong as him. Sakamoto responded with his thoughts, stating that the Order has different kinds of assassins. Sakamoto illustrated, if there were 10 Shins attacking an assassin from the Order, all 10 Shins would be killed in just 6 seconds. Shin was surprised because each one could be killed in less than a second. Shin then asked if the Order was really that good because he didn't see Nagumo being that amazing. Sakamoto jokingly said that if Shin encountered a member of the Order, he should pretend to be dead. This annoyed Shin, who told him not to joke around. While they were running, a hole suddenly opened directly under Sakamoto, and he fell straight down. Shin was shocked and screamed because of this. Meanwhile, on floor B5, where the underground shipping corridor was located, Kashima was seen walking down the stairs with two companions. One was wearing a black leather jacket with fur and a metallic face mask, while the other appeared to be a tall, sleepy-looking man in a trench coat. Kashima was annoyed because after they seized the lab and all his plans were running smoothly, there was suddenly another problem he had to deal with. He put his arms around Onigahara and Sakamoto and said it was a good thing he had an excellent team who had his back. Kashima adjusted his necktie and prepared to start. The three were seen approaching a path full of corpses, with a man holding a bloody hammer and a woman in a black funeral dress waiting for them. They saw each other, and Shishiba told Osaragi that he was right in what he said. Shishiba smiled and said they had baited 3 big fish due to the chaos he and Osaragi caused on B5. Kashima called the order the association's lapdogs and asked the two what the order wanted from them. He also said that they should learn better manners. Kashima's companions were revealed as the B4 boss, Onigahara, who wore a face mask and had slicked back hair, and the B3 boss, Sakamoto, who had black curly hair and a beard. While sitting on a pile of corpses, Shishiba said they shouldn't be angry because he and Osaragi were just having fun. Osaragi added that the facility felt like a maze and they even got lost. Kashima apologized and offered to guide them to the exit. Shishiba said they were looking for X, and if they are here, they wanted to kill them. Kashima replied that the master isn't here and is a very busy person. The lab was his independent project and had nothing to do with the master. Shishiba said that it didn't matter anymore. They violated JAA policies, manufactured illegal weapons, and used hostages for extortion. Because of this, they all needed to die. Kashima responded that this was unacceptable and asked how he could get them to leave. Shishiba then asked if he could use the bathroom before they continued. Suddenly, Onigahara positioned himself in front of Shishiba with Sakamoto beside him, asking Kashima if he could kill Shishiba. Shishiba reacted sarcastically as if surprised but with a blank expression. Kashima told Onigahara and Sakamoto to do whatever they wanted, and Onigahara immediately started. Then, for metallic tentacles, like Dr. Octopus, suddenly emerged from Onigahara's back to attack Shishiba. Osaragi asked if Shishiba was done with the two. Shishiba was about to tell Osaragi to wait, but Osaragi quickly attacked with her round chainsaw and beheaded the two. Shishiba watched without much reaction. Osaragi heard Shishiba's comment too late and asked again if he wasn't finished yet. Shishiba, with his face covered in the enemy's blood, said he just wanted to step back so he wouldn't get splattered with blood. Osaragi apologized, and Shishiba said he wasn't angry. This was why he wore a cheap suit. Osaragi noted that there was already blood on Shishiba before that happened. Shishiba then asked Osaragi if she didn't find it difficult to make friends. They both looked at Kashima, who was trembling and speechless. Kashima started crying and asked why they did that. Holding Onigahara's severed head while crying, he asked if they had no regard for human life and what Onigahara and Sakamoto did to them. Shishiba was puzzled by Kashima's words. Kashima lifted his reindeer mask and revealed his terrifying face. While pulling the thread from his arm, he said that all the poor souls they killed without consideration might have had families and friends. He asked if they didn't care about other people's feelings. He pulled a long thread from his arm and said that because of that, he needed to kill them. Osaragi showed no reaction, just watching him, while Shishiba only said, "Whoa," with an expressionless face. Kashima removed his deer mask and his hand. Instead of a hand, many uneven blades emerged. Kashima said that those who have no respect for the sanctity of human life have no right to call themselves assassins. Osaragi asked if they didn't also kill many people. Shishiba replied that Kashima's double standards were creepy and told him to die. Kashima moved quickly, and Shishiba was surprised when his necktie was cut, and he was wounded in the chest. While staring at each other, Kashima said that everything he did was ordered by his master. His acts of extermination served a purpose, which is why they were permitted. Shishiba asked if that was the case, then quickly placed the hammer's claw on Kashima's forehead, pulling it hard to break his neck. Kashima's head was turned 180 degrees, so Shishiba said he was done. Kashima fell to the ground, and Shishiba and Osaraji began to walk away. Osaraji asked if Shishiba was okay, and he replied not to be stupid because he was just sizing up Kashima. He compared it to a baseball tactic where the batter shouldn't swing at the first pitch. Suddenly, Kashima stood up and straightened his head back into place. Shishiba, with an irritated expression while fidgeting with his hammer, asked what was going on now, while Osaraji also looked back, seemingly bored. Kashima apologized again and explained that his spine was artificial, which is why he could do that. But his explanation was cut short when Sakamoto suddenly fell from above and landed on Kashima. The impact was so strong that it shattered the floor. Kashima was extremely shocked by the heavy weight on him. Shishiba, once again saying "whoa," but this time with a slight tremble and sweat, greeted Sakamoto with "long time no see." Osaraji just looked puzzled. Sakamoto was also surprised to see Shishiba and wondered where he was. So, these are the three simultaneous events currently facing the Sakamoto family. Sakamoto is now confronting Kashima in B5 while reuniting with Shishiba. Lu is still fighting the Among Us goons, with Asakura and Tanaka, in their ongoing prison break. Meanwhile, Shin is running and worrying about Sakamoto and Lu because he has no idea what has happened to them. During the face-off between the Order and Kashima, Sakamoto and Shishiba greeted each other. Then Shishiba introduced Osaraji to Sakamoto because she had just joined the Order and they hadn't met before. Osaraji quietly looked closely at Sakamoto, and she suddenly blushed and sweated when she found him cute, thinking he looked like a teddy bear. Suddenly, Kashima spoke up and acknowledged Sakamoto's presence as the legendary assassin, the only person who managed to injure X. Sakamoto simply asked Shishiba who was talking to him and what he was talking about. Shishiba replied that he was the boss of the group that took over the lab and asked Sakamoto if he knew about X, while Osaraji was still standing behind them, thinking that Sakamoto looked like a teddy bear. While pulling and detaching the thread from his lips, Kashima told Sakamoto that he had no idea why he was there, but all he wanted to do was kill him quickly so he could take him to his master and receive praise from his master. Sakamoto wondered about what he was saying and doing while Shishiba was disgusted, unable to believe what he was seeing. Then Kashima spat out a gun barrel from his mouth. Sakamoto commented that he seemed strong and called him Weapon Man. Shishiba wondered why Osaraji was just staring at Sakamoto, still thinking he looked like a teddy bear. Meanwhile, in the B3 manufacturing area, Shin continued running upward, now needing to climb just one more floor to reach Lu. Shin told himself that he needed to hurry to reach Lu so they could quickly return to Sakamoto because they needed to get home before dinner. But it seemed that his opponent, Seiba, who had started using his invisibility skill, was also there in B3. Fortunately, Shin still sensed Seiba behind him using his clairvoyance. This allowed Shin to stop running just in time to dodge Seiba's sudden attack from the front. Shin stepped back to gain some distance from his attacker and immediately recognized Seiba, calling him an invisible bastard. Seiba thought to himself that he needed to work hard in this fight because it would have been easier if Shin hadn't noticed him. Shin was irritated that someone had stopped him from running to Lu, so he told Seiba Lu better be safe. Seiba said he didn't know because he was just following orders. He also mentioned that he would receive a bonus if he killed Shin, but was confused about whether his boss wanted him to kill Shin or bring him in alive. Shin apologized, saying Seiba had to step aside because he didn't have time to help him earn extra money. Seiba suddenly said he wanted to save up 20 million yen before retirement. Then Seiba used his invisibility skill again and said he wanted to finish their fight quickly before the workday ended because he didn't want to work overtime. Shin became nervous because Seiba suddenly disappeared in front of him. But Shin quickly read Seiba's mind, who said the fight would be over quickly, so he realized Seiba was right behind him. Seiba delivered consecutive attacks to Shin, who couldn't defend in time. Shin suffered wounds on his arms and shoulders, and thought it was useless to know Saba's location if he didn't know how he would attack. Then Shin suddenly felt painful attacks again, and Saba showed himself a little, telling Shin he didn't like clocking out too early from work, so he wanted to prolong their fight just enough before the time ended. Meanwhile, in Sakamoto's fight, we see Sakamoto dodging an attack from Kashima, who pulled out another new weapon from his right arm. The weapon released threads with mini claws that attached to Sakamoto's clothes. This made Sakamoto wonder if his opponent was even human. Then Kashima charged the gun in his mouth. It suddenly released a powerful laser beam that Sakamoto dodged by stepping back hard enough to detach the mini claws from his clothes. He looked for Shishiba and was surprised to see Shishiba leaving with Osaraji, saying they had other business elsewhere, leaving Kashima to Sakamoto. Sakamoto agreed and asked Shishiba to greet the whole gang, but while he was speaking, Kashima suddenly struck him hard, sending him flying to the side, causing an explosion. Shishiba and Osaraji had already left the battle area, and while running, Osaraji asked Shishiba if it was okay to leave Sakamoto. Shishiba said yes and pointed her toward their new target. Osaraji voiced her concern, saying the teddy bear-like Sakamoto seemed weak and would surely be killed by Kashima. Shishiba acknowledged that their crazy, patched-up jerk opponent was strong and would be a challenge for an out-of-shape Sakamoto. But despite that, he can never imagine Sakamoto dying. Now, Sakamoto stood up and shrugged off the dust from his shoulder. Kashima was irritated with Sakamoto for constantly dodging and asked if he could agree to be killed quickly. Sakamoto told him that he had a friend who valued the entire lab, so he and his friend wanted Kashima and his crew to leave. Kashima said what they were doing was for something bigger, and that taking over the lab would enlighten the future of the assassin world. Sakamoto said he didn't understand Kashima's meaning, but he knew that if he didn't care about the people around him, he wouldn't achieve anything in life. Kashima pulled out the gun barrel from his mouth again and insulted Sakamoto's intelligence, saying Kashima's people had probably already killed Sakamoto's friends. Sakamoto told him he wasn't worried while he swiftly and suddenly stabbed the gun barrel with a pin as it began to charge. Sakamoto pushed it back into Kashima's mouth, causing it to explode inside, releasing an explosion from his eyes, ears, and mouth. Sakamoto said his staff members were stronger than Kashima thought. Kashima, still angry with smoke coming from his mouth, said he hated people who talked back rudely, almost as much as he hated Christmas. Sakamoto replied rudely to Kashima, saying he didn't like people like him who talked too much. Meanwhile, in Shin's fight, we see him being thrown towards the railings. Saba, while invisible, commented that Shin's clairvoyance was really annoying as he always used it to dodge at the last second. Shin said Saba was still more annoying to fight because of his invisibility. Then Shin suddenly sent Saba to his right. Saba said his work time was almost over, so it was time to finish the fight and prepared his invisible knife. Shin used his clairvoyance again to prepare for Saba's charge. But this time, Shin seemed too late to dodge, and Saba managed to stab him in the lower chest area. Shin's eyes widened in pain as he grabbed Saba's clothes after touching his own wound. As he fell to the ground, he left a blood mark on Saba's visible clothes. Saba commented that Shin's blood was disgusting. Then Shin suddenly said he was now sure he wouldn't miss. Saba was puzzled and asked what Shin meant, who was now smiling confidently. Then 2 bullets suddenly ricocheted off the floor, hitting Saba in the shoulder and torso, shocking him greatly. Apparently, they came from Heisuki's sniper rifle, who was delighted to see an invisible person. While lying wounded, Shin thanked Heisuki for the nice timing. Saba remained poker-faced, even though he was becoming more irritated now that a sniper had suddenly arrived. When Heisuke heard Shin's praise, he was so delighted that all sorts of things ran through his mind that Shin couldn't understand. Heisuke suddenly told Shin that he and Pisuki had come to save him and asked what Shin was doing, but Shin just thought that Heisuke was indeed a moron. Saba ran to hide from Heisuke's line of sight. He remarked that Heisuke was a weirdo sniper because he was noisy and stood out, which wasn't normal for a sniper, making him easy to hide from. However, Heisuke could still see Seiba clearly and had a clear shot at him even though he was hiding. Heisuke fired a shot that ricocheted off the railings and the floor, shifting the trajectory perfectly towards Seiba, but it missed slightly and only grazed Seiba's shoulder, leaving him wondering how he was still hit. While reloading his bullet, Heisuke was praised by Shin for his impressive ricochet shots. Heisuke replied that even if his target was hiding, it was still like he was standing right in front of him. Seiba reactivated his invisibility skill, irritating Shin as he crawled on the floor. Heisuke remained confident, saying he could still hear Seiba's location. He then fired multiple shots that ricocheted off the walls and still flew towards Seiba's location. However, Seiba quickly ran to avoid them. The bullets created thick smoke, causing Seiba to disappear from Shin's sight again. Seiba suddenly appeared on a higher platform where Heisuke was and threw something at Heisuke. Heisuke looked up upon hearing Seiba, but it was too late to dodge the sharp material Seiba had thrown, which struck Heisuke in the shoulder. The impact was so strong that it knocked him down and even pierced and got stuck in the concrete wall. It was revealed that what Seiba threw had invisibility properties. Shin was surprised to realize it was an invisible lead pipe. Seiba approached the fallen Heisuke, saying he didn't actually have supernatural powers. Instead, his suit could make anything invisible. Seiba stepped on Heisuke's hand, holding the sniper rifle, making Heisuke groan quietly. Seiba was shocked when Heisuke still managed to fire a bullet from it. A powerful bullet hit Seiba's right shoulder directly and critically, severing his entire right arm. Heisuke quickly rose to his knees and warned Seiba to surrender. Otherwise, his head would be the next to be severed. Seiba smiled slightly at this, but Shin suddenly shouted at Heisuke to run. Seiba then said he was just joking because his right hand, holding a knife, reappeared. He had only made it invisible earlier. He immediately stabbed Heisuke hard in the stomach, shocking him with the intense pain, using just one hand. Heisuke lost consciousness due to this, and Seiba wondered why he would go to such lengths for a friend. Shouldn't friends be enjoyable to be with? If all you get from them is suffering, you should cut them out of your life. Shin thought deeply about a solution to Seiba's invisibility. While invisible and walking away, Seiba told them that as third-rate assassins, they should just go home. Heisuke suddenly spoke again. He said his friends called his sniping skills top-notch. So, he won't let them eat their words. Seiba became more irritated and told him to just die. Heisuke suddenly shouted Shin's name loudly, and they looked at each other. Heisuke flew quickly above Heisuke to drop a bullet into the bolt of Heisuke's sniper rifle. Seiba was caught off guard, and Heisuke immediately fired his sniper rifle. The bullet ricocheted off the wall and the floor before heading in Seiba's direction, but it missed and went up to the ceiling. Heisuke's face was blank, and Seiba commented that it was a pity he missed, but it was a good try given how dark their area was. Suddenly, the smoke detector that the bullet hit on the ceiling beeped, activating all the emergency showers in the entire area. They all got wet, and Seiba wondered what their plan was, while Heisuke handed the fight against Seiba back to Shin. Shin immediately charged at Seiba, now clearly visible due to the water outlining his body. Shin delivered a powerful head scissors takedown to Seiba. Seiba's body was too pained to move, so he stayed lying on the floor in exhaustion. He was finally defeated. Heisuke was happy because his plan, relayed to Shin using his mind, had worked. Shin suddenly complained to him that figuring out his nonsense thoughts was extremely difficult. Heisuke couldn't believe what Shin said. Suddenly, a loud explosion occurred behind them, destroying the entire wall and scattering railings. The three were extremely shocked. They were so scared that Heisuke clung to Heisuke for a hug. Let's move to B5 underground freight passageway, where Sakamoto and Kashima are. Kashima explained to Sakamoto that if any members of the Order found their place there, he had bombs ready to blow up the entire lab, along with all the evidence. we see rubble and stones starting to fall. Kashima lamented that all their research would be wasted, but there was nothing he could do about it. He told Sakamoto they only had 20 minutes left before the whole place collapsed, along with Sakamoto's friends. While cracking his knuckles, Sakamoto told Kashima that even 5 minutes would have been plenty for him. In an instant, Kashima disappeared from Sakamoto's sight and targeted his face with a thrust, but Sakamoto easily dodged it. Kashima commented that Sakamoto's body didn't seem agile and asked if Sakamoto thinks his body was fabulous. He explained that he used the scientific technology of the lab to weaponize 70% of his body, and likened Sakamoto to a pig on a platter. Sakamoto replied that he also had weapons, catching Kashima's attention. Kashima thought that Sakamoto might have just been testing him earlier. Sakamoto reached into the pocket of his apron and pulled out a sticker, a flyer with a coupon, and a mechanical pencil. Kashima immediately attacked with his gun hand, commenting that Sakamoto's items were amusing. He closed in and prepared to use his blade hands, saying that those things wouldn't do any good. Sakamoto clicked the mechanical pencil, extending the lead, then snapped it off with his finger, sending it into Kashima's eye. Kashima squinted as his left eye bled, but just as he was saying that one eye was enough, his right eye suddenly blacked out too. It turned out Sakamoto had used the sticker to block it. He swiftly moved behind Kashima and hit him hard, sending him crashing into the wall. While holding something resembling a belt, Sakamoto explained that relying on weapons was a sign of being a third-rate assassin. Kashima laughed and, getting up, reset his bones to normal. He retorted that if Sakamoto couldn't remove a third-rate assassin from the lab, it meant he was a fifth-rate assassin. Sakamoto scratched his cheek and wondered if Kashima was immortal. Kashima agreed that it was a good question and pointed that even he himself didn't know what it would take to kill him. Then we had a flashback of Kashima talking to X, with bodies sprawled on the floor around them. During this time, X told him that the pursuit of exalted justice required necessary evils. X asked if Kashima understood this and said that, in short, there were people in the world who needed to die. Kashima disagreed, explaining that the law forbade killing, and in school, they were taught that all life was equally sacred, and everyone despised him. X silenced him, and using the blood on his hand, he drew an X on his mouth. "Are you not with me?" X asked, accepting him completely. Kashima felt a thrill from this, and returning to the present, he explained that X validated everything about him, so there was nothing he wouldn't do for him. While he was talking, a train suddenly passed behind Sakamoto, causing both of them to jump into the air. Kashima seized the chance to use his wire and bound Sakamoto with it. He boarded the train and dragged Sakamoto along the tracks, saying he was just another hypocrite who couldn't do anything on his own. Kashima was shocked when he looked closely at Sakamoto and saw that he was riding on a wooden plank, using it as a surfboard while being dragged. Kashima commented that Sakamoto was amusing, but he wondered how long he could last. Sakamoto used the flyer he had been holding to cut the wires binding him, surprising Kashima. Sakamoto pulled on Kashima's wire, telling him he talked too much, and slammed him into a wall. Suddenly, we were on a moving train, and the conductor announced that the next stop was Okutabi, and the doors would open on the right-hand side. The conductor thought to himself that every day was the same boring routine and wished something interesting would happen. As he operated the train, he noticed the wall on his right was breaking apart, and soon Sakamoto and Kashima burst through. The conductor was stunned as he locked eyes with Kashima, and soon they collided with the train, shattering the front of it. The speed of the train caused them to bounce around, scaring the passengers. Kashima managed to stop himself from being thrown, and we could see his patched-up body. Kashima realized that the area from earlier was connected to the subway line, and the people who saw him were worried. Kashima grabbed a drink from a passenger and quickly drank it, but the water just spilled out of the hole in his stomach. After drinking, he commented on how impressive Sakamoto was, understanding why his master liked him. He admired how Sakamoto used his environment and whatever was at hand when fighting, and even his mere presence was a powerful weapon, recognizing him as the ultimate assassin. As he wondered where Sakamoto was hiding, it turned out he was right next to him. Sakamoto had lost weight, so Kashima didn't recognize him. Sakamoto then delivered a powerful kick to his face, smashing it into the train wall. Kashima's face showed shock as Sakamoto commented that if he was truly immortal, he wouldn't need to worry about killing him. In the next scene, we return to a point in time when Kashima was just 17 years old. He had killed some people who were tormenting a cat. Many onlookers questioned why he would do such a thing just for that reason. At that time, Kashima thought that by eliminating evil people, he was doing the right thing, so he couldn't understand what the problem was. The people were terrified of him, saying that he had gone too far. Kashima expressed that he always tried to do the right thing, but no one understood him. Suddenly, a man appeared and told him that he was a good person. The man explained that few people were willing to dirty their hands to do good, and invited Kashima to join him in fighting against evil together. We return to the present, where Kashima is still able to stand. He declares that in the name of sublime justice, he wants to help fulfill his master's dream, which means killing anyone who stands in his way. An old man then entered from Nippuri Station, catching Sakamoto's attention. In an instant, Sakamoto quickly moved towards Kashima, telling him that they were in the priority seating area and he should move aside. Sakamoto forcefully pushed Kashima to make way for the old man, who then thanked Sakamoto. As Kashima struggled to stay upright, he couldn't believe that he couldn't keep up. They moved to the middle of the train car, and the fear was evident on Kashima's face as he faced Sakamoto. As the train moved and the conductor announced that the next stop was Okutabi, Sakamoto began to beat up Kashima on the side. Soon, the door broke, and they ended up in the next train car. Kashima thought to himself that Sakamoto's body was tougher than steel. Kashima couldn't believe he was being beaten by Sakamoto, given that his own body was scientifically modified while Sakamoto had an ordinary body. As he was being thrown around, Kashima launched an attack from his gun hand, but Sakamoto easily deflected it with a long railing. Sakamoto then delivered a flurry of staff thrusts at Kashima. Frustrated, Kashima unleashed a weapon from his abdomen and charged an attack, surprising Sakamoto. This caused a massive explosion, leading Kashima to think he had defeated Sakamoto. Sakamoto was thrown out of the train, but he landed on another train heading in the opposite direction. He quickly ran to the end of the train he had landed on, jumped off, and returned to the original train. Kashima, exhausted, sat down, confident that his master would praise him because he defeated Sakamoto. As he thought about cleaning himself up before meeting his master, the door beside him suddenly opened and Sakamoto emerged. Kashima was shocked and in fear, threw the elderly passengers next to him at Sakamoto, telling him to stay away. Sakamoto easily caught them. Kashima screamed, asking why Sakamoto wouldn't die. He called Sakamoto a stupid sheep with no dreams or ideals. He insisted that the world needed people like them and couldn't understand why no one else saw that. Sakamoto replied that he really didn't understand what Kashima was talking about, but he wouldn't want someone like Kashima near his family. Sakamoto prepared to deliver a powerful punch. When they reached the next station, Kashima was thrown out of the train. Sakamoto followed up with a strong kick, further launching Kashima. Kashima hit the access gate and lost consciousness. Sakamoto opened the access gate with his beep card, dragged Kashima out of the station, and called Shin to let him know he was okay and had taken care of the boss. Meanwhile, several minutes have passed, and the condition of the lab, which continues to collapse, has worsened. All personnel on floor B2 can be seen panicking. Now, instead of lab goons, Lu is kicking falling rubble to protect Tanaka and Asakura, who are with her in the prison break. She wonders why the whole place suddenly started to collapse. Asakura said that it doesn't seem to be a natural disaster, and Tanaka just screamed that he didn't want to die. Lu said that they needed to find a way out. Then, a large piece of rubble suddenly fell from above her, and she noticed it too late. Fortunately, Shin caught her and quickly carried her away from the path of the large rubble. Lu was surprised by Shin saving her life, and Shin asked her if she could stand. Afterward, they both became speechless and awkward because they had just come from a serious fight, while Heisuke, behind them, asked what was going on between the two of them. Shin, with his back to Lu, just said they needed to hurry to the exit. Then Lu suddenly sniffled, revealing that she was ugly, crying to Shin while apologizing for what she had said earlier and claiming it was all her fault. She said she shouldn't have worn Shin's apron. Shin was disgusted and pushed her away because her snot was getting on his clothes. Shin said he had already let it go. Shin also apologized because he had said things to Lu that he shouldn't have. Heisuke suddenly spoke up, saying he felt relieved even though he didn't know what was going on. Pisuki agreed with him. While the whole place continued to collapse, Asakura was surprised to see Shin again after not seeing him for a long time. The two felt awkward during their reunion and almost had nothing to say to each other. Lu nudged Asakura and asked if he wasn't going to apologize to Shin. Asakura said he just didn't know where to start. Their conversation was abruptly cut off when Shin's phone vibrated. When Shin answered the call, it was Sakamoto, who told him that once he found Lu, they should immediately leave because the entire lab would collapse in 15 minutes. Shin couldn't believe the warning he received from Sakamoto, and Heisuke was worried about the other people still inside the lab. Shin immediately borrowed the lab's blueprint from Asakura to see the safest and fastest exit route they could take, but Lu said they didn't have time for that. Shin was having a hard time thinking and deciding due to extreme stress. Shin managed to focus in the midst of the chaos and began reading the minds of various people still inside the lab. After this, he told Lu and Heisuke that he could still hear voices on their floor, so they split into two teams. While Heisuke and Lu were together rescuing people on their floor, Asakura was with Shin rescuing people on the lower level. But before they could get far, Asakura couldn't stay silent anymore and told Shin that he could see Shin had learned to use his powers properly. As they ran, Shin asked Asakura if he could see how useful the outcome of his research was. Asakura remembered how Shin looked as a child under his care and realized that his research had indeed yielded good results, which was evident in the grown-up Shin. Meanwhile, on the lowest basement floor where the classified information vault was located, we see Osaraji with darkening vision as a large piece of rubble was about to fall on her. But she just struck that rubble with her left hand as if it was nothing, while Shishiba calmly sat in front of a monitor amidst all the chaos. Osaraji asked Shishiba if he wasn't done with what he was doing because she was tired of slicing falling rubble. Shishiba replied that he was still counting on Osaraji. But a few moments later, Shishiba found what he was looking for. Shishiba discovered that Kashima was really a liar because he caught him on CCTV footage in the lab talking to someone he called Master. Thus, Kashima wasn't really independent in his actions in the lab because his master, X, also known as Slur, was the one pulling the strings. Shishiba was now successful in finding out who their true enemy was, and Slur was looking directly at the CCTV as if piercing through the viewer. Osaraji now knew the appearance of the JAA's true enemy, Slur, and knowing that Slur was strong, she grabbed a heavy object and released all her hidden anger by throwing it at the monitor displaying Slur's face looking at them. Shishiba said it didn't matter because they hadn't ventured against the order even once. Osaraji then said they were all dead. Meanwhile, as Asakura and Shin ran, Asakura asked how many people they could save on this floor. Shin said he could hear the voices of two stranded people. When they approached a person sitting near some rubble, Shin initially thought it was a stranded person, but he suddenly felt extremely rattled as if his soul had been sucked out. As they approached, this person turned out to be the number one enemy of the order, Slur. Asakura and Shin froze in fear, but Shin also felt an even more terrifying image in his mind from reading Slur's thoughts and presence. Shin sweated profusely due to the intense bloodthirst he felt from Slur. Then Slur suddenly appeared behind them, and Shin was shocked to hear him say he knew his name. and Shin was left speechless when Slur passed on a greeting for him to Sakamoto. When Shin looked behind him, he was surprised to see that the person talking to him was gone. Then Asakura told him they needed to hurry. A few minutes later, we see outside the Okatabe Museum Hall that some people who came from inside the lab had made it out safely. Heisuke and Lu, now joined by Sakamoto, were the first to get out, and they all reunited with Shin and Asakura, who had just emerged. Lu asked Shin why his face was so pale, but Shin said it was nothing. Then Shin and Asakura were suddenly surrounded by all the scientists from the lab, who were worried about them and asked if they were okay and if they had sustained any injuries. Shin said he was okay and asked if they were okay, especially since their entire lab had been destroyed, but they told Shin not to worry about them. Tada said that all their research was saved inside his bald head. Shin felt relieved by this. Then Shin suddenly read the minds of all the scientists he used to work with as a child. But the once hurtful words had been replaced with heartwarming words and gratitude. Shin blushed and pretended to be annoyed, saying he could read all their thoughts. Asakura approached Sakamoto and said he was glad to see Shin happy. So, he asked a favor from Sakamoto's entire group and entrusted Shin to them. Sakamoto, Lu, Heisuke, and Pisuke happily agreed. Later that night at dinner time, Aoi asked everyone why they all looked so disheveled. Shin explained that they had done so much earlier at the museum, and Aoi told Shin to make sure they put all their laundry in the hamper. Lu, on the other hand, had already fallen asleep while sitting at the dinner table. Meanwhile, Hana happily recounted her day at school with her daddy. Heisuke was happy for Hana because earlier in the afternoon, Hana had been crying because she couldn't share her day with her daddy. Shin suddenly took Lu's fried shrimp tempura, saying she was just sleeping on it anyway. Lu got mad because she was just saving it and was still going to eat it. Shin argued it was just one shrimp. In retaliation, Lu grabbed Shin's Kenyaka Chikawabu jelly. Meanwhile, Pisuke was happily and quietly eating bird seeds. Sakamoto was getting irritated because Shin and Lu wouldn't stop arguing at their dinner table, so in his mind, he knocked their heads together so hard they both spat blood. Shin was surprised and angry because he read Sakamoto's mind, but Sakamoto told him telepathically that he did it because Shin still hadn't learned. Lu, on the other hand, was just confused and couldn't understand their conversation. Shin then reminded Sakamoto that only he could hear his thoughts, so Lu remained completely clueless. The next day, the Sakamoto family finally had some relaxation after the stressful museum trip. However, upon returning to work at the Sakamoto convenience store, Shin and Lu could feel the extreme exhaustion in their bodies from the incident in the lab. Shin felt extremely heavy in his own body, and Lu struggled just to pick up pork buns. Sakamoto noticed this and decided that they should all take a break and go somewhere. So, the entire Sakamoto family went on a family outing to the Super Sento public bath Iko We No Yu. Shin whispered to Sakamoto that it was too risky, and because he was still very tired, he couldn't use his mind-reading powers. But Sakamoto just told him mentally that he didn't understand. Sakamoto explained to Shin mentally that in order to reach their peak performance, it was important to take breaks. So, as Shin understood it, this was a top priority mission where the main objective was to rest well. Seeing the way Shin was thinking, Lu asked him if he had a stomachache. They all entered the locker room, and Shin mentioned that it was his first time entering a public bath. Aoi commented that it was unusual. Sakamoto told Shin not to get too excited. The bathhouse concierge complained again, looking bored, because business was always slow at this time on weekdays. Then, suddenly, a customer arrived and paid the entrance fee for 4 adults and 1 child. But when he looked closely at the customer, he was shocked and became nervous because he recognized him. He asked for a moment and carefully checked his wanted photo of Sakamoto to confirm his suspicion. He was shocked to confirm it was indeed him and couldn't believe they lived in the same town. As the concierge Yutaro was sweating profusely, he couldn't believe that a small-time assassin like him had crossed paths with the ultimate legendary assassin, Sakamoto, who had a 1 billion yen bounty, while working in their family business. Yutaro wondered if this was his big break as he watched Sakamoto quickly soap his body while Shin happily washed his hair. After this, they went to the jet bath section while Sakamoto shook his head like a dog drying off, amusing two curious young boys. Shin was excited to try the jet bath, but Yutaro had installed booby traps and pulled out a remote control to activate them. When Shin pressed the button to turn on the jet bath, Yutaro simultaneously clicked his remote to activate the super powerful jet booster mechanism, which was so strong it blasted Shin far away, shocking and terrifying him while the men watched in amazement. Shin was about to land properly, but he stepped on some soap and tumbled again, crashing hard into a corner. He was convinced that this was how a normal jet bath worked since it was his first time trying one. While his head was still bleeding, he thought it was very dangerous to use. Yutaro was impressed with the strength of his trap and was excited to see how far it would throw Sakamoto. But when he looked, Sakamoto had veins bulging in his arm from gripping his position in the jet bath, enjoying the sensation on his back. Shin was very impressed with Sakamoto, saying his level of relaxation was extremely high. Yutaro couldn't believe that Sakamoto's dense, fat body wasn't even moved a bit by the powerful jet bath. Next, Sakamoto took Shin to the sauna, and Shin still had no idea what a sauna was. Yutaro thought this was another chance to kill Sakamoto and considered him foolish for seemingly wanting to die by entering the sauna. When Sakamoto and Shin entered the sauna, there were flames that made it feel like a huge furnace. Shin's stance showed the intense heat, but Sakamoto stood beside him as if the heat was nothing. Shin couldn't believe the heat level in a sauna was like an inferno, and Yutaro said that the continuous combustion inside would surely turn Sakamoto to ashes. But Sakamoto just sat down and said the sauna's temperature was perfect for him. Shin, whose hair was now on fire, reluctantly agreed. Yutaro became angry and frustrated, questioning how thick Sakamoto's blubber was. Meanwhile, Shin reassured himself, telling Sakamoto that they had endured hotter exercises during their training. Afterward, they left, with Sakamoto carrying Shin, who was still steaming and unconscious. Sakamoto spotted a cold bath and immediately took Shin there. Yutaro had set the cold bath to 1 degree Celsius, making it more of an ice bath, and the extreme cold woke Shin up, who was startled and asked if their cold bath was broken. Sakamoto, however, remained calm, thinking the temperature was somewhat tepid. Next, they went to the waterfall massage therapy area, where Yutaro increased the water pressure to 10 tons and the force through Shin again. But Sakamoto remained seated in an Indian sit position, thinking the pressure was just right. After that, Sakamoto returned to the sauna with Shin, who was now lying face down and unconscious. Then they went to the cold bath again, where Shin just drowned himself. Then they went back to the waterfall for another cycle. After rinsing off, they got dressed, and Sakamoto carried the still unconscious Shin out of the men's section. While eating a popsicle, Sakamoto and Hana were approached by Aoi, who commented that they seemed to have enjoyed their long bath. Hana invited her daddy to play ping pong, while Lu noticed that Shin looked like he was dead. As Hana enjoyed watching her daddy and Lu, who were both good at ping pong, Yutaro became more desperate, unable to think of any other way to kill Sakamoto. He suddenly remembered his father scolding him for not wanting to take over the family business and instead wanting to be an assassin. He now realized that his father was right, that he wasn't strong enough for the career he chose, making it even more impossible to kill a true legend like Sakamoto. Suddenly, Yutaro was surprised by the arrival of two guests who knew him and greeted him unpleasantly. One was bald, and the other had a goatee. The bald man confronted Yutaro, asking why he returned to the family's public bath business when he had told them he planned to leave town to become successful. Yutaro rudely responded to the bald man, saying it was none of his business. The bald man slapped Yutaro so hard that his lip burst. He said Yutaro shouldn't talk rudely to his guests. As Yutaro lay on the floor, the bald man and the man with the goatee belittled him, calling him a wimp and a coward, saying they had always known he would never amount to anything. Yutaro managed to get up, but the bald man insulted the bathhouse, calling it trash and saying it was fitting for someone like Yutaro to run it. Yutaro gathered his courage to fight back, telling them not to insult his father's bathhouse. But the two just said it was true that his bathhouse was trash. The two laughed at Yutaro, and Sakamoto overheard everything. While playing ping pong, Sakamoto suddenly hit the ping pong ball with such force that it flew into the bald man's face. It hit him like a powerful bullet, smashing his head into the ground, causing a crater on impact. Yutaro was surprised by what happened. The man with the goatee grabbed Yutaro's cheek and squeezed hard, thinking Yutaro was responsible for the bald man's fall. Meanwhile, Sakamoto finished his popsicle and quickly targeted Yutaro's abusive guest. Sakamoto threw the plastic popsicle stick with such precision that it hit the man with the goatee like a kunai or shuriken. It struck the man's clothing, pulling him quickly toward a vending machine, where the popsicle stick pierced, slamming the man's head and body hard, leaving him hanging there unconscious. The man fell when Sakamoto retrieved the popsicle stick and tossed it in the trash. Yutaro called out to him. Yutaro asked Sakamoto why he saved him, even though Yutaro figured Sakamoto knew he had been trying to kill him in the bathhouse. Sakamoto simply replied that he had no other reason than that he really liked the bath with all its special features. Then the entire Sakamoto family left, with Hana saying the hot spring was fun, and Lu expressing her desire to return. Yutaro was stunned, as it had been many years since he had received a compliment, and it came from a true legend. Because of this, he decided to call his father, wanting to accept his offer to inherit the bathhouse business, and told his father he would give up being an assassin. But his father told him it was too late to pass the bathhouse on to him. The next day at the Sakamoto convenience store, Hana teased Shin because his body had become even heavier. He couldn't believe how intense the public baths were, and because of this, he had failed his mission to get proper rest. After some time one evening, we see Sakamoto, Shin, and Lu very serious as they work together on a plan for a critical mission where they must not make any mistakes. They look tense as they think carefully in front of their laptops. The next day, we see Sakamoto and Aoi on a lunch date inside a cruise ship to celebrate their wedding anniversary. This is the special day they were preparing for, referred to as the critical mission. Shin, Lu, and Hana stayed behind at the Sakamoto convenience store to take care of it, wishing for the couple's date to go smoothly, especially since Sakamoto has prepared so well for it. Shin remembers the night when Sakamoto suddenly called him for an urgent mission, and he initially didn't know what to think about it. However, both he and Lu knew that when it comes to his wife, Sakamoto takes his duties as a husband very seriously. Lu then asked Shin what he thought Aoi liked about Sakamoto. Shin thought carefully and said it was because Sakamoto is a great fighter, but Lu disagreed, saying she believed it was because of Sakamoto's voluptuous body. Meanwhile, during Sakamoto and Aoi's lunch date, Sakamoto suddenly poured water on the bouquet he had been hiding behind him because he noticed it was wilting, while Aoi felt a bit nervous about their date. The waiter suddenly arrived with their first meal, which was a smoked duck that died trembling in fear because of a lion in the savannah. Sakamoto quickly checked the platter for any bombs but found none. Aoi laughed at him because Sakamoto was becoming antsy on their date without Shin and Lu. A few meters away from Sakamoto's table, two people discussed him, saying he was just a harmless tubby when in front of his wife. Apparently, one of the chefs there was actually an assassin, and his brother, who was the waiter, was with him. He is Assassin Seko Zuru, and they were just waiting for Sakamoto to show a moment of weakness. They also knew that many other passengers were assassins targeting Sakamoto, so they had to be thorough with everyone, including Sakamoto's wife. Then, as Sakamoto was about to give Aoi a gift that day, Chef Assassin pressed a button to cut the chain holding the chandelier, which was now falling directly towards Aoi. But with a swift, strong, and accurate throw of a fork, Sakamoto managed to return the chandelier to the ceiling, keeping it hanging above them. As the chandelier swayed, Aoi noticed Sakamoto was fidgety and asked why. But only Sakamoto knew they had enemies targeting them right at that moment, and he was disappointed by this. Sakamoto repeated that he had something to give Aoi, but he was interrupted again by Seko Zuru's next move. Seko Zuru sent another waiter with a small dessert, which irritated Sakamoto, causing veins to pop out on his head. Sakamoto pointed out the flying pelicans outside as a distraction because he sensed the waiter was holding a knife. When Aoi looked at the window, the waiter attempted to stab Sakamoto multiple times, but Sakamoto blocked each attempt with a table knife. Sakamoto then rolled a fork in the waiter's long hair and threw him backward with such force that the waiter crashed into a table. Sakamoto distracted Aoi again by pointing out a leaping dolphin outside. When Aoi looked at the dessert, she wondered what happened to it because it had changed appearance, but Sakamoto said it was just squid ink pasta. Then we see that Sakamoto had actually shaved off half of the waiter's hair. The waiter thought to himself that Sakamoto was too strong for him. Seko Zuru realized that subtle, crafty tricks wouldn't work on Sakamoto, so he decided they should all kill him at once. Sakamoto tried again to give Aoi his special gift, but he was interrupted once more as Seko Zuru and his entire staff approached. Aoi asked Seko Zuru if she had done something wrong and if it was because she slurped her soup earlier. But Sakamoto told Aoi that it was the restaurant staff who were being rude to them. Seko Zuru suddenly pulled out his gun and aimed it at Sakamoto. Sakamoto quickly grabbed Aoi and kicked through a wall, smashing it while also kicking one of the enemy's men as he exited. The man flew far and fell into the sea. Seko Zuru and his men chased them, saying they had nowhere to run. Sakamoto then threw an anchor with a rope, which caught most of their pursuers, giving Sakamoto and Aoi time to climb to a higher floor. But some continued to chase them. Aoi suddenly asked Sakamoto why this always happened to them, and Sakamoto apologized. Sakamoto kept running, carrying Aoi while they were being shot at and chased by Seko Zuru's men. In the end, they were cornered at the back of the cruise ship. Sakamoto then spoke to Aoi, who was surprised and nervous when he said, "Up you go." He threw Aoi up with such force that she flew over the Akashi Kaikyo Bridge, screaming alongside the flying birds. From the bridge's perspective, she looked as small as a fly and seemed to fly over it. After a few seconds, she started falling back down to the exact spot where Sakamoto caught her. We see that Sakamoto had already finished beating up their pursuers, who were now unconscious. Still in shock, Aoi told Sakamoto he should have given her a warning, but Sakamoto thought his earlier "up you go" was enough. Sakamoto quickly handed Aoi her gift before they were interrupted again. But Sakamoto's vision suddenly darkened, and his glasses cracked when he saw that the petals of his bouquet were all gone. Aoi asked Sakamoto with a pitying look if the flowers he bought were supposed to be a surprise for her. Sakamoto just sulked, wondering why this had happened. Sakamoto started to cry, and Aoi held him by the shoulder. Sakamoto's crying subsided a bit when he heard Aoi thank him for the lunch date and the flowers, but Aoi said she loved Sakamoto even without special gifts. Aoi asked if Sakamoto remembered when they first started dating, and Sakamoto cried tears of joy when she cooked him a simple rice omelet. Aoi said seeing Sakamoto enjoy the food she cooked made it taste even better for her. Whenever she saw the ordinary life in Sakamoto's eyes, it was always full of surprises. That's why Aoi truly loved their ordinary life together, even though their life wasn't really ordinary. Aoi added that being with Sakamoto made her feel like she was flying high in the sky, thinking that these experiences made them a special couple. Sakamoto suddenly offered to throw Aoi into the sky as many times as she wanted. Aoi declined, saying that wasn't her point. When the Sakamoto couple returned home, Shin and Lu immediately asked about their date. Aoi said the view from above was extraordinary. Shin then told Sakamoto he had sauce on his face, but Sakamoto remained silent, knowing it was actually blood from the enemy. Then Lu remembered that she and Shin wanted to know why Aoi loved Sakamoto, so she asked Aoi. Aoi answered that it was because Sakamoto was a fast runner, and she ran away quickly, prompting Lu and Shin to chase her. We then see that Aoi had placed the bouquet Sakamoto gave her in a vase, even though its petals had fallen off earlier. After some time, Lu saw a kitty and found it extremely cute, and she asked Shin if he preferred dogs or cats. It turns out that Shin is a dog person, but Sakamoto mentioned that no animals like him at all. Suddenly, Shin read Pisuki's mind and realized he thought he was at the bottom of the food chain compared to dogs and cats. So Shin comforted him by saying he also liked birds. Pisuki was pleased with this. Lu and Sakamoto watched this and realized for the first time that Shin could also read the minds of animals. Meanwhile, at the airport, a man who had just arrived in Japan expressed hope that their esteemed mistress was okay. He said he needed to find her and bring her back to their place immediately. This man was dressed in traditional Chinese clothes and was accompanied by several bodyguards. Meanwhile, at a local family restaurant where Sakamoto and his friends were eating, Lu challenged Shin to guess which of the two colas she was holding was the regular one because the other was Lu's special blend. Shin lost the game and was surprised by the intense flavor of the special blend, so he paid for Lu's meal this time. Shin was annoyed, saying that betting on the game was stupid. Lu replied that she really enjoyed being at a family restaurant because she hadn't been to many of them. Shin told Lu that as far as he knew, every country had such restaurants. Lu said she didn't know if her country had them because, since childhood, they had always been cooked for by their own chefs. Shin was impressed, remembering that Lu was the only child of her triad family. Remembering Lu's past, Shin asked if she planned to meet her old friends one of these days. At this point, we see that a man dressed in traditional Chinese clothes with bodyguards had also entered the restaurant. Lu answered Shin's question, saying she preferred to stay here because it was more fun and relaxed, and she never really liked being part of the triad. Meanwhile, Sakamoto was just choosing a dessert from the menu. Afterward, the three agreed that once you experienced a peaceful life, you would never want to return to your old life. Shin also realized that they needed to get back to work now. But before Sakamoto could finish eating, the man sitting behind them suddenly spoke in Chinese and said, "I found you." Immediately, someone stood next to Shin and pointed a gun at him. The man behind Sakamoto also pulled out a gun and pressed it to his head, saying, "Please die." The man shot Sakamoto in the head, but to his surprise, Sakamoto caught the bullet with the fork he was using to eat his noodles. Shin quickly grabbed the gun pointed at him and elbowed the gangster in the face. Simultaneously, Sakamoto grabbed the Chinese man's clothes and pulled him forcefully towards their dining table. Just then, a waitress arrived at their table and asked for their order because the Chinese man's body had hit the order bell, causing it to ring. Lu was shocked as Sakamoto casually ordered a melon soda, while the Chinese man sighed deeply. He said Sakamoto was too old for a melon soda. Someone like him, who looked like a pig, should have a more refined taste. Shin and Lu were angered by his words. Suddenly, Lu recognized the man and asked if he was Wu-Tong. Sakamoto and Shin calmly watched Wu-Tong rise, noodles still stuck to his head. Wu-Tong then called Lu mistress and said, "Long time no see." Lu was shocked, unable to believe that Wu-Tong was still alive. Sakamoto asked if Wu-Tong was Lu's brother, but Lu explained that he was just a member of the triad. Shin was annoyed that Wu-Tong was ignoring him. Wu-Tong then spoke to Lu, saying that since her father's death, the Lu family had become chaotic, and he wanted her to return as their leader. Wu-Tong added that Lu should leave the company of two vulgar and barbaric assassins. Shin was enraged by this comment. Lu approached Wu-Tong's face and refused. She told Wu-Tong to find someone else to be their leader. Suddenly, a massive amount of blood gushed from Wu-Tong's nose, splattering onto Lu. A bodyguard worriedly approached Wu-Tong, but this only happened because Wu-Tong found Lu overwhelmingly cute when she got close to him earlier. Shin tried to calm Lu, who was crying while wiping the blood off her face. Lu said she didn't understand why Wu-Tong had always followed her around since they were kids, like a creepy pervert. Wu-Tong was happy to hear this, thinking that Lu had noticed him for a long time. Shin read his mind and thought he was crazy. Lu declared that she was done with the triad and was now just a regular employee of Sakamoto. Wu-Tong took this to mean that Sakamoto was the obstacle preventing them from bringing Lu back to the triad. Shin and Sakamoto stood their ground, ready to fight. Suddenly, Wu-Tang was far away, saying he wasn't stupid enough to fight an assassin without weapons. He proposed a triad-style battle where the prize would be Lu. Sakamoto and Shin didn't like Wu-Tang's proposal, preferring to crush him and his associates right away. But Wu-Tang said it was a great opportunity for them because if they won, he would give them information about the person who placed the bounty on Sakamoto's head. Shin and Sakamoto were surprised and asked how Wu-Tang knew this. Wu-Tang replied that they shouldn't underestimate the Triad's intelligence network. Sakamoto thought about it, but ultimately refused Wu-Tang's proposal because he didn't want to give Lu back to the Triad. Shin said they would find the information on their own. Wu-Tang was speechless, not expecting this response from Sakamoto. As Shin and Sakamoto started to leave, Lu suddenly told Wu-Tang she accepted the proposal. Shin was angry, saying that if they lost, Lu would have to return to China. But Lu said she knew that and, being part of the Sakamoto family now, she could put her own skin on the line for her boss. Wu-Tang told her to come with him, thinking about the erotic image of Lu talking about her own skin on the line. Wu-Tang took Sakamoto and his team to a 4-story building that looked like a factory. Shin asked if Wu-Tang had brought them to a sports arena, and Lu mentioned she was good at badminton. Wu-Tang just yelled at them. Wu-Tang provided them with outfits because their uniforms would look out of place where they were going. Afterward, Shin and Sakamoto, now dressed in proper suits, continued to their destination. They were surprised to find that Wu-Tang had brought them to an underground casino where many wealthy underworld members were gambling. Wu-Tang said the contest was simple. Whoever won the most money within the allotted time would win. The Sakamoto team thought they had an advantage, as Shin could read minds, even if no physical strength was needed to win. This seemed like a good idea, making Lu happy, but when she learned that Shin and Sakamoto didn't know how to gamble, she became worried and anxious. Despite not being a strong fighter, Wu-Tang was incredibly sharp. According to Lu, Wu-Tang was an anomaly of anomalies, having risen to the upper echelons of the Triad using only his brains. Shin and Sakamoto were shocked as Wu-Tang quickly won 3 million yen at a table. Wu-Tang said he was determined to win their mistress, Lu, and would do whatever it took. But of course, Shin and Sakamoto wouldn't give up easily and seemed ready to fight for Lu. The mission of the Sakamoto family for today is to outsmart Wu-Tang and win chips from him at the casino. Lu regretted not bringing her debit card because they only had a total of 3,500 chips to share for their games, which was all they could afford with the cash they had. Shin mentioned that they still had an advantage because there were 3 of them playing, and they only needed luck in gambling. However, Lu believed that Wu-Tang, as the consigliere of the Lu family, wouldn't propose a contest based purely on luck. Wu-Tang overheard this and agreed. Wu-Tang explained that gambling is designed to look like a game of luck, but in reality, it involves intricate strategies, psychological warfare, and complex calculations. Wu-Tang said that unlike them, who are assassins, those from the Triad don't live their lives relying solely on luck. As Wu-Tang spoke, he won big again at his table game. Shin was annoyed by Wu-Tang's arrogant view of them, and Lu deeply regretted accepting the proposal personally. Suddenly, Sakamoto spoke up and said that they, as assassins, are similar. Wu-Tang was puzzled by this. Sakamoto explained to Wu-Tang that in any world, the first ones to die are those who rely solely on luck. So Wu-Tang told them to give their best, as he wanted to see what they could do. Shin was worried because he didn't know any game rules and had left his phone behind when they changed clothes. Lu explained to him that there are 3 types of card games at the casino. Lu advised Shin not to try Baccarat and Blackjack because he was unlucky and those games required luck. In poker, his mind-reading powers would be most useful, but the problem was that he didn't understand the cards. After struggling to explain, Lu stammered. So Shin said there was no use in worrying and sat down at the poker table, thinking he would figure out the game along the way. The bald man with glasses sitting next to him wondered if Shin was an amateur, since he had never seen him before. Another player belittled him, which irritated Shin further, as they thought he was just a sucker who looked like an employee from a cheap convenience store. The dealer announced, "Ante up," and as Shin received his cards, he hesitated whether to look at them or not. His 3 poker opponents made their moves. One raised 200, another called, and the bald man re-raised 400. Lu saw that Shin looked clueless about what was happening. She approached him, placed her hand on his shoulder, and asked if he had learned to play. But Shin told her to be quiet because he was embarrassed. The bald man thought his suspicion about Shin was correct. Lu got angry and tried to grab Shin's cards to play instead. As a result, Shin accidentally dropped his cards, flipping them face up, which shocked his 3 opponents. Shin read their minds and realized they were scared of his hand because he had an ace and a king. The bald man and the others had no idea that Shin could read their minds, so even if they tried to bluff, Shin knew right away. Shin suddenly announced that he wasn't falling for any bluffs and went all in, terrifying his opponents. Shin won a total of 2,200 chips and jokingly told the dealer to deal their cards face up next round so they could play faster. His irritated opponents wondered who he was. Meanwhile, at the roulette table, Sakamoto was about to play. One of the players was immediately shocked to see Sakamoto, who had just arrived, go all in on red. Then, Sakamoto retrieved 1 chip, seemingly planning to use it for something else. The dealer started spinning the roulette, feeling sorry for Sakamoto because he knew Sakamoto was the person Wu-Tang had warned him about earlier. The dealer planned to control the game using magnets to ensure Sakamoto's loss. But before the marble could fall on number 35, Sakamoto quickly flicked his chip to hit the top part of the roulette table. The impact caused the roulette to spin a bit more, making the marble land on number 41. Sakamoto won 3,000 chips, and the people around praised him as a high roller, while the dealer couldn't believe he failed to control the game. Wu-Tang's men approached him, fearing they might lose due to the trick Sakamoto and Shin were playing. But Wu-Tang said it was okay and let them be, as he had anticipated this. Wu-Tang continued playing at the blackjack table, analyzing the possibilities like a human calculator using data from counting cards. He achieved another blackjack with his high-level technique and vowed to himself to do whatever it takes to win. This led him to a flashback where he was being bullied and beaten by other children in the Liu family who were angry because he wasn't physically strong like them and irritated because Wu-Tang thought he could rise through the ranks using only his intelligence. But Liu arrived, kicking the bullies in the face, causing them to run away. Liu Xiaodang was only 8 years old, and Liu Wu-Tang was 11. This was the first time Liu and Wu-Tang met, and they didn't know they were cousins. Liu asked Wu-Tang why he let the others beat him up. Wu-Tang replied that fighting back wasn't only about physical strength. He preferred letting them beat him badly so the organization would punish them. However, Wu-Tang realized this was a cowardly excuse. He was surprised when Liu told him he was smart. Wu-Tang responded that it wasn't beneficial to him. Liu told Wu-Tang that her father said everyone has their strengths, and for Wu-Tang, it was his brains. Wu-Tang remembered that this was the first time someone had praised him. Since then, Wu-Tang continued to climb the ranks, dreaming of standing beside Liu someday. After a few years, he was considered to be the brains of the organization. While playing blackjack, Wu-Tang said he owed a lot to the entire Liu family, so he would eliminate anything threatening Liu's well-being. After a while, their timers ended, and they had tied with an equal number of 87,630 chips. Liu was happy because they didn't lose, and Sakamoto said they wanted to go home. But Wu-Tang stopped them, saying they needed to play one more round of poker for the tiebreaker. Sakamoto said he had never learned to play poker. Wu-Tang, irritated, asked what game they knew, and Liu suggested one. They ended up playing Old Maid. To make the game fair, Wu-Tang added 2 more players from his men. The game was simple. Whoever held the Old Maid at the end would lose. Shin was happy because their game was now simple, and Sakamoto said he often played it with his family. Liu said she was excited to play. Wu-Tang, however, was irritated because he felt they were ruining the moment. Shin became very confident as they started playing because it was easy for him to win by reading the minds of their opponents. The players glanced at each other, and Lu suddenly started sobbing while looking at her deck of cards. Shin and Sakamoto were surprised because it was obvious that Lu had the old maid. Wu-Tang had the first turn and drew a card from Lu's hand. He said he would take the game seriously even though Lu was his opponent, but every time Wu-Tang picked a card that wasn't the old maid, Lu would cry and move her cards. And when he was about to draw the old maid, Lu would be happy. In the end, Wu-Tang drew the old maid to stop Lu from crying. Shin and Sakamoto couldn't believe what happened. Now it was Shin's turn to draw from Wu-Tang's hand. While Shin was confidently choosing which card to draw, Wu-Tang suddenly asked him if he could read minds. Wu-Tang then explained that a person has 3 levels of consciousness: the conscious, the semi-conscious, and the subconscious. He asked Shin how deep he could read. Shin, Sakamoto, and Lu were shocked, and Wu-Tang told Shin to draw a card so he could test his intuition. But Shin became even more nervous because he wasn't sure if Wu-Tang was bluffing. When Shin tried to draw a card and read Wu-Tang's mind, he was overwhelmed by the simultaneous calculations happening in Wu-Tang's mind. Shin's brain short-circuited due to information overload, comparable to looking at a magnifying glass pointed directly at the sun. Because of this, Wu-Tang realized his suspicion was correct. Shin could only read minds that verbalized thoughts inside the brain and couldn't understand Wu-Tang's sophisticated internal monologue. Shin was out, leaving only 5 players remaining. One of Wu-Tang's players hurried Sakamoto and called him Porky. While Wu-Tang's player was saying, "You're taking forever," Sakamoto quickly took his chosen card and, upon seeing it was the old maid, returned it to the hand he took it from with incredible speed. Lu was shocked by what she saw, but it happened so fast she wasn't sure if she had seen it correctly. Wu-Tang then warned Sakamoto, saying he didn't know what he did, but if he caught him cheating again, he would disqualify him. Sakamoto was nervous. After a while, the 4th round of drawing cards ended, and it was time for the 5th round. Now, only 2 players remained, Sakamoto and Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang praised Sakamoto for having a good poker face, but said it wasn't enough because he could tell where Sakamoto's eyes lingered longer on the card he wanted to hide. Wu-Tang said this while pointing to the old maid in Sakamoto's hand. Sakamoto then told Wu-Tang to draw a card. Of course, Wu-Tang's intuition was correct, and the card he chose was the one next to the old maid, the Ace of Hearts. But he suddenly couldn't pull it out and was surprised. Wu-Tang pulled with all his strength, even stepping on Sakamoto's lap for leverage, but still couldn't draw it. Sakamoto apologized, saying he had gripped it too tightly. Then Sakamoto quickly switched the 2 cards he was holding while Wu-Tang was pulling. When Sakamoto released his tight grip, Wu-Tang was flung backward by the force of his continued pull. When Wu-Tang got up, he couldn't believe Sakamoto had tricked him. Now it was Sakamoto's turn to draw from Wu-Tang, and Wu-Tang's men were running out of patience, telling their master they wanted to finish everything and shoot Sakamoto. Wu-Tang said he didn't need help and not to come near him, but his men insisted, saying it would be a waste if they lost. Wu-Tang repeated his order to his men. But 2 of Wu-Tang's men didn't listen and suddenly pointed guns at the silent Sakamoto. When Wu-Tang scolded his 2 men, one of them pointed a gun at Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang asked them what they meant by this. The subordinates said they had traveled far to Japan and were tired of Wu-Tang's setup. As Triad members, they should take what they want by force, not by Wu-Tang's complicated methods. All of Wu-Tang's other men agreed, and Sakamoto was puzzled by what was happening, while Lu was worried for Wu-Tang. A gun was still pointed at Wu-Tang's head, and he remembered it was like when he was a child and not accepted by his peers. He wondered if all his past efforts were for nothing. When his subordinate was about to pull the trigger, Wu-Tang said it was typical for a mutiny to cause the demise of the Triad. In Wu-Tang's mind, he thought this was the end for him. Suddenly, Sakamoto spoke and questioned if Wu-Tang would give up so easily, and if he didn't want to impress the woman he loved. Wu-Tang was encouraged by this and realized he still had an option to turn the situation around. He told Sakamoto that he had nothing to do with this. Wu-Tang told Sakamoto that if his men tried to fire their guns, they would blow off their own arms. His men heard this and were shocked and scared. Wu-Tang explained that he had anticipated their insurrection, so he had rigged their guns with explosives before they could betray him. In fear, all his men threw their guns away. With this, Wu-Tang disarmed them all and instructed Sakamoto to take care of his men. Sakamoto quickly knocked out the two men behind him while Liu delivered an axe kick to another. This triggered the others to attack. Sakamoto grabbed a billiard cue and balls, sending the balls flying fast and hard at Wu-Tang's men, ricocheting off each other. The man who had pointed a gun at Wu-Tang earlier ran away but was cornered by Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang picked up a gun and fired several shots, scaring but not hurting his traitorous subordinate. Wu-Tang then said that bluffing was the first skill of a gambler. Sakamoto realized that Wu-Tang had lied about the explosives earlier. Wu-Tang told Sakamoto that he had won their contest and wasn't qualified to protect Liu because he exposed his mistress to danger. But Sakamoto replied that he didn't know about qualifications, but he understood Wu-Tang's desire to protect someone special to him. Wu-Tang seemed to understand Sakamoto's words. With the contest over, Shin, who had no idea what had happened, woke up. He panicked about Sakamoto, saying Wu-Tang's thoughts were dangerous, which irritated Wu-Tang. Sakamoto sat down, exhausted, and Liu was pleased with the outcome. The next day at Sakamoto convenience store, everyone returned to work, but now they were joined by Wu-Tang, who was talking about the person behind the bounty placed on Sakamoto's head. Wu-Tang got irritated when he noticed no one was listening carefully to what he was saying, but Liu and Shin told him they could listen while working. They also blamed Wu-Tang for their rush to finish their tasks. Shin suggested that Wu-Tang might want to help them. Then, Shin told Wu-Tang that the apron he was wearing suited him. However, Wu-Tang, who was the triad consigliere, responded that if they made him work at the store, they would have to pay him by the hour. Wu-Tang positioned himself at the counter next to Sakamoto and asked if he had heard about the figure known as X. Sakamoto remembered what Nagumo had told him not too long ago and asked Wu-Tang if he was referring to the assassin killer. While attending to a customer buying milk, Wu-Tang said it was good that Sakamoto had heard about X and had no doubt that X was behind the bounty on Sakamoto's head. Shin said they already knew about that, and Liu mentioned that Wu-Tang would be more helpful if he could provide information about X's identity and whereabouts. Wu-Tang replied that no one knew. The three were irritated because they felt they were wasting their time and efforts setting up Wu-Tang's contest. Wu-Tang got angry, saying he wasn't done explaining. Wu-Tang continued his explanation, saying many things about X were shrouded in mystery, but he had uncovered one clue. This piqued the trio's curiosity. Wu-Tang revealed that several days ago, there was a slaughter at a maximum security prison somewhere in Southeast Asia. 4 death row inmates were killed, their faces burned, and an X was painted on the wall with the victim's blood. Liu and Shin wondered what that meant, and Wu-Tang added more information. He had a contact whose job was handling corpses and had recently seen many strange bodies across Japan. One body was full of holes, another had all its flesh shaved off, one was dismembered, and another was compressed into a small ball. Liu was disgusted, and Shin asked Wu-Tang what those had to do with anything. Wu-Tang explained that the 4 corpses he described had the same killing styles as the 4 death row inmates he mentioned earlier. The Sakamotos were shocked by this news. Wu-Tang said this likely meant the 4 faked their deaths to escape prison and were now hiding in Japan. Meanwhile, in the middle of Shinjuku, Tokyo, 4 mysterious men were eating at a McDonald's restaurant, attracting attention because they looked like foreigners, athletes, and martial artists. One of them noticed they were attracting attention. Another was annoyed because his cheeseburger had pickles despite asking for none. The third complained about the small size of burgers in Japan, and the fourth was just laughing. Dump, with large earrings and chest tattoos, had a 180 victim count. Saw, who loved Japanese manga, had a 64 victim count. Apart, the gloomy inmate, had a 206 victim count. Minimalist, with a nose ring, face tattoos, and dreadlocks, had a 370 victim count. Dump had no idea what they should do, but Saw told him to be patient. while a part removed the pickles from his cheeseburger, saying he didn't like them. Dump got irritated with a part for examining his burger, saying there might be other unwanted things in it since they didn't follow his request. After reassembling his cheeseburger, Minimalist suddenly grabbed it, squeezed it into a small marble, and ate it in front of a part, saying everything was the same when crushed. A part was depressed by what Minimalist did to his Big Mac and said he just wanted to die. Saw offered him some fries, but a part refused, saying he didn't know what was in them. Soon, the person they were waiting for arrived, and Dump immediately asked if he was the weirdo who freed them. It turned out that Kashima was the one who called the 4 inmates to meet him there. He gave the 4 inmates a list of targets he wanted them to kill. Dump asked who these people were, and Kashima said they were considered menaces to their organization. Minimalist said he didn't care who was on the list as long as he could do what he wanted, while a part noted that the targets seemed strong and might cut him into many pieces. Dump commented on the ugliness of their targets, and Saw laughed, saying he had heard that Japanese people were very serious. Saw laughed even more and asked Kashima if it was true that a fatso he saw on the list was really considered a menace to their organization. Kashima advised the 4 to exercise extreme vigilance when dealing with anyone on the list because if they didn't, their lives might be cut short. The 4 fell silent, then Minimalist's vision darkened, and he asked Kashima if he was serious about the advice and if that was really what he thought. Minimalist then crushed the entire tray of food into a ball, telling Kashima they would eliminate the targets on the list before the month ended and demanded the next list immediately. If Kashima didn't provide the next list promptly, they would wander around Japan, killing whoever they encountered. The 4 left, leaving Kashima alone at McDonald's. Kashima picked up the balled-up food tray and realized that the 4 inmates didn't kill to live. They lived to kill. They were pure evil. While being stared at by 2 customers who thought he was cosplaying as a deer, he reflected that his master had decided to make him do this because he lost his fight in the lab. So now, he had to trust and observe. That evening at Sakamoto Konbini, Wu-Tang was still talking with the Sakamotos. He explained that he wanted to bring Lu home because of what he had learned about the 4 inmates. He advised the 3 to leave and hide immediately. However, Sakamoto thought they should contact the 4 to get information about X from them. Shin agreed. Wu-Tang was puzzled by what Sakamoto and Shin discussed. Shin thought they should also contact the JAA, and Lu decided to contact Heisuki. Wu-Tang panicked in fear and confusion, not understanding why they weren't afraid of the 4 deranged killers who were extremely dangerous. But Sakamoto simply told him that if they were truly that dangerous, all the more he shouldn't just let them roam free. Wu-Tang understood what Sakamoto said, so he entrusted Lu to him and left to continue his investigation of Slur, also known as X. Lu couldn't believe how quickly Wu-Tang had left the next day, only giving them a warning to be careful of the 4 death row inmates. So, the first thing Sakamoto did that morning was to visit the rental video store again to gather information about the death row inmates. Upon entering, they were greeted and asked what information they were looking for. Sakamoto immediately gave his answer. The man told them to find it in the psycho-horror section and led the 3 of them there. Shin was amazed at the many available videos in this section. Soon, Shin and Lu were holding several videotapes to watch, and Lu was nervous because almost all of them were rated R. Sakamoto sweated as he paid for the rentals with his credit card, while Shin said they should watch as many as they could. Lu just asked if she could close her eyes during the scary parts. Meanwhile, at a certain assassin agency, several bodies were sprawled lifelessly in a bloody hallway. Here, an assassin, seated in fear, was crawling backward away from Dump. Suddenly, Dump approached the assassin, gave him a hug, and called him adorable. Then, long pointed blades pierced through the assassin's torso as Dump said, "I love you." Dump watched his victim bleed out on the floor and suddenly noticed something. He asked the corpse if he was really this ugly because he thought he was cute a moment ago. Dump then remarked that people always look their cutest when they're terrified of dying. Dump left, saying he just couldn't resist killing his victims when they were most scared of him. His current tally was 3 targets killed from the list. Meanwhile, elsewhere that night, an assassin living in a compound had just finished preparing for his assassination assignment for the next day. Suddenly, someone entered his room, and he immediately pointed a gun at them, asking who they were. He was shocked to see that the barrel of his pistol had already been split in half. Then, his entire head, torso, and arms suddenly separated, having been sliced by his unwanted visitor. Even his speech bubble of shock was not spared. A part then spoke, saying, "Excuse me," because he needed to disassemble him. After seeing the target's body in pieces, a part finally made sense of the person. He said what truly matters is what's inside a person, while he lined up and organized the pieces of the target's body. Before leaving, a part praised the target's organized space, but became irritated when he noticed a missing manga volume on a bookshelf. He approached it and threw a fit because he couldn't find Volume 7 of the collection. He rushed to a bookstore to buy Volume 7 and quickly returned to place it on the target's bookshelf. After this, a part felt relieved and thought he might just be a perfectionist. His tally now stood at 1 target killed from the list. Dump and a part chatted in their encrypted group chat, and Saw replied, saying they were too fast. According to Saw, they were too eager in their work. He said impatience was unattractive. Then, a woman beside him in bed at a motel woke up and asked if he was working. He just put her back to sleep, saying it was nothing. Apparently, Saw hadn't killed any targets yet. According to Saw, killing a target was a waste if they hadn't done background research to really know the person, because savoring a person's final moments was more enjoyable when you knew them well. While choosing from the list who he thought would give him the most interesting final moments, he set his eyes on Sakamoto. The next day, we see Minimalist in an alley, having just killed 5 targets, turning them into balls. He now had a total of 15 targets killed but was still unsatisfied. Due to this, he wanted his next targets to be the S-rank targets from the list. Meanwhile, somewhere in the city, in an RV, Shishiba was talking to his companion about the new sketchy characters causing a lot of trouble in the country. Nagumo suddenly responded, saying the bad guy Shishiba was referring to sounded scary. It seemed Shishiba now had 4 other order members with him. A tall, cocky man with spiky hair spoke up, saying Nagumo's comment wasn't convincing. An elderly order member was sleeping during the trip, holding his katana. Shishiba noticed Osaraji missed a left turn on their route. Because of this, Osaraji abruptly stopped the RV and reversed to take the missed left turn. Shishiba was puzzled by this because they were on the freeway, but then said it was cool to watch her drive. Due to Osaraji's sudden reversal, the elderly member's head bumped slightly against the window, surprising the spiky-haired member. He scolded Osaraji, telling her to be careful driving as they had an elderly passenger. Osaraji apologized, saying it was Shishiba who told her to proceed. Hyo, the spiky-haired one, said he didn't care if their enemies were death row inmates. What mattered was that anyone causing trouble on their turf was dead meat. Nagumo playfully teased Hyo, saying he heard that line in a movie yesterday, and the character saying it died at the beginning. Shishiba told Nagumo not to anger Hyo. Nagumo pretended to be innocent. Then, Shishiba reminded Osaraji to use the turn signals. Shishiba wondered what Slur was thinking and why he took in amateurs like the 4 deranged killers. He couldn't understand Slur's decision. Osaraji said each of the 4 death row inmates could be challenging opponents because of their lack of morals, ethics, and conscience, as they had no breaks when it came to killing. Shishiba remarked that Osaraji also had no breaks when it came to killing, but Osaraji disagreed. Then, a fly entered the slightly open window of the RV, buzzing past their sleeping elder. Hyo, Nagumo, and Shishiba panicked, shouting at Osaraji to duck. As the elder slept, he quickly unsheathed his katana and performed a rapid 360-degree slash, cutting through the entire top half of the RV. The 4 order members were shocked and scared by this, but they had no choice but to keep driving and let the top half of the RV fall off and drag along the road. Nagumo commented that they had a companion with no brakes. Shishiba said it was the opposite. his gas pedal was to the metal, meaning he floored his gas pedal. The elderly man's name was Takamura. Along with the top half of the RV, a large freeway sign also got caught in his 360-degree slash and collapsed. The order felt confident because if there were 4 enemies, that meant less than 1 target each. Then, Osaraji suddenly invited Shishiba to eat pork cutlets for luck. Shishiba told her she was back to her superstitions. Meanwhile, at the video rentals theater room, where the Sakamotos were watching movies, Shin was surprised to see that Sakamoto was already asleep, having finished 4 popcorn tumblers. Lu continued watching, saying it was just gore and not scary. The next day, we see Heisuke currently aiming with his scope, and his target is Sakamoto. He fires numerous special ricochet bullets at Sakamoto using his sniper rifle, but Sakamoto seems well prepared, moving at incredible speed to dodge them all. The events happened so quickly, but what really occurred is that Sakamoto was actually catching the bullets using only chopsticks. Heisuke and Pisuke were very impressed because Sakamoto managed to catch 99 consecutive bullets, only missing 1. Heisuke expressed joy during their training because he felt what it was like to have a friend. Sakamoto then asked for another round since there were no people around them. Suddenly, Shin arrived and praised Sakamoto. Heisuke greeted him, and Shin told Sakamoto that it didn't matter how many times he trained because if he ended up dying in the end, he would just die anyway. Then Shin suddenly drew a blade and quickly attempted to stab Sakamoto in the face. However, Sakamoto easily stopped his arm and asked what Nagumo wanted. At this moment, Nagumo's disguise vanished, and he was pleased that Sakamoto recognized him even though he was disguised as Shin. Heisuke then shouted from above, saying that Shin's vibe was different today. Nagumo mentioned to Sakamoto that he heard Sakamoto was actively seeking information about the death row inmates hired by Slur. Sakamoto asked Nagumo what if that were true. Nagumo just said that the order had already begun taking action on this and that the shop clerks should not interfere. Sakamoto pondered over what Nagumo said but ultimately refused, stating that nothing would change if they didn't act. However, Nagumo added that he was only giving Sakamoto a warning because they were friends. Sakamoto informed Nagumo that he knew the order planned to kill the inmates but requested to obtain information about X from the inmates before they were killed. Nagumo told Sakamoto he was naive if he planned to capture the inmates alive, and also mentioned what their enemies truly thought of Sakamoto now. Nagumo showed Sakamoto a copy of the list of targets given by Kashima to the death row inmates, and Sakamoto was shocked to see that he was ranked only B, while Nagumo was ranked S. Meanwhile, Shin and Lu went together to a home appliance store to run some errands. Shin was irritated with Lu because she kept stopping at the pet section to look at the cute kitties. They were there to buy materials to reinforce the Sakamoto konbini because it had sustained many holes lately. Lu asked Shin why he was in a hurry, and Shin said they couldn't relax because there were currently serial killers at large, as they saw last time at the video rentals. Lu said she trusted Sakamoto, but Shin replied that his point was that he didn't want them to be a burden to Sakamoto. They couldn't just coast along in their journey with Sakamoto, so they needed to get stronger. Shin got annoyed because Lu wasn't listening and was just playing with a kitty. Suddenly, the caretaker offered Shin to hold a cute dog. Shin declined because he was in a hurry and not interested in the dog. However, he couldn't resist when the cute dogs approached him, so he ended up playing with them while Lu got irritated because Shin got sidetracked. Then the dogs suddenly sensed danger and became angry. The snake and bird in the pet section also sensed something, and soon all the animals started making noise. Then a foreigner in a checkered shirt suddenly laughed behind Shin and said that the pet animals were stupid. He explained that when you see a dangerous enemy, you shouldn't bark but run. Lu and Shin asked who he was. He said he was ex-military and had witnessed many fighters dying like flies. He thought their lives were wasted because their last moments weren't dramatic, which made him dedicated to giving his victims beautiful endings. It was now obvious that he was Saw. Shin was shocked when Saw mentioned that he wanted to kill Sakamoto's entire family and all his friends before killing him. Then Saw suddenly struck Shin on the right side with a large axe, sending him crashing into the wall. Saw said he didn't want to waste time on side characters because the audience would quickly get bored with them. The store's staff and customers ran out, and when the smoke cleared, a pipe came flying towards Saw, which he managed to block. Lu and Shin realized their opponent was one of the serial killers. Saw was surprised, thinking he had already split Shin in half. Saw was impressed with Shin and praised him for using a crowbar to block his axe earlier. Shin was shocked that Saw knew his name. Saw told Shin and Lu that their names were on his kill list, with Lu ranked as C and Shin as D. Shin couldn't believe what he heard from Saw. Shin turned pale upon learning that Lu's rank was higher than his. Saw said there was still one rank lower than D. Shin was depressed, saying that Lu was just a drunkard, which made Lu angry. Shin became more enraged when Saw told him not to take the rankings seriously because they didn't matter once he was dead. Suddenly, Shin stood up and charged at Saw, ready to cut him in half. But before Saw could swing his axe, Shin placed 2 fingers on his forehead and suddenly vanished, replaced by a sack of dog food. Saw was surprised. Then Shin suddenly kicked Saw directly in the face. Shin told Saw he would leave him half dead, then he'll make him reassess his rank. Lu was puzzled because Shin was so serious about the rankings. Saw was delighted with Shin and began to enjoy the fight. Saw calmly lit another cigarette while Shin warned Lu not to let her guard down, as Saw was a psycho who killed for pleasure. Saw was hurt by Shin's description of him as a serial killer. Lu stated that Saw had indeed killed many people, but Saw said that all those he killed should be grateful to him. Saw mentioned how interesting it always feels when there are dramatic or moving death scenes in movies or manga. As Saw tied the handle of his axe, he explained that it was the same for people who were sad when their lives were boring, so he gifted those he killed with beautiful endings. While Saw spoke, Shin suddenly attempted to use his new technique. However, Shin froze when he suddenly read Saw's mind, filled with evil and dark murderous intent. Saw threw his tied axe upwards and then pulled it down with great force. Shin dodged it, but it managed to destroy and split the entire ceiling and the wall behind Shin. It seemed Lu also evaded safely, but the axe quickly returned to Saw's hand, ready for another attack. Lu and Shin immediately ran upon seeing this, and Saw twirled his axe in the air like a rope dart or javelin before launching it directly at them. They ducked while running to avoid it. Lu asked Shin if he couldn't read Saw's mind to know the trajectory of his axe, but Shin replied that Saw's mind was only filled with evil, murderous thoughts. Shin and Lu looked for things in the store they could use as weapons. But suddenly, Saw's axe flew above them and got stuck in a signboard. The signboard changed its trajectory, and when Saw pulled, the axe swiftly flew towards Lu and Shin, who tried to dodge again. However, it still hit Shin, wounding his back deeply. As Shin lay unable to get up, Saw approached him and asked if he noticed how clear his mind was now. Saw added that whenever he met someone really stupid, his mind filled with thoughts of killing. Suddenly, Saw noticed that his right leg had been pierced by numerous objects. They came from a nail gun fired by Lu. Saw laughed at this and then looked behind him when he heard a blowtorch. But he had no time to escape as he was quickly surrounded by flames from Shin's blowtorch. However, this still wasn't enough to bring Saw down, and he continued to laugh. Saw calmly told the two that the more they struggled, the more interesting their endings became. Shin grew nervous because Saw wasn't fazed at all and was much tougher than a normal person. Saw threw his axe again, but this time his target was the nail gun's generator behind Lu. It exploded upon impact, but fortunately, Lu managed to push Shin away from the blast. While Saw was drenched in ethanol to clean his wounds, we see Lu unconscious from saving Shin. Shin blamed himself and wished he were stronger. He panicked because he didn't want Lu to die. Meanwhile, at Sakamoto Konbini, Sakamoto wondered why Lu and Shin hadn't returned yet. Heisuke assured him that they were fine. Heisuke asked Sakamoto if Shin was a really good assassin when they worked together. Sakamoto said he had potential. But while drinking a juice box, Sakamoto mentioned that Shin hadn't yet experienced many truly deadly situations. Hence, his true best hadn't been revealed yet. Heisuke thought he was in the same situation as Shin and could still improve. But Sakamoto said Heisuke's case was different. Back to the fight, Saw told Shin, who was now almost unconscious, that he was disappointing. He asked if Shin had anything left to offer, like wetting his pants or crying. Saw added that although Shin was talented, it was useless because he was stupid. Saw wanted to know what Shin was thinking now that he was close to dying. He told Shin to savor the moment. But Shin only thought that he couldn't do nothing. Then Shin was shocked because Saw suddenly said that after killing him and Lu, he would go after Sakamoto's family next. Saw said he would give Sakamoto a spectacular ending because he had a family and could kill Sakamoto after killing his wife and child first. This made Shin hear things in reverse and see double, and he suddenly saw Saw's axe coming at him. But because he remembered and thought of Sakamoto, it seemed like he unlocked a power. Suddenly, he was standing behind Saw, who couldn't believe Shin had dodged in his condition. But Saw shrugged it off and attacked Shin again. But before Saw could move his arm to attack, Shin suddenly stopped his arm. Then we see Shin's eyes glowing as he told Saw he could see his future. Next, Shin gave Saw a barrage of punches. It seems that the new power Shin unlocked, an extension of his clairvoyance, was foresight. Shin's aura had changed, and this puzzled Saw. He felt Shin's vibe was completely different now. Meanwhile, Lu was lying on the floor, concerned for Shin. Saw used his axe to attack Shin, but before it could hit his head, Shin had already counterattacked. Saw was shocked that he couldn't land a hit on Shin. He wondered if Shin had lightning-fast reactions, but it wasn't that. It seemed like Shin wasn't reacting at all. Saw noticed that it appeared as though Shin could see the future. Before Saw could even attack, Shin already knew his next move. This was explained as the motor readiness potential. Shin became curious about this when he talked to Wutong. Irritated that Shin had no idea about it, Wutong explained it as he would to a monkey. When a person consciously decides to move their body, the brain has already predetermined that action. This is called the motor readiness potential. Shin didn't quite understand it, and Sakamoto asked if it meant subconsciously. Wutong confirmed it. Lu clarified that if she decided to punch, it meant she had already imagined it in her mind. In other words, milliseconds before deciding to punch, a person's subconscious had already made that decision. Wutong called Lu a genius for her analysis. Sakamoto added that the difference of tenths of a second could mean life or death. Wutong agreed, saying that if Shin could read the motor readiness potential, like Saw's axe swing, then no one could keep up with him. After dodging Saw's attack, Shin managed to knock him down, breaking the floor with the impact. Shin thanked Saw, saying that because of him, he was able to block out his screaming thoughts and discover a way to dive deeper. Shin declared that he wouldn't let Saw hurt the people he cared about, and that it was time to end the fight. He charged at Saw, but suddenly felt unwell. He thought he might have overexerted himself since the skill was new to him. This gave Saw the chance to catch him with a rope, tying him up and frustrating Shin. Just then, Lu arrived to help. She grabbed Saw's face and threw him into a shelf, accusing him of causing commotion in her turf. Lu's hair was down, and her appearance changed as she declared that anyone who threatened her family would die. Shin was shocked and wondered who she was. Even Saw couldn't believe it. He questioned what had happened to her. On the floor, there was a bottle of ethanol. Shin picked it up and smelled it, realizing Lu had drunk it to activate her drunken fist style. He recalled the different drunken states of Lu and realized she was completely different now. Saw found them confusing and questioned what was happening and why they were changing so suddenly. Lu looked at him and asked if he really thought he could take on the triad. Shin pondered her words and concluded that Lu was now in her drunken triad mode. She warned him to stay away, or he might get hurt. Saw threw his rope at Lu, but she didn't dodge it. Instead, she caught it and pulled. Lu moved so quickly that Saw couldn't keep track of her. She suddenly appeared behind him and delivered a powerful knee to his head. The attack clearly hurt Saw. Not satisfied, Lu grabbed his hair and threw him to the ground. Next, Lu declared she would cut off one of Saw's fingers for each of his victims. Saw struggled and called her a crazy cow. Lu suddenly jabbed the shovel into Saw's arm, asking who gave him permission to speak. Saw screamed in pain and pleaded that he wouldn't bother them anymore. Lu didn't accept his plea. She asked if he had felt sorry for his past victims. Covered in blood, Saw panicked and started running away, knowing he would die there and disliking that ending. Lu chased after him, throwing tools at him as he fled. Saw thought that bad endings were only fun when they happened to others. Lu poured something on Saw's face, heightening his fear of death. He wanted to live so he could kill more people. Suddenly, Shin appeared, carrying a ladder to strike Saw. He said he heard Saw's thoughts and declared that it was over for him. Shin and Lu attacked Saw together, knocking him to the ground. The most important thing, they said, is not how you die but how you live. Thanks to their teamwork, they defeated the serial killer, Saw. Due to the intense battle, the store was a complete mess. Exhausted, Shin and Lu fell asleep on the floor. Meanwhile, Saw managed to escape and emerged from the home improvement store, his face battered and bruised. He muttered that he wasn't done yet and still had many people to kill. Spotting a taxi, he flagged it down. The driver was shocked by his appearance. Saw demanded to be taken to the airport. The driver replied that he already had a passenger. Saw threatened him, saying, "Shut up, or I'll kill you. We can all go." The driver reluctantly agreed, and Saw got in and even buckled his seatbelt. Saw thought to himself that he first needed to find some money and lie low for a while. The passenger in the back spoke up, noting that Saw seemed to be in a hurry. Saw agreed and apologized, saying his stop will have to wait. The passenger laughed and said, "No worries." It was Hyo, an order member. Hyo mentioned that he had just arrived at his stop. Suddenly, he punched Saw in the face, and blood splattered inside the taxi. After that, Hyo got out of the taxi. Back in the store, Shin woke Lu up. As she sat up, she asked what was going on. Shin was worried because Saw had escaped while they were sleeping. They needed to find him. Shin tried to use his ability but struggled. Lu asked him what the problem was and if his head hurt. Shin wondered if it was an aftereffect of using his new power. He was frustrated that it was happening now. Suddenly, someone approached and said that Saw was dead. Shin was shocked by what he heard and by the people who arrived. One of them remarked that people like Saw, running amok in public, had no consideration for them. Floaters. Floaters are the incident cleanup troop of the JAA. Lu was puzzled, but Shin explained that the floaters handle incident cleanups for the JAA. When assassins cause a scene in public places, the floaters restore the area to its original state. The leader of the floaters ordered his team to start working. While some of the floaters were irritated by her bossiness, Lu noticed their crude behavior, and Shin explained that they were part-time workers for the JCC, the School for Assassins. Speaking of crude, Shin confronted Lu, saying that drinking pure ethanol could kill her. Lu laughed and told him not to worry. She said he should meet her grandfather, who drank alcohol lamp fuel when he ran out of sake and enjoyed it. Shin was surprised and wondered what kind of family they had. Lu suddenly remembered their purpose for going to the store. Shin was concerned and said they needed to get back to the store. Meanwhile, at a shrine, two people were discussing the serial killers, mentioning that one of them had already died. One of them wondered what would happen if all the killers died before they reached them. Shishiba replied, asking what the point of her superstitious rituals was. Osaraji mentioned him wanting to eat pork cutlets, but Shishiba denied it. He then told her to take her time eating. Suddenly, Nagumo called. Nagumo was already zeroing on the target. He asked if they were too full to move, and said they didn't have to come if they didn't feel like it. Shishiba ended the call, saying that it seemed Nagumo didn't need them. Osaraji suggested they eat first, and then go look for the other serial killers. Shishiba reminded her that eating quickly was bad manners. Osaraji immediately put down the bowl, saying he can have the rest, surprising Shishiba. He advised her to take it easy, as those in a hurry are the first to die. Osaraji agreed and then immediately left. While eating alone, Shishiba remarked that Osaraji was too stubborn. He also mentioned that he couldn't eat 2 bowls of pork cutlet because he was already full. He noticed something in his food and was clearly irritated. He couldn't believe what Osaraji had done and shouted, asking why there were onions in it. Meanwhile, Osaraji went straight to the shrine and rang the bell. She was delighted and wondered what she should wish for. She thought to herself, hoping she could kill a serial killer. Suddenly, Dump, one of the serial killers they were looking for, appeared beside her. She extended the spike in her hand and attacked Osaraji. The force of her attack was so strong that she was thrown into a wall, which shattered. Dump wondered why people closed their eyes when they prayed. Osaraji seemed unhurt by the attack and was impressed by Dump's speed. She blocked the attack with a 10-yen coin. Standing up, Osaraji said that her prayer had been answered. Well, Dump exclaimed, saying that she was facing the ugliest mug on the list. Osaraji, with a poker face, asked if she knew how to thank the gods in Japan. Dump was surprised when she suddenly disappeared from her sight and reappeared behind her. She grabbed her hair and smashed her head into a statue, breaking it with the force. Osaraji then performed a double bow and said there should be 2 bows. Next, she clapped twice while hitting Dump forcefully in the face, saying 2 claps. Dump, now bleeding, had her head shoved into the offering box by Osaraji, who added 1 bow. Osaraji then remembered that the offering should come first. Dump was clearly not pleased and decided that she would give Osaraji a makeover. Meanwhile, Shishiba wondered where Osaraji had gone. Dump prepared to attack, extending the spikes from her body. Meanwhile, Osaraji thought of Echidna because of her appearance. In the name of the order, Dump had to die, she said. Dump called them savages and attacked Osaraji with her spikes, insisting that all she ever did was fall in love. For that, she was arrested and sentenced to death. Isn't that cruel? She also pointed out that Osaraji was a killer too, questioning who she was to judge her. Osaraji replied that she wasn't judging anyone as she opened her suitcase. She added that if a bug entered her home, she would kill it. It was that simple. She considered the JA her home, and the order was the fly swatter. Dump was irritated by this and attacked again, but Osaraji managed to dodge. This time, Dump tried to grab the suitcase Osaraji was carrying. She asked if that was her weapon and threw it outside, destroying the wall. She then asked what the problem was and why Osaraji wasn't attacking. Did it mean she couldn't approach her without that bag? Osaraji, meanwhile, counted the spikes on Dump's body, 2 on her hands and 6 on her body. Curious, she asked if that was where Dump hid them, noting they looked like back scratchers. She wondered if the spikes were hidden in Dump's bones. Osaraji thought about her next move, not wanting to get close because she hadn't brought any band-aids. As she backed up, she bumped into a Buddha statue behind her. Dump mockingly asked if she was going to pray now, like she had done earlier. Surprisingly, Osaraji suddenly kicked the head of the statue, saying it was in the way. Dump was shocked by her action. Osaraji used the Buddha's head as a weapon, kicking it hard and hitting Dump in the stomach. The force of the kick sent Dump flying outside. The people outside didn't expect what they saw. Dump used her spikes to catch herself. Furious, she spotted some water on the side, grabbed a dipper, and poured water over herself. A lady remarked that this wasn't how that was used, to which another replied that Dump was a foreigner. Dump questioned Osaraji's action of kicking the Buddha's head, saying it was bad karma. Osaraji, surprised by the mention of bad karma, thought the gods were kind. She held the amakuji with paper fortunes inside. While Dump attacked her from behind, Osaraji drew one and thought about the swakichi or future blessing, finding something a mystery. Dump asked which one while cornering her against a tree with sacred ropes. Dump was pleased that she finally caught Osaraji, but Osaraji nonchalantly said that if she were the gods, she wouldn't create people like them. Her face remained expressionless even with a spike in her hand. Dump insisted that she should be scared and called her an ugly thing. Osaraji added that the gods were too kind. She then slid her hand down Dump's spike until she grabbed at her hand, stating they needed to maintain order instead. Dump was utterly shocked. Osaragi declared that dirty serial killers like her didn't need to pray. When Osaragi kicked Dump in the face, Dump thought that her love had always been one-sided. She recalled her childhood when she liked a pet and suddenly killed it. Was it a sin to want to keep someone for herself? When she grew older, a man confessed his crush on her and asked if she would be his girlfriend. Dump agreed, saying she also had a crush on him. But in the end, she killed him too because she wanted the person she loved to only have eyes for her. We then see other people who loved Dump, including friends and family, but she killed them all. She said terror was the most fitting. When they were afraid of her, she got their full attention. It was strange, but she wondered why. After all, she still felt empty. Once they died, they felt nothing. Heartbreak was too painful. Back in the present, Dump crashed into the torii because of Osaragi's powerful kick. Nevertheless, she still managed to get into position to attack. She needed to find her next lover. She asked why her. As Osaragi approached her, Dump said all she did was fall in love. She wasn't different than anyone else. Osaragi couldn't believe it as she reached for her suitcase. Dump attacked again, saying she just wanted to be loved. Osaragi drew her weapon and said they were killers. But because of people like Dump, she had a reason to go on living today. She thanked her, saying, "I love you." Dump was stunned and thought she was beautiful. Meanwhile, Osaragi cut off her spikes. The force of her attack left Dump bleeding and split the torii in half. Back to Shin, who was begging Sakamoto to stop. He asked why Sakamoto was doing this. Sakamoto said he will hold Shin, so they should go ahead and do it. On the side, Lu was laughing, watching, and recording a video. There was a large needle, the reason why Shin was struggling and screaming. The old woman told him to relax, as it was just acupuncture. After their fight with Saw, they went to Sakamoto's favorite holistic healer, Granny Mia. She said she could hardly recognize Sakamoto, adding that she never had a client as fat as him. While they were chatting, Lu was teasing Shin, so he told her not to touch the needles on his back. Shin complained to Sakamoto, asking him to make Lu stop. Meanwhile, Granny Mia said she didn't usually treat ex-assassins. Sakamoto replied that she was the only doctor he trusted. Lu asked if it hurt, and Shin said it felt weird because his body was so relaxed. Sakamoto mentioned that Granny Mia knew exactly what she was doing. She was a legendary holistic healer for assassins. Shin was surprised by this. Sakamoto continued, saying Granny Mia was known as God Hands in the assassin world. No matter what kind of battle wound you had, if you went to her, she could fix it. Granny Mia added that this was true as long as they weren't dead, of course. Lu was impressed by this. Shin asked Granny Mia how long the needles would stay in his back. She was annoyed by Shin calling her Granny, as she was only 98 years old. She told him he had to stay there for at least a day. Shin didn't expect to be lying there the whole day. Granny Mia explained that when he used his new power, it was like holding his breath and sprinting. At his current level of fitness, he could only use it for 5 minutes a day. Shin was surprised. Granny Mia added that if he wanted to die, he could do whatever he wanted. Lu also got a checkup because she felt dizzy. Granny Mia pinched her arm and immediately knew she had a toxic buildup in her body. She advised Lu to eat miso soup with clams. After following the advice, Lu said she felt better. Shin commented that Lu just had a hangover. Meanwhile, Granny Mia invited Sakamoto to lie down for a checkup too, as it had been a while since she last examined him. She mentioned that Sakamoto's new buddies were good kids. Sakamoto agreed. Granny Mia asked if he was planning to head out on a rampage. Sakamoto asked why she thought that. Granny Mia pointed to the angry acupoint, explaining that it was sensitive to those with anger. There was nothing he could hide from her. Sakamoto replied that it didn't hurt, although deep inside, he felt the pain. Granny Mia understood his anger because his companions were attacked, but if he fought alone, he was asking for trouble. She noted that his fitness level was only 30% of what it used to be. He hadn't been active for 5 years, so he was even weaker compared to Nakin or Nagumo. Sakamoto said it didn't matter. He couldn't let those bad people roam free. As Sakamoto stood up, Granny Mia stopped him and elbowed him in the stomach, surprising him. She explained that she had hit the pressure point in his lower dantian, the center of his internal energy, which would make him feel better now. Sakamoto sat down in pain, but then stood up and thanked her. He asked her to take care of the two while he was on his way out. Granny Mia wished him good luck as the two behind him ran around. In another location, Heisuke was talking to Sakamoto on the phone. He was having trouble finding the serial killers, but he assured Sakamoto not to worry. He wouldn't let them escape, especially after they hurt his friends. He promised to inform Sakamoto as soon as he spotted them. Looking at the pictures of the killers, he commented on their weird appearances, making them easy to spot. From his vantage point atop a tower, he was pleased to see the world as Heisuke did. He thought flying in the sky must be fun. He then noticed a telescope nearby and used it. Now in Heisuke mode, he searched for the serial killers. Meanwhile, in another place, someone was on the phone discussing the serial killers. It was Kashima, who mentioned that 2 of the 4 killers were already gone. Everything was right on track, and they had successfully lured the order as planned. Therefore, they could transition to the next phase. As he entered a room, Apart was there. Apart asked Kashima who he was talking to on the phone. Suddenly, Apart attacked him with his wires, causing Apart's deer head to fall off. With his neck tied, Apart asked what his plan was. He was shocked to realize it was Apart and asked what he meant. Apart replied not to play dumb, as he knew Kashima wasn't being honest with him. He said that if people aren't willing to expose themselves, they can never truly connect. Kashima was left speechless. Apart added that he was grateful for being released from prison, but he couldn't tolerate being used. He had gotten this far by doing things his own way. They shouldn't waste people who weren't on the list. That wasn't part of their deal. In his anger, he pulled his wire, slicing Kashima's body into pieces. Apart said he wanted to connect with more people. Lying on the floor, Kashima thought he had underestimated him. How did this happen? Apart was a real menace, a threat that could ruin their plans. He was frustrated because he had made an effort to fix himself up only to end up like this. The person on the other line told Kashima not to overreact and to let him do what he wanted. Kashima felt embarrassed. The person on the other end told him not to worry and to enjoy the little risk. This was the perfect way to destroy the JAA, the Japanese Association of Assassins. The more havoc they caused, the better. Back at Sakamoto's store, Aoi was tending the shop. She was happy to hear from her caller that Shin was doing well. She assured him not to worry because she was fine at the store. There weren't many customers, so she could handle it alone. She urged him to take care. When a strange-looking man suddenly walked in, she ended the call. Aoi welcomed the man and asked if he needed help finding anything. The person she had been speaking to was her husband, Sakamoto. The customer was Minimalist, one of the death row inmates. He asked where Taro Sakamoto was. Aoi replied that her husband had gone out to see a holistic healer. Suddenly, Minimalist fell silent and then said she shouldn't lie to him. He hated being lied to the most. Aoi agreed, saying she didn't like it either. He said, "She's not understanding the situation." And so, Minimalist, unimpressed, reached for the cash register, crushed it, and rolled it into a small ball. Aoi was shocked and asked what happened to the money inside. Minimalist just rolled the ball and then effortlessly sliced the table in half. He destroyed the counter to get closer to Aoi and greeted her with a menacing hello. He grabbed Aoi by the throat and asked if she understood now. Aoi struggled to get free. Minimalist demanded to know where Taro Sakamoto was. If she was hiding him, he threatened to crush her into a ball. He insisted she cooperate. Suddenly, Aoi targeted his elbow, surprising Minimalist. She grabbed his dreadlock and stabbed him in the neck. Minimalist couldn't believe it. How had she done it? Aoi was annoyed by the mess he made. Then, it was revealed that it was actually Nagumo disguised as Aoi. Laughing, Nagumo said he was just kidding. He realized Minimalist hadn't died yet because the knife he used was just a toy. Shocked, Minimalist remembered that Nagumo was the S-rank guy from their list. He wanted Nagumo dead because he hated liars the most. Nagumo placed his hand on Minimalist's shoulder and said that wasn't going to happen. Minimalist was surprised. Nagumo clarified that he was in charge of the store. Flashback to when Sakamoto asked Nagumo to watch over their store because he was worried about his family. Nagumo was annoyed and didn't want to do it, but Sakamoto reminded him that he owed him a favor. So, Nagumo had no choice. He requested to be paid for watching the store, and Sakamoto agreed. Back to the present, Nagumo explained that his friend had asked him for a favor, so he couldn't refuse. He then opened his case. Meanwhile, at the tower, Heisuke was amazed because the floor was made of glass. He showed it to Pisuke, who seemed to scold him. Heisuke responded that he knew that and wasn't just playing around. His grandmother always said that if he couldn't find what he was looking for, it was usually under his nose. As he looked down through the glass floor, he saw something. A part was down below, still muttering about wanting to connect with more people and understand everyone. He approached a man and asked what he was thinking. The man couldn't understand him, so a part repeated the question, asking what he was thinking. The man, feeling creeped out, asked what a part's problem was. A part asked if he could see inside the man. Meanwhile, Heisuke was thrilled because he had found him. He thought his grandmother was right. He suddenly shattered the glass floor and aimed his rifle. When he fired, the bullet ricocheted off the shattered glass and hit a part directly. The man was stunned, but surprisingly, he didn't fall and caught the bullet with his hand. This was unexpected for both him and Heisuke, who was impressed that a part had blocked the bullet. Heisuke thought it was like something Sakamoto would do. As he noticed the shattered glass, Hisu wondered how much it would cost to fix. Then, Pisuke noticed an enemy outside, drawing Heisuke's attention. Using his wire, a part climbed up. He broke through the glass wall, causing Heisuke to run in fear. At the end, Heisuke took a stance to shoot, but was shocked to see that his rifle was split in half. He didn't expect this. A part commented that he liked threads because they symbolized the connection between people. Heisuke was startled when a part used his wire to bind him tightly, making him unable to move. His cheek was cut, causing it to bleed. A part found it odd because, for some reason, Heisuke looked beautiful on the inside. Heisuke suddenly felt at ease, which puzzled a part. Heisuke mentioned that he was lucky because help was nearby. The elevator behind him dinged, revealing Sakamoto as its passenger. Sakamoto immediately attacked and punched a part with great force. He apologized to Heisuke for the wait, but Heisuke thanked him. Knowing that Sakamoto would notice his bullet signal, Pisuke alerted them that a part was getting up again. A part mentioned it had been a long time since he was punched like that. If Sakamoto could hit like that, then maybe he could understand him. Sakamoto said he'd take care of it since he was feeling pretty light today. Let's switch back to Sakamoto's store, where Nagumo and Minimalist are. Minimalist boasts that he's killed 432 people, yet he still feels bored. He asks if Nagumo can satisfy him. Nagumo laughs at him for keeping count of his kills and jokes that Minimalist doesn't seem like the conscientious type. This annoys Minimalist, who slams the shelf next to him. Nagumo warns him not to make too much of a mess, or Sakamoto will scold him later. Minimalist is surprised to see Nagumo on his phone. Nagumo says he's just borrowing it to look for X's number, commenting on how Minimalist doesn't seem to have many friends. Minimalist wonders how Nagumo got his phone. Nagumo replies that he left himself wide open. Then he starts checking Minimalist's browsing history, further irritating him. Enraged, Minimalist asked him to hand it back. He tips over the shelf Nagumo is sitting on. Nagumo mocks him, asking if he's worried about his privacy or something. This infuriates Minimalist even more, causing him to rip off a part of the shelf and roll it up, using it as a weapon against Nagumo. The force of Minimalist's throw destroys several shelves in the store. Meanwhile, outside, an old woman walking by comments on how lively it is inside. Minimalist is shocked when the dust settles to find that Nagumo has vanished. He wonders if Nagumo just ran away, but since his bag is still there, Minimalist knows he's hiding somewhere inside. He used the crushed ball to knock over another shelf and force Nagumo out of hiding. He checked the freezer and chiller, demanding to know where Nagumo was and why he didn't want to fight. He called Nagumo a coward to provoke him. Suddenly, on the other side of the glass, there was another Minimalist staring at the original. It was Nagumo, who broke through the glass to strangle him. Minimalist struggled to breathe. Nagumo reverted to his original form and joked that it was really him, now with his bag behind him. Minimalist struggled to remove Nagumo's hand. He was irritated that despite Nagumo's slim build, he was incredibly strong, able to lift Minimalist effortlessly. Nagumo checked Minimalist's pockets and found gum, keys, receipts, and a hit list. As expected, there was no useful information. Annoyed, Nagumo said it was all trash and threw him aside. Moving on, Nagumo said he's a nice guy, so he would let Minimalist choose how he wanted to die. Minimalist asked if he was holding a weapon, and he was right. Nagumo pulled it out and asked what he would choose. He explained that the weapon had 6 functions and was very handy. It would be boring to do the same thing repeatedly, so he forced Minimalist to choose a number from 1 to 6. Minimalist, infuriated by his taunting, vowed to crush him into a ball. He punched Nagumo, but Nagumo dodged. If Minimalist wouldn't choose, then Nagumo said they would let the dice decide. Nagumo threw the dice, and when they looked for it, it was in Minimalist's mouth, which he hadn't expected. The dice landed on 3, so Nagumo said he was very unlucky. He moved behind Minimalist and grabbed his head. The number 3 was decapitation. Minimalist's head flew off as Nagumo landed back on the floor. He added that his weapon could also be used as a can opener at parties and even demonstrated it. But then he realized that Minimalist could no longer hear him. Sitting on the counter and eating canned goods, he noticed the mess in the store and commented that Sakamoto would definitely kill him for it. Meanwhile, back at the tower, explosions could be seen from outside due to the confrontation between Sakamoto and Apart. Sakamoto used the emergency exit sign as a shield while Apart swiftly pursued him. Apart was impressed, saying he had never seen such a large man move like that. Heisuke watched with concern from the side. He noticed his silhouette in the smoke, and when it cleared, Sakamoto was perplexed because he hadn't lost any weight. The 2 onlookers were surprised to see Sakamoto squishing his neck, wondering why he can't slim down. Apart approached and remarked that Sakamoto was exceptional, especially for someone of his size. Sakamoto was still worried, thinking about why he hadn't slimmed down yet. From behind, Heisuke asked him what he planned to do, but Sakamoto was only thinking about what Granny Mia had done to him. Suddenly, Apart swung his wires, forcing them to dodge. A few wires hit Sakamoto's leg, prompting Heisuke to ask if he was okay. Apart was astonished that he couldn't cut through Sakamoto's leg, marveling at his toughness. With his leg ensnared, Sakamoto was dragged, causing friction burns on the floor. While being dragged, he complained about the heat. He spotted some tower figurines on a shelf, grabbed one, and hurled it forcefully, surprising Apart as it hit him. As Sakamoto's back smoked, Heisuke asked if he had hit Apart. The figurine had struck Apart's wires, leaving him astonished. Heisuke compared Apart to Spider-Man, while Sakamoto admired Apart's skill and quickness. Apart grew irritated when he noticed the disarrayed figurines on the shelf. Seeing Apart's distraction, Sakamoto realized this was their chance. While Apart was busy arranging the figurines, Sakamoto moved around, hoping to slim down, but Heisuke observed no change. He handed him a mirror, and Sakamoto wondered why it wasn't working. Suddenly, Apart returned and wrapped Sakamoto's body with his wires, causing Sakamoto's neck fat to pinch. His comrades grew anxious. However, he was able to break free. Sakamoto thought that the sharp cords would be challenging to handle without any weapons. He checked his pockets but only found junk. Apart was disgusted by what he saw, remarking that Sakamoto's pocket was filthy and doubting they could connect. Sakamoto was still unsettled, saying he felt incredibly light. Back at Mia Clinic, Lou was curious about Granny Mia's statement that Sakamoto was only at 30% of his former strength. Granny Mia clarified that this was only when Sakamoto was in his fat form. Lou found this hard to believe, questioning if it just meant Sakamoto's body was heavier. Granny Mia explained that it was partly that. When someone is no longer active in that field, they try to return to their former self. Shin wondered if Sakamoto just needed to slim down. Granny Mia said that fat guys have their own way of moving too, which surprised him. Back at the tower, While attacking with his wires, Apart mentioned that he noticed Sakamoto was crude. Although he didn't intend to, Sakamoto irritated him. Crude guys like Sakamoto didn't know how to be considerate of others, Apart claimed. Sakamoto denied being crude, but Apart pointed out his sandals, which piqued Heisuke's curiosity. He wondered how Sakamoto managed to walk around with those sandals. Granny Mia had mentioned that the strongest people could adapt to move efficiently in any situation. Whether without shoes or with broken bones, it didn't matter. The reason Sakamoto was slimming down and burning calories like crazy was because he didn't understand that. Apart continued his relentless attack while Sakamoto was lost in thought, wondering why he wasn't slimming down as he used to. After a while, he finally sees it. Granny Mia said she struck his dantian acupoint earlier, allowing his body to finally accept its weight. Suddenly, Apart was surprised when his opponent disappeared, only to reappear behind him and strike him from behind. Accepting himself as he was, Sakamoto will become strong even without losing weight. Apart couldn't believe what was happening, while Sakamoto praised Granny Mia for her work. Now, Sakamoto was ready to start his counterattack. He pressed the elevator button to go down. In the tower, people in the adjacent elevator were amazed by its height. A child was fascinated by the see-through design and witnessed Sakamoto and Apart falling on the other side. Sakamoto prepared for a powerful punch, causing Apart to crash onto the top of the other elevator. The passengers inside were startled by the noise and wondered if something had fallen. They were curious about the sound they heard. Meanwhile, Sakamoto continued his attack, cornering Apart and then jumping to land precisely on a steel beam. He climbed the beam, surprising himself with his agility. Even Apart was impressed, noting that after all this time, Sakamoto was the only person who had managed to connect with him. He admitted that he was starting to enjoy the fight. Apart then asked if Sakamoto would listen to his story. Sakamoto responded that he felt it might be a long one. Sakamoto took a piece of the railing and apologized, saying he didn't have time to listen to a long story. Apart commented that he was cold. When Apart attacked him with wires, Sakamoto used the piece of metal he had bent earlier and spun it around. This caused the wires to wrap around the metal, and he said, "That's a wrap." Apart was thrown back, and when he stood up, he asked if Sakamoto remembered the first time he connected to the world. Sakamoto asked what he meant. Apart explained that he was referring to the first time he realized he wasn't alone. Apart recounted that as a child, he never fit in. He had no playmates and always went straight home. But even there, his mother didn't care about him. He didn't even have any memories of talking to her, and he doesn't even remember her voice. However, his father was the only one who was kind to him, the only one who paid attention to him. But his father was always busy with work and rarely at home. Apart said he loved his father, who once told him that what mattered was what's inside a person. If he was kind and honest, people would surely like him because he was a good child. His father gave him a toy and said they would practice with it. His father pretended to be the toy doll, greeted him, and made friends with him. Apart was delighted by this. It boosted his confidence, so he tried to approach other children playing. He greeted them and asked if he could join them. One of the kids asked who he was while another called him a weirdo. Embarrassed, he went home, but as usual, his mother didn't care. In his room, Apart couldn't understand why no one wanted to be friends with him. While sulking, he saw the toy his father had given him and remembered what the child had said. Suddenly, his mood changed, and he used scissors to tear apart the toy. In his anger, he stabbed the doll. After that, he just laughed while tears streamed down his face. As he recalled how others ignored him, he continued to destroy the doll, even using a cutter until it was completely ruined. When his father came home and checked on him in the room, Apart welcomed him and explained what had happened. His father suddenly hugged him and couldn't help but cry. His father apologized and assured him that everything would be okay. They would go to the doctor the next day, which puzzled Apart. His brain was examined, and the doctor said everything was normal. He was healthy, with no tumors or anything. Apart's father couldn't believe that nothing was found. Apart was bothered by his father's changed mood. He couldn't accept that nothing was wrong with him, especially after he had chopped up an animal. He grabbed the doctor by the coat in anger, saying they were talking about his child. Was the doctor implying his child was a monster? Apart tried to stop him, but his father pushed him away. Suddenly, Apart saw his doll in him, and something snapped. He couldn't control himself and grabbed scissors, slitting his father's throat. As his father lay on the floor, Apart continued to stab him with the scissors, insisting there was nothing wrong with him. The doctor sat on the floor nearby, terrified. While sitting on his father, Apart said that they were the same. He opened his father's head and said they were the same on the inside. He cried, saying it was good to know, meaning he was still connected to everything in some way. Back in the present, Apart recalled that it was the first time he felt he wasn't alone, that he was the same as others. Apart explained that it was his way of understanding their connection. He wanted to see inside Sakamoto. Sakamoto replied that it was wrong, saying that killing people severed connections between them. He urged Apart to stop hurting others. Apart couldn't accept this. The scene shifted to the Torii Gates, known as the Gateposts of the Gods. It was a place where other order members were present, and it was in ruins. Shishiba told Osaraji to imagine coming home from work and finding their front door in shambles. Wouldn't that be sad? Osaraji replied, telling him he ate pork cutlet, but it was just leftovers. Shishiba was on the phone with Nagumo, who asked if he was eating. Nagumo replied that it was his lunch break. Shishiba wondered if Nagumo had a new side gig. Nagumo asked if he had seen the list given to the serial killers. He added that the JAA had no information on the last page. This prompted Shishiba to check, realizing that Slur had planned for the serial killers to face off and kill each other in the end. It was a twisted but efficient plan. Nagumo agreed, saying that they had served their purpose. When asked what he meant, he replied it would be a hassle. Back at the tower, Apart said he couldn't tolerate people like Sakamoto who don't get him. He was too rude and insensitive. Apart used wires to cut through part of the tower. As a result, the tower became noticeably unstable from the bottom, alarming those who saw it, as it seemed about to collapse. Inside, Heisuke and the others were nervous because they felt the ground shaking. Apart had made up his mind. After dismembering Sakamoto, he planned to arrange him nicely. According to Sakamoto, Apart knew nothing about human connection. Therefore, this was where everything would end. People outside were curious as they noticed the tower gradually collapsing. As Heisuke started sliding down, he noted it was bad and called Sakamoto. The area was getting smoky, making Sakamoto worry. But Apart just laughed, saying this should be good. This was his chance to connect with even more people, making his father happy. While dodging Apart's attacks, Sakamoto noticed some dangling electrical cables and grabbed them. He pulled them with great force to prevent the tower from collapsing. "Good thing I'm so big," Sakamoto said. Inside, Heisuke was surprised as the tilting stopped. Someone behind mentioned they should get down now, but one person was still dizzy and on the floor. Apart approached Sakamoto and said he was talking to him, so he shouldn't look away. Using wires, Apart tied Sakamoto's face and said he was ready to see his insides. This made Sakamoto think about his next move, especially with the tight binding. Suddenly, another order member, Takamura, appeared. The elderly order member had his eyes closed as he drew his katana and swiftly sliced through a part of the tower from the ground level. The sharpness of his katana was impressive, cleanly and quickly cutting through that section before he walked away. Because of this, the building shook, surprising Sakamoto. People below were shocked as the other side of the tower collapsed. Takamura simply bowed and used his katana as a cane while walking away. From a distance, people noticed that the tower, which looked like it was about to fall, had suddenly stabilized, but its appearance had become strange. Heisuke asked if Sakamoto was responsible for what happened, but he didn't respond. In his mind, he thought he recognized who did it. Apart, on the other hand, was nervous about the situation. Meanwhile, Takamura got into a taxi, and the driver asked if he had found the bathroom. Apparently, he had taken a taxi just to go there and had told the driver to wait, saying he just needed to use the restroom. As they were leaving, he asked about the strange noise from earlier. Back to Sakamoto, this was his chance. He He let go of the electrical wire and felt his weight. Suddenly, the fat around his neck shrank, allowing him to escape from the wires, much to Apart's surprise. This gave Sakamoto the opportunity to punch Apart with immense force. The impact sent Apart flying, who remarked on the weight of the punch. Sakamoto then pulled Apart with his own wires and threw him upwards, so much so that people in the tower noticed his shadow. As Apart came back down, Sakamoto prepared and used a ladder to strike him. This attack sent Apart straight into the tower railing, irritating him. When he got the chance, Apart attacked Sakamoto again, asking why he was rejecting him. Sakamoto grabbed the satellite dish from the side and used it like a frisbee, throwing it at Apart. The satellite cut through the wires Apart was using, causing him to fall from the heights. As he fell, he wondered why. He was just a person like anyone else, so why did life hurt so much? Sakamoto left a cord behind, and as he held it, he told Apart that he could still change the way he lives. He promised he won't let go of that cord, which surprised Apart. Sakamoto then threw him upward, spinning him around until Apart was dizzy. Sakamoto continued to throw the wire attached to Apart, wrapping him around the tower. When the cord finally ran out, Apart was flung into the tower and landed on the stairs where people were. They were shocked to see him. Meanwhile, a child noticed Sakamoto and was impressed. The child held a paper with a stamp rally written on it. Sakamoto took his stamp and marked the paper, saying, "Mission complete." The child thanked him. Sakamoto then left, dragging Apart's body with his right hand. Now, they could finally talk. Back at Mia Clinic, an hour after the battle at the tower, Apart appeared to be unaware of what's happening. Someone complained that his teacup's empty. They were all at Granny Mia's clinic, eating at the kotatsu table. Lu was lying down, relaxed, while Shin complained that Lu was kicking him. Heisuke requested more tea, and Granny Mia replied, "Do as you please." Apart wondered what the noise was about. He was confused about his location, as the last thing he remembered was fighting Sakamoto at the tower. Meanwhile, Shin and Lu continued their discussion in the background. Apart thought about the many unfamiliar people behind him who were just eating. Shin, hearing his thoughts, said he knew Apart was awake. Apart was startled because he didn't know about Shin's ability. Shin told him to stop pretending to be asleep because he couldn't fool him. Suddenly, Apart stood up and asked what was going on. Shin responded that there was no point in fighting anymore. Apart asked if they were friends with the deer and, if they thought they could use him, they were wasting their time. He said he doesn't take orders from others. Heisuke was surprised by Apart's statement that they were using him. He told Apart he was mistaken. Apart considered this for a moment. Heisuke added that they just wanted his help. When asked what he meant, Apart wondered why they hadn't killed him yet. He was curious why Sakamoto hadn't finished him off. Shin replied that Apart should thank Sakamoto. He told him to sit down because they had no plans to fight him. Apart did not expect this. Lu joined the conversation and said they wanted information about the man who hired him. Heisuke agreed and said they were counting on him. He even offered to give him the tangerine he was holding if he helped them. Apart wondered what they were talking about. Meanwhile, Sakamoto continued eating on the side. Apart asked if they hadn't thought that he could attack them as soon as he woke up. Sakamoto simply replied, "Who knows?" But he had already decided to bet on him changing. This surprised Apart. Sakamoto added that if Apart caused him any more trouble, he warned that he would skewer him on the Skytree Tower. Heisuke remarked that it was impressive he was still alive after fighting Sakamoto. Meanwhile, Lu commented that she felt bad for him. Apart was taken aback that they were talking to him like a normal person. He thought they were weirdos. While Granny Mia was busy reading the newspaper, Apart asked what they wanted to know. Lu lay back down as Apart began his story. The man he met was like a mecha human who looked like a deer. He knew nothing about slur. Sakamoto thought about this description while continuing to eat the tangerine Shin handed him. Anyway, Apart recalled a time when he visited the deer at a hotel. He lost his temper and ripped him to pieces. After that, he kept his string taut and listened in on the conversation. He heard from the deer's contact that it was the perfect way to lure the JA. The bigger the chaos they created, the better. They planned to move on to Phase 2. and the person on the other end agreed. While the serial killers faced the Order members, they planned to wipe out their base. Sakamoto and Shin were shocked by what they learned. A part added that the true objective was to divide and distract the JAA to completely wipe them out. While peeling a tangerine, he suggested that it might be better to avoid the situation altogether, though he didn't fully understand everything. Sakamoto remained silent, sipping his tea. The Japanese Association of Assassins, JAA, was explained. It comprises over 1,000 members, with nearly 400 being professional assassins. It is the largest assassin organization in Japan. The scene shifted to the Tokyo Bureau, where a man with a wounded face was seen training and being knocked down by his opponent. In another area, there was firearms training. One person commented that the recoil was too strong, causing jams. His partner responded that the slide wasn't going all the way back. If he didn't fix that, it would be difficult to use the weapon in real combat. The Tokyo Bureau of the JAA was bustling, with office staff answering calls. The JAA is an agency that coordinates assassin work and provides various services, such as weapon manufacturing and repairing public spaces damaged during assassination missions. A call center agent was seen answering calls related to assassination contracts. In other words, it serves as the central axis of the JAA. On that day, an unexpected incident in JAA history was set to occur there. Outside the building, two men were biking. One remarked on the size of the place and asked if it was the JAA. His companion confirmed it was, but noted it wasn't the headquarters. They were impressed. One wondered where he should park his bike, and his companion pointed to a nearby bike rack. A guard approached them and asked if they had authorization to enter. They would need a staff badge or visitor's badge to access the building. They apologized, and one of them mentioned that he wasn't a member of the JAA. Because of that, the guard suddenly pointed a gun at them and called them intruders. According to JAA regulations, this calls for their immediate elimination. One of the men asked his companion if he didn't have a JAA license. The companion replied that the photo on it looked awful, so he threw it away. The other man realized that was the reason for the photos. Then, out of nowhere, he blew a huge hole in the guard next to him. The man remarked that they don't give warnings. The guard was shocked. The one in the turtleneck was X, also known as Slur, who commented that it had been a while, so he was nervous. It felt like a new school semester after winter vacation, making him uneasy. His companion agreed, saying he understood the feeling. It was the same for him when he was about to get a haircut, making him self-conscious about showing up at school afterward. He was surprised by the response from the person he called boss. He mentioned that the reason they didn't perform well under stress was that they paid too much attention to ordinary actions. His companion was curious if he was into reading again. Slur patted the man he called Gaku and told him to take it easy. Gaku responded, telling him not to talk like he was the nervous one. Slur added that they were taking a step towards hallowed justice. Back at Mia Clinic, Sakamoto announced they were going to the JAA, which shocked Shin. Back at the Tokyo Bureau of the JAA, the guards at the reception area stopped some people and asked who they were, as they needed a staff or visitor's badge to enter. However, Gaku suddenly took them down. Slur told him to take care of the rest. Surprised, Gaku asked if he had to do it alone and if there was anything else he needed to know. Slur replied that there was a restroom on every floor and told him to be careful. Due to the incident, an intruder alert was issued throughout the building. Combatants were instructed to grab their weapons and report to the first floor, while non-combatants were directed to the shelter on each floor immediately. This announcement was repeated, causing surprise among those inside. They mentioned that two intruders with weapons were spotted, but their objective was still unknown. Meanwhile, those in the gym were disappointed with the guards for letting the intruders in, even though there were only two of them. In the office, there was talk about the intruders, with some curious about which unit would take them down. When one person asked a colleague if he was going to join the fight, he declined, saying he had work to finish. Besides, there were only two intruders, and it was impossible for them to reach the third floor. However, they suddenly saw a colleague being attacked. The intruder had reached the development division, which shocked everyone. Gaku was responsible for killing them. Using his mace, He easily wiped out the JA members on that floor. Now that he was done, he decided to use the restroom. As he walked out, he wondered which floor he was on. Suddenly, he was showered with bullets from people in the hallway. The group's leader told them to keep shooting, and they complied. After a countdown, he ordered them to stop. It seemed Gaku wasn't hit at all, and he quickly killed them all, slicing their guns in half. The leader looked at Gaku, who stood holding his weapon. The man commented that he should have stayed home. Just then, Gaku was attacked and thrown back by someone who emerged from the wall. The person said that Takebe wasn't setting a good example for the young ones, and he greeted him. Takebe referred to the masked man as Mr. Inoda, who asked how many had died. Takebe replied that there were about 40 on the first 3 floors, and only 2 minutes had passed since infiltration. They were facing a monster, said Mr. Inoda. Suddenly, there was an explosion that surprised them both. It was Gaku, who had blown up the restroom wall using his weapon. That felt good, he said while closing his zipper. Then he attacked Mr. Inoda in the face with such force that he was thrown outside, landing in the parking lot of the adjacent building, and bounced into a van, hitting the steering wheel. Elsewhere, some other men were concerned by the noise they heard. The elevator doors opened to reveal Slur holding a notebook. They were shocked and tried to grab their guns, but the person behind them, their co-worker who was actually an ally of Slur, shot and killed them all. He greeted Slur and said long time no see. He asked if he had lost weight. Slur, in turn, greeted Yuta, saying it had been a while since they last saw each other. Yuta asked if Gaku was with him, and Slur replied yes. Yuta called Gaku a dummy because he always goes overboard. Slur apologized to Yuta for embedding him there for the whole year. He asked where their other agents were while getting a drink from the vending machine. Yuta said they were on standby downstairs. He added that working at the JAA was good because of the decent pay and good benefits, and the work was easy. Slur handed him a drink and asked if he had made any friends there. Yuta nodded, saying they worked in development on the 3rd floor, so they were probably dead by now. Slur apologized for that. As Yuta drank, he asked if it was finally starting. Slur said it was time to reset the corrupt JAA and create a new order. Suddenly, a taxi arrived outside the building. 2 men outside stopped the person trying to enter. They told him that the building was now under Slur's rulership and that he should leave if he didn't want to die. The old man, Takamura, whispered before slashing their bodies with his katana. Gaku was alarmed because he sensed someone approaching, and it was the order member, Takamura. Again, he whispered some incomprehensible words. Gaku remarked that a bad grandpa had appeared. He suddenly attacked with his mace, but was surprised to see the old man blocking it with just the handle of his katana. Bent over with his eyes closed, Takamura held his katana and unsheathed it. Gaku, on high alert, was astonished when the katana sliced through the wall, taking off his right ear and 2 fingers from his left hand. Still bent over, Takamura evaded Gaku's counterattack. Even though Gaku's mace was close to Takamura's head, the old man managed to dodge, shattering Gaku's weapon. Gaku laughed but realized too late that he was the next target. With a powerful strike, he was thrown out of the building. Slur was shocked, and Yuta asked if that was Gaku. Slur knew it was the work of the old JAA member. He couldn't believe he was still alive and had expected their mission to be quick. Meanwhile, Sakamoto was seen hanging outside the building with apart and a visibly nervous Shin. They made their way inside to where Slur and Yuta were. Sakamoto landed gracefully, while Shin mentioned that he thought Apart was going to make a net for their landing. Apart replied that he did make one, but only for himself. Sakamoto stood up and was surprised to see Slur, recognizing him. He was shocked that he was still alive and called him Yuzuki. Slur responded with "long time no see" and noted sadly that his former friend had gained weight. Shin was astonished to find out they knew each other, recalling him from their previous encounter. Slur asked Sakamoto to forget his old name, saying he preferred to be called X now. Shin was stunned to realize that this was the X they had been looking for. Sakamoto asked X why he placed a bounty on his head and what his goal was. X responded that there were so many questions and wondered when Sakamoto had become so talkative. Then he stabbed Sakamoto, who fell silent before chasing him down. Shin was concerned for him and was about to follow, but Yuta pointed a gun at his neck, startling him. However, a part split the gun in half to help Shin. A part told Yuta to stop and not sever his connections, but then his arm was suddenly cut off by X. Shin screamed for a part, but Yuta slammed him to the ground, ready to stab him. Sakamoto came to the rescue, kicking Yuta away. Yuta asked why X hadn't finished Sakamoto off, while X found it weird. Shin noticed that Sakamoto was bleeding, but Sakamoto grabbed him and threw him towards a part, ordering them to retreat. Shin hesitated, but Sakamoto insisted, saying he'd handle it. X then said, "Isn't it true what they say? You never know when it's your time to die." X asked what's wrong and told Sakamoto to hurry up and come at him. He said that wasting time was wasting their lives. Sakamoto stood silently, still bleeding. Shin and a part called out to him. Yuta asked if he should take care of Sakamoto, but X refused, saying he had been working for days without a break. Besides, he found their confrontation somewhat fun, like a class reunion or something. X asked Sakamoto if he didn't want to kill him again. Sakamoto just stared until suddenly he disappeared from his spot and reappeared behind X, pressing a ballpoint pin to his neck. X quickly dodged and avoided the attack. Slur sighed, saying Sakamoto reminded him of what he used to be, as he snaps the pin of Sakamoto. X commented that Sakamoto was too naive and annoying. Suddenly, Sakamoto was attacked, his body injured by X's rapid movements. Shin was shocked by what happened. X said that people who don't go all out in the end bring misfortune to those around them. Didn't the JCC teach epitomize invisible killing spirit? X admitted he wasn't a star student like them, but after graduating, he figured something out. You don't need a heart to kill. One moment he was in front of Shin, and the next, he was behind him, exemplifying that moment. Shin couldn't believe it, but Sakamoto quickly grabbed them and pulled them away. X exclaimed, "Oh my!" at Sakamoto's actions. Shin noticed how severe Sakamoto's wounds were and apologized, saying it was his fault. X told him that instead of apologizing, he should off himself. "Isn't that right?" he asked Sakamoto. In their current situation, X commented that both he and his companions were going to die. He knew he still had the skills to understand he was saying. X said he had only one option left, to come at him with the intention of killing. But Sakamoto replied that he was no longer an assassin. X countered, saying that if he let him live, others would die. He triggered Sakamoto by suddenly mentioning his child, which made Sakamoto's veins pop with anger as he thought of ending X's life. Noticing Sakamoto's killing intent, X prepared himself. The fight became intense as they charged at each other. X welcomed Taro Sakamoto back, telling him not to mess up his chance this time. The determination was evident on Sakamoto's face. Shin screamed, and Sakamoto remembered his family, which made him hesitate. Suddenly, Gaku entered the scene by smashing through the wall. Gaku was surprised to see Sakamoto. X was annoyed by Gaku's interruption just as the fight was getting interesting. Gaku replied that he should forget about it, as no one had told him there was a freaky old man there. Meanwhile, at the door of the building, a katana blade sliced through the door near the doorknob, opening it. It was Takamura, muttering incomprehensible words once again. Takamura entered, head bowed, which shocked everyone. His eyes remained closed as X ordered Yuta to take care of the old man. Yuta readied his gun and fired, but Takamura deflected the bullets with his katana. Takamura kept walking, undeterred by the continuous gunfire. Yuta appeared behind him and aimed the gun at his head, but Takamura swiftly sliced Yuta's trigger finger and stabbed him in the neck with the katana. Despite being behind him, Takamura managed to incapacitate Yuta. Gaku then joined in, swinging his mace at Takamura, but his right arm was cut off. Gaku noticed his severed hand in the air and decided he didn't need it, using it as a weapon to kick forcefully at Takamura. The strength of the attack was evident, but it still didn't injure Takamura. However, the attack caused a crack in Takamura's katana. The confrontation between Gaku and Takamura was intense, but X suddenly pulled Gaku back to escape as Takamura's attack slashed the surroundings. Shin thought the battle was insanely fierce. Gakko requested X to show his skills, but X responded, "Give me a break." Slur and Gakko tried to escape, but Sakamoto chased them down, saying they're not going anywhere. X responded that it was nice to see him again. Sakamoto attacked, but was still wounded by X. He spat blood as X bid farewell. Suddenly, Takamura appeared behind X, drawing his katana. X apologized to Yuta for the favor he was about to ask, but Yuta said it was no problem. Yuta emerged behind Takamura, grabbing him and saying he'd handle it. Everyone was shocked as Yuta turned into a suicide bomb to help them escape. The explosion was massive, destroying part of the building. Shin was shielded by an apron, while Sakamoto and Takamura protected their faces with their hands. Due to the explosion, the building sustained significant damage. The impact was so strong that Shin struggled to stand. He was startled to see Sakamoto and apologized for sacrificing his apron for him. Hearing the sound of a knife, Sakamoto became alert as X's shadow suddenly appeared behind him. They locked eyes intensely. Sakamoto was about to say something, but Gakko tapped X and told him they should leave. As they left, Gakko complained about how difficult it was to walk with only one arm. Shin was puzzled as they suddenly vanished. The floor of the building was in ruins. This incident happened in September, resulting in 176 deaths, 3 injuries, and 1 missing person. 6 months later, due to Slur's plan for an assassin purge, the number of professional assassins in Japan decreased by 3/4. Sakamoto, Shin, and Lu visited the shrine during New Year to give thanks for getting through the past year. Lu suggested they pay tribute at the shrine, but Shin noticed the place was crowded and the line was long. Sakamoto said it was fine to just stay where they were. Shin and Lu wondered what he meant. Suddenly, Sakamoto flicked a coin that landed right at the front. He said they could leave now as the tribute was paid. Shin couldn't believe what he had done, and Lu mentioned that's bad karma. Meanwhile, a few days after the attack on the JAA, we then see Ikarizaka Hospital, where Sakamoto was watching the news. He was surprised to see that the Tokyo Tower had become the newest attraction, now being called the Leaning Tower, with many visitors flocking to see it. In the room, some patients offered Sakamoto daifukumachi, which he accepted. A patient in the next bed commented that his body was like machi, while the nurse reminded Sakamoto that he was eating too much. At the door, Shin could be seen hesitating to enter. An elderly patient there asked if he was lost. Shin was carrying an expensive fruit basket, but couldn't bring himself to approach Sakamoto. He wondered how he could face him after what happened. He recalled X's suggestion to just off himself. He thought he had become stronger battling serial killers, but at the JAA, he was only a burden. He sat in the hallway, thinking the least he could do was give the fruit basket and leave. He was startled when he noticed visitors arriving. It was Hyo and Nagumo. Hyo asked why he came along, and Nagumo replied that he might get into a fight if he didn't. Sakamoto was surprised to see them there. Nagumo greeted him with a nice work for what happened the other day and asked how he was feeling. He asked what they wanted from him. Nagumo replied, "Don't be like that. Can't we just visit our friend in the hospital?" However, Hyo, visibly irritated, cut in and said, "Let's cut to the chase. We know you had contact with X." Sakamoto admitted it and revealed to Nagumo that X was Yuzuki, which shocked him. He asked if this meant he hadn't killed him back then, because if it was a joke, it wasn't funny. Hyo, confused, didn't get their conversation. Nagumo explained that Yuzuki was a student when he and Sakamoto were trainees at the JCC. He didn't leave much of an impression back then. Hyo commented that if Yuzuki had shown any promise, he would have heard about him. In their class, the names he often heard were Sakamoto, Nagumo, and Akao, and stressed that it's mostly bad rumors in Nagumo's case. Nagumo teased Hyo, saying he never heard his name at all. Annoyed, Hyo retorted that Nagumo would be in trouble. He claimed to be a late bloomer. Shin, who had been listening, was curious about the time when Sakamoto was a JCC trainee. The two visitors left, with Hyo saying that now they knew who X was, they could take it from there. Nagumo was surprised they were leaving so soon. Sakamoto thought for a moment before stopping them and saying there was something he hadn't told them. Hyo asked what it was, and Sakamoto proposed a deal. In return, he would tell them everything the order knew about X. Hyo didn't seem pleased with this and suddenly attacked Sakamoto. Fortunately, Sakamoto quickly dodged. Hyo caused the hospital bed to be destroyed. Shin was shocked by what he saw. Hyo stepped on the hospital bed and said, "The order is not your friend." He notes that Sakamoto is not an assassin anymore, and even heard he has a family now. Sakamoto landed atop the bedside table. Hyo added, "If you keep getting involved and end up dead, who will take care of your wife and child?" He admitted he never liked Sakamoto's attitude, thinking he could do whatever he wanted. Sakamoto said he had no intention of dying. "Don't assume," he warned. Hyo asked if he wanted to see how outclassed he was. He suddenly punched him, sending them flying into the next bed and smashing the hospital wall. Hyo remarked that it was only a matter of time before Sakamoto was a goner. The MRI room staff was shocked when Sakamoto ended up there. Sakamoto responded, "That may be true," but then he remembered what X said about his child and said, "There are times when a father can't back down." He added that he needed to protect his loved ones himself. Hyo was annoyed, saying this meant Sakamoto didn't trust others. Sakamoto admitted it was true before, but not anymore. Just then, Shin jumped to attack Hyo, surprising him. Shin pressed the machine button, while Sakamoto threw the pole at Hyo. The pole stuck to Hyo, who struggled to move and realized it was a magnet. Only then did he notice it was an MRI machine. While Hyo was struggling, Sakamoto pleaded him for information about X, saying he needed to protect his family. Hyo was puzzled by the request and by him asking for a favor. And so he stated that JAA regulations forbid sharing classified information with outsiders, but then he suggested trying the JCC database. Surprised, Sakamoto and Shin thanked him before closing the door. Hyo asked about the information Sakamoto was supposed to trade. Nagumo was also there, calling Hyo gullible and noting that he always ended up in trouble because of it. Hyo told him to shut up, apologizing to the doctor for the mess. As Hyo was stuck, he lifted the machine, prompting Nagumo to tease him about his new accessory. Hyo threatened to kill him if he didn't quiet down. A kid who saw him carrying the heavy machine was impressed. Outside, Shin remarked that he didn't expect soft-hearted members like Hyo in the order. Sakamoto replied that Hyo was indeed kind-hearted. Noticing what Shin was holding, he asked about it. Shin explained that it was a get-well-soon gift for Sakamoto, but he missed the chance to give it to him. "What is it for?" Sakamoto asked. Shin admitted that he felt that he had been a burden to Sakamoto at the JAA, and he was embarrassed to face him. Sakamoto, however, thought back to their time at the JAA. When X brought up his daughter, he almost lost his sanity, but it was Shin who brought him back to his senses. He thought to himself that Shin was always the one saving him and that he still needed his help. Shin, on the verge of tears, asked why he didn't say that out loud. Sakamoto noted they now had a lead on Slur, and he told Shin that their next stop was the JCC. Let's switch to the JAA, where Shishiba and Osaraji are present. While the floaters were busy cleaning, Osaraji commented that she now understood what Shishiba was saying earlier. "It is indeed annoying when someone comes and messes up your house," Shishiba agreed. Moreover, the state of the place was beyond messed up. 40% of the Kanto Bureau had been wiped out. Because of this, JAA stocks were plummeting. Client assassination requests were also being canceled one after another. "This is no joke," he said. Osaraji was curious about the bonus they would receive this year. Shishiba replied, "Not likely." He advised her not to be too dramatic. It seemed that management was going to revise the JAA regulations due to what had happened. With many staff lost, they would need to recruit new members. He noted that it's about time for them to get the rest of the gang back. Osaraji asked if he was referring to the other members of the order. He confirmed, wondering what Kanaguri and the others were up to. Osaraji said she didn't like that guy, but Shishiba told her to be nice. At a warehouse somewhere, someone was stitching a wound. The man said that the nerve reconnection was complete. It was Kashima, who advised the patient not to move too much until the circulation stabilizes. The recovery of the nerves would be gradual, like a growing plant. It would take time for the feeling to return to the fingers. Gaku was impressed that Kashima managed to restore his fingers and thanked him for it. Kashima replied that he should thank the person who cut them off. The clean cut had kept the muscle tissue alive. Curious, Kashima asked who could have done it. There weren't many who could get a piece of him. Gaku fell silent, recalling Takamura. X told him not to take it too hard. He might be the first person to survive a fight with Takamura, and added that it was good that his arm was restored. But Gaku replied that Kashima hadn't fixed his ear. Kashima admitted that even he had limits. X sat down and sighed. Kashima noticed and commented that X looked tired. X confirmed this, saying their attack on the JAA had failed. He hadn't anticipated Takamura showing up, and that in the end, Yuta had to rescue them. Gaku asked what was up with that old man. X said he didn't know. No one knew how long Takamura had been with the Order or what his exact role in the JAA was, or even what he thought. All anyone knew about him was that he was strong. X recounted that there was a time he thought Takamura was either like Santa or a ghost, a fictional character from the collective imagination. Kashima remarked that he liked the idea of something becoming real when everyone in the world believed in it. Gaku smiled and said that Takamura seemed to be the personification of the bloodlust of all assassins in the world, and that would make for a powerful killer. X laughed, saying that there must be enough energy from humanity to bring such a person to life. Setting aside that kind of occultism, X said, it would be hard to expect things to go smoothly when someone like Takamura was involved, not to mention Sakamoto. He hadn't expected to see him there either. Gaku then pondered what their next move should be. He asked if they should meet up with their other companions and tour Japan. After all, the JAA had branches in various places. But X dismissed that idea, saying it was too risky. The other branches would surely tighten security. And with Yuta gone, it was time for them to expand their numbers. Gaku asked if that meant recruiting from the JAA, but X disagreed, saying he preferred fresh blood. It's easier to start with a blank canvas than to paint over an existing one. Besides, he had already begun the process. Let's return to Sakamoto's store. Shin said he was okay with going to the JCC to get info on Slur. However, he admitted that he knew nothing about the JCC. Heisuke was surprised. While it was revealed that Shin was talking to Sakamoto, who was finally discharged from the hospital, Heisuke couldn't believe that he got his license by an outside exam. He found it impressive. Sakamoto then noticed that all their products had fresh expiration dates. He thought Nagumo must have caused some mess there, and the floaters had just cleaned up. Lou asked if the JCC was an assassin school. She searched it online and found their website. They learned that the JCC had 1,000 enrolled students, all of whom lived in dorms. The faculty had 30 staff members, and the program lasted 4 years. 10% of the students graduated and obtained an assassin license, while 90% either quit or died during training. Because of that, Lou said she wouldn't go there. Shin wanted to see the page about the graduates. Heisuke laughed, saying this brings back memories. Lou asked if their boss graduated from the JCC and if he could enter as an alumnus. He answered no. It wasn't easy to get in and out of the JCC. Security was tight there. Shin was surprised and began to think. Suddenly, Aoi arrived carrying something. She said she found it while cleaning the living room. She asked what it was and wanted an explanation. She told them not to say they were thinking of enrolling Hannah there and turning her into a killer. Shin was shocked when he noticed the JCC admission exam details, and Lou saw that enrollment was currently open. Suddenly, Sakamoto and Shin were seen on an airplane. Their flight to their destination was 3 hours. Shin couldn't believe they were applying to the JCC as students. Sakamoto said that this was the safest and surest way. However, Shin replied that it would be obvious, and besides, he was too old for it. Sakamoto told him not to worry and pointed out the other passengers, explaining that the JCC had no age limit. Sakamoto added that the exam for transfer students was quite difficult. Some of them train and take the exam for years to get in. Shin mentioned that he graduated from there, so wouldn't they recognize him? Sakamoto put on a cap and said he would disguise himself. Shin asked if the security there was really that lax. Their fellow passengers on the plane were annoyed, saying they were too noisy and for sure, they would lose their lives soon. A woman sitting behind them was impressed, thinking they looked tough and fearless, while she was visibly nervous. She convinced herself not to wimp out, telling herself she needed to become an assassin. While on the plane, Shin asked about the test for transferring to the JCC, wondering what level the applicants were at. Sakamoto replied that it was a higher level than the general entrance exam. Most of the applicants were pros, so he advised Shin, "You can't let your guard down." The two were busy eating. Someone nearby thought they were idiots for stuffing themselves right before the test. A man approached Sakamoto and asked if it was his first time, as he seemed full of energy. Shin asked what he wanted. The man replied that they needed to learn respect. The man was Jae-irk, 28 years old, making his 5th attempt at the test. He gave them some advice, saying it was better to have an empty stomach during the test, as a full stomach dulls the senses. Other applicants noticed Jae intimidating the first-timers and called him a jerk. Jae added that only 1 out of 40 applicants passed that exam. Each year, the test changed, so they would never know what to expect. If they weren't in peak condition, they would surely lose their lives. The two seemed unbothered and continued eating. Shin merely said, "Is that so?" while Sakamoto enjoyed his soup. Jae suddenly grabbed Sakamoto's noodles, saying people like him were the first to disappear. As he slurped the noodles into his mouth, he said he'll do the honor of watching him die. He then kicked the food off Sakamoto's table and complained that the spaghetti was lukewarm. Shin asked if he wanted to retaliate. Sakamoto replied that it wouldn't bring back his spaghetti, so there was no point. The woman behind them watched the incident. She thought they seemed like first-timers, just like her, and were probably nervous too. Suddenly, she panicked, realizing it wasn't the time to worry about others. If she lost focus, even for a moment, she knew she might lose her life there. She needed to pass and become an assassin. Once again, she glanced at them and thought to herself that she felt bad for them. The flight attendant spoke, greeting the JCC applicants on board. She introduced herself as Mizuno and said she would explain the testing protocol. Among the 360 of them there, a few were undercover test administrators. All administrators had special bullets inscribed with the letters JCC. Their challenge was to identify who among them was an administrator and steal their bullet. The applicants were in disbelief, realizing they would be facing professional assassins. A masked man asked if they could kill the administrators when they steal the bullets. Mizuno replied that, of course, they could if they were capable. With that, everyone prepared, and she wished them, "Have a nice flight." Suddenly, weapons dropped in front of them, signaling the start of the test. They were surprised by the weapons they received, and chaos erupted inside the plane. Below, children noticed the airplane in the sky and waved goodbye to it. Some applicants were already getting shot, confused about who the administrators were. The distribution of weapons was random, and it was their job to maximize the use of whatever they got. Jae complained to Mizuno, saying they've got to be kidding. How could he fight with a cooking spatula? He wanted a different weapon. But then, Mizuno approached him and struck his arm to retrieve the spatula. Using it, she slit Jae's throat. She explained that the ability to adapt to any situation was essential for an assassin. She then flashed the bullets with her, meaning she too is an administrator. The masked man from earlier was now facing an opponent. They both had guns, but the masked man quickly shot his opponent in the head, showcasing his agility. He approached the man and realized he wasn't an administrator either. Disgusted, he disinfected himself with alcohol. Another man with glasses thought they were probably hiring JCC instructors and upperclassmen as test administrators, likely in their mid to late 20s. If he could just observe their movements, he can zero in on the target. One of them hid in the overhead bin, thinking the others were morons for jumping straight into fights. He planned to be smart and wait until most were dead, then snatch bullets from whoever was left. Shin faced an opponent but managed to dodge the attack. He then held a knife to the man's throat and asked if he was an administrator. When the man said no, Shin left him in his seat. Frustrated, Shin thought that with so many people there, it was hard to read their minds, and now he had a headache. A woman nearby wasn't sure how to use the weapon she had picked up. Someone came up behind her, thinking she was an easy target with a great weapon. Suddenly, she started firing at everyone. They begged for mercy, but she apologized, saying she didn't mean to do it. Meanwhile, Sakamoto was still seated, and the weapon assigned to him was a ballpoint pen. The woman couldn't believe it and felt sorry for Sakamoto, thinking he was doomed as a newbie. Though concerned, she reminded herself it wasn't the time to worry about others. But she was surprised to see that Sakamoto had taken down a man using only that pen. The other applicants also took notice, wondering who that man was. Sakamoto, on the other hand, was pleased with the ballpoint pen. Sakamoto stood still, clicking the ballpoint pen in his hand. The others were visibly shocked at how skilled he was. One applicant shouted that Sakamoto and the woman behind him must be the test administrators. They were stunned, and suddenly, the applicants attacked, believing they had the bullet needed to pass. The woman was caught off guard, realizing they had become the new targets. As she was about to be shot, Sakamoto threw the ballpoint pen at an overhead bin, surprising another applicant. The bin opened, and a suitcase fell on his head. He accidentally pulled the trigger, shooting at Sakamoto, who easily dodged it. Sakamoto approached him and beat him up. Meanwhile, the other applicants around him are already bloodied. The woman bowed to Sakamoto, thanking him for saving her. Sakamoto frisked the man and found JCC bullets, identifying him as a test administrator. The woman was astonished, having had no idea. She noticed that Sakamoto's attack style was very professional. Sakamoto thought he should have held back a bit more. The woman couldn't help but be impressed by him, finding him incredibly admirable. As a fellow newbie, she said she had high respect for him, something Sakamoto hadn't expected. She mentioned that watching him gave her the courage to do better. As Sakamoto was about to leave, he wished her a good luck and flicked something in her direction. It turned out to be a JCC bullet, and Sakamoto mentions that he didn't need 3. The woman chased after him, saying she couldn't accept it. She returned the bullet, explaining that she admired someone, and if they were in her place, she doesn't think they'd take that. She thought they were similar yet different, and admitted she felt little in comparison. Her parents said she would make a better housekeeper than an assassin. But Sakamoto advised that she wouldn't know until she tried. She replied that Sakamoto had proven size doesn't matter. Sakamoto was surprised, and the woman said she hadn't meant it that way. Meanwhile, in business class, many had already perished. Someone was strangling Mizuno, calling her a wimp. It turned out to be the masked man earlier. He asked if that was the best JCC instructors could do. He said it was a piece of cake. Mizuno recognized him as applicant number 4, Mafuyu Seba, and congratulated him on his good work. Mafuyu replied that he could kill her for it, showing the bullets he had taken from Mizuno. "Wasn't that what you said?" Mafuyu mentioned. Suddenly, someone kicked Mafuyu from behind, and it turned out to be Shin. Mafuyu was irritated and told him not to interfere, calling him an old dude. Shin was annoyed at being called old, especially since he was only 21. Mafuyu, who was 14, considered 21 totally old. He quickly moved to attack Shin, but Shin managed to dodge. Mafuyu then fired a gun at Shin, who quickly ran away but still got grazed on the shoulder. Blood splattered on Mafuyu's face, and Shin was impressed by Mafuyu's combat experience. Mafuyu, however, was paranoid about the blood on his skin and frantically wiped it off, finding it disgusting. He took out some alcohol and sprayed it on his hands. Shin was surprised and asked if he was a clean freak. If so, why did he come here? While cleaning himself, Mafuyu explained that he hadn't intended to take the transfer test, and he only took it because his brother gave him a flu before the regular test. He bets everyone was already settled into friend groups and stuff, which annoyed him. Shin thought that this strangely confident germaphobe was quite odd. Mafuyu admitted that he hated getting dirty the most. It was the worst. He just wanted everything to be clean all the time. Suddenly, Mafuyu pulled something from his shoe, revealing a bladed weapon. He said that he hated getting his hands dirty the most. Shin couldn't believe that Mafuyu had hidden weapons. Mafuyu attacked him suddenly, but despite the weapon being so close to him, Shin managed to dodge. Shin admitted that Mafuyu was incredibly fast. So, he fired his gun at him. Using the weapon in his shoe, Mafuyu managed to split the bullet in half. This irritated Shin, while Mafuyu thought about killing him. Shin quickly read Mafuyu's intentions to attack and thought to himself that he wouldn't let himself be a burden to Sakamoto anymore. So, he fought back against Mafuyu. Mafuyu was shocked that Shin could read his moves. Shin apologized, saying he had someone to catch up to. Back when they were still at the airport, Shin made a request to Sakamoto. He asked that when they take the transfer exam, Sakamoto shouldn't help him. When asked why, Shin replied that he wanted to test his own abilities without depending on Sakamoto. Sakamoto agreed but told him not to fail. Shin assured him that it wouldn't happen and that he should just watch. He promised that he would pass at the top of the class. Back on the plane, Shin and Mafuyu were still facing each other. Mafuyu couldn't believe that Shin had read his moves. He thought it must have been a coincidence. Shin asked if there was a problem and challenged Mafuyu to hurry up and come at him. Mafuyu attacked again, using his shoe weapon. He was puzzled because Shin kept evading, but then Shin pulled out a gun and fired at him. Now that Shin was counterattacking, Mafuyu decided to keep pressing his attack. An applicant on the side watched in concern. The exchange between the two was intense. Mafuyu thought that no matter how sharp Shin's intuition was, if he could only catch him, then it wouldn't matter. Shin said it was a good idea, but he tore Mafuyu's shoe weapon using his gun and told him that he could hear him loud and clear. This caused Mafuyu to fall, and Shin pointed his gun at him, demanding that he hand over his bullets. Mafuyu, feeling hurt, told Shin to just kill him and called him Gramps. Shin responded that he wouldn't kill someone just for a stupid test and added that Mafuyu was only 14 years old. He wasn't into killing kids. Mafuyu started crying and said that even though Shin was older than him, he was still more immature, and said that anyone could see that. Shin couldn't believe what he was hearing and was shocked to see Mafuyu crying. Mafuyu told him to be quiet and that Shin should pay him back for the weapons he destroyed. Mafuyu accepted his failure, and Shin thought to himself how annoying this kid was and wondered if all kids were like this now. Shin told him it wasn't something to cry about. Mafuyu was surprised by this. Shin added that he had great talent for a 14-year-old. Mafuyu thought about what Shin said about talent, mentioning that he do get that a lot. Shin felt like hitting him because of this, but added that even if he failed the test, he could still take the license test. Mafuyu responded that he didn't care about the license. He just wanted to go to the JCC. He said he needed a lot of connections at the JCC to get into the order. Shin was surprised that Mafuyu knew about the order. Suddenly, the overhead bin opened, and the guy who had been hiding there earlier appeared. He said this was his chance and took the bullets, calling it the hyena technique, and called them morons. Shin quickly attacked him, causing him to drop the bullets. Shin told Mafuyu that if he wanted to get into the order, he didn't need connections. Thinking about the order members he had met, he said Mafuyu needed incredible abilities. Shin thought to himself that he needed those abilities too. He threw one bullet to Mafuyu, who was puzzled. Shin explained that he only needed one bullet to pass and bid him farewell. Mafuyu stopped him, but Shin said there's no need to thank him. But surprisingly, He called him to complain that the bullet had blood on it, and he wanted to exchange it. This annoyed Shin even more, who told him he needed to work on his personality. Mafuyu pleaded, saying he had gotten it first. Shin agreed and asked if he was happy now. With this, Shin had 2 bullets while Mafuyu had 1. Meanwhile, in economy class, the brawl continued. The woman was visibly exhausted, thinking that 30 minutes had passed and she still didn't have a bullet. She knew she had to do something. Suddenly, someone tapped her shoulder. It was Sakamoto, who was busy eating. He asked her who taught her how to use a gun. The woman was startled and apologized profusely, admitting that she struggled with guns. She said a relative had taught her a little about using them. Sakamoto asked for her gun and demonstrated that she should lean forward when shooting to be more stable, using her shoulder to steady the aim. He bent to shoot and targeted the weapons of other applicants, showing how to use the wrist on the handguard. The woman was amazed and said that his instructions were incredibly clear. She found it hard to believe that he was also a newbie. He responded that he had once taught a kid her age, referring to Shin. In the background, those 2 whose weapons were shot were aiming to take them down. The girl was curious about his name, and he introduced himself as Taro. She then introduced herself as Akira and said she was pleased to meet him. Meanwhile, in first class, someone was curious about the gunshots he heard and said they're a good shooter. More shots hit other applicants. We then see a man holding a camera was facing 3 opponents. He commented on how great their expressions were. More applicants joined in trying to take him down. He remarked that it was a scene from an assassin test, and the participants were wholeheartedly engaged in their art. Life and death hang in the balance. He said he wanted more powerful and real expressions because he wanted to move the viewers. To give them a sprinkle of hope, he dropped a JCC bullet. This caused everyone to scramble for it. That became the perfect opportunity for him to decapitate them simultaneously using a clapperboard while saying, "Cut." He commented on how much despair there was, like in that movie, Funny Games. He expressed his joy in serving as a test admin. The man was Kanaguri, an order member and a movie director. He thought he could get great footage there. Suddenly, they called the attention of all test takers. Out of 360, 297 were out of commission, leaving only 63 remaining. There were 30 minutes left until they reached their destination, and so they told them to enjoy the flight. In the cockpit, the pilots were talking, one side while the other asked what he thinks with this year's test. He responded that it was a disaster. Never before had over half of the test admins been eliminated. The other pilots said it was not their concern as pilots. Meanwhile, Mafuyu continued following Shin despite his reluctance. Mafuyu asked why he was taking the transfer test, and Shin said it was none of his business. We then see Kanaguri's video camera aiming at them. He commented that they looked like kids and rookies, wondering why they chose to become assassins at such a young age. The 2 glanced at the camera, and Kanaguri said it was good, so he zoomed in slowly. He instructed to make the dolly shot smoother. An applicant pushing Kanaguri was who he was speaking to. He suddenly called "cut" and said their expressions were excellent. He commended the guy behind him, giving him a JCC bullet. They realized he was a test admin. Recognizing Kanaguri, Shin was curious if he was right. He asked if he was the movie director Kanaguri. Surprised that Shin recognized him, Kanaguri confirmed it. Mafuyu was curious about who he was. Shin was surprised Mafuyu didn't know. He explained that Kanaguri was a director, screenwriter, cameraman, producer, and founder of murder films. He said he had many fans worldwide because of his peerless cinematography and realistic portrayal of the assassin world. He was known as the pioneer of assassin movies. Mafuyu got annoyed because Shin's passionate storytelling was spraying spit on him. Curious, Mafuyu asked why a famous movie director was there. Kanaguri answered he was shooting a film. It so happened that he had business with the transfer test. Mafuyu complained that he didn't give consent to be filmed. Kanaguri replied that he should ignore the camera, as he just wanted natural expressions from him. Mafuyu asked if he heard what he said. Kanaguri asked what his problem was. He said he was giving Mafuyu the chance to be part of a film. Mafuyu found it annoying and said what a drag. He pulled Shin away, telling him to forget about the stupid movie stuff. Kanaguri snapped, asking what Mafuyu just said. Mafuyu answered that movies were noisy and long. Plus, you couldn't fast forward them. Wouldn't YouTube videos be better? Moreover, if someone wanted to know what a movie was about, they could just search for it on Google. Shin scolded him and Kanaguri stopped them. Kanaguri threatened to kill anyone who insulted movies. He swiftly attacked, so Shin pushed Mafuyu behind him. Shin read what he would do next and was surprised by his speed. However, he wondered how Kanaguri had changed the future since his movements were predetermined. Suddenly, a shot was fired from behind, hitting Kanaguri's clapperboard. Shin was surprised to see Sakamoto. Akira asked Sakamoto not to move her barrel so suddenly, and he apologized. Akira was concerned that she might accidentally hit someone. Kanaguri was impressed, saying the smooth silhouette was beautiful, a gentle energy in a place of carnage. The round quality was lovely, and he finally found his ideal star. Sakamoto was puzzled, and Akira thought Kanaguri might be a creep. Kanaguri approached Akira and declared that she would be his star. Everyone was bewildered by this statement. Sakamoto used his ball pen, but Kanaguri continued talking to Akira, saying that movies were all about seizing the moment. Shin and Sakamoto were shocked as Kanaguri held the bullets in his hand. Kanaguri explained that he needed to open with something powerful and compelling. The bullets in his hand were taken from their pockets. Finally, he had an idea and shot straight ahead. The shot hit the pilot, causing the plane to tilt, startling the passengers. "Now, roll film," said Kanaguri. The applicants inside the plane were thrown around. Akira held onto Sakamoto, apologizing, while Mafuyu hit Shin in the face. Kanaguri, unsatisfied, declared it boring. He decided to scrap that idea, saying the audience would walk out. Shin thought about the next move. Holding his large camera, Kanaguri shouted, "Ready, action!" The camera turned out to be a powerful weapon, blowing up a large section of the plane. He called out to the applicants, saying it was a movie. Due to the destruction of the airplane, all the applicants inside began to fall. The head test administrator, Usami, was shown with a parachute, thinking about what to do now that everyone might die. He wondered who would be responsible, asking if it would be him. Another person, carrying Mizuno, replied that this is why he wasn't in favor of hiring that weirdo. Usami questioned if it was his fault. A woman commented that luckily, they had packed parachutes for the admins. Usami worried about whether he would get in trouble for this and asked who among them was willing to take the fall for him. The woman, named Otto, reassured him, saying she had an idea and not to worry. Otto suggested they call it Part 2 of the test. Usami called her a genius for the idea. Using a megaphone, he announced that, starting now, as planned, this would be Part 2 of the test. To pass, they needed to have at least one bullet and land safely. The test admin, Noro, thought to himself that he had never heard about this before and that he didn't have a parachute. Shin heard his thoughts and said this was definitely not planned. Jay was annoyed, wondering why the test was so unusual this year. Someone said they should quit yelling, explaining that over the past decade, 15 people had survived airplane accidents without parachutes. Based on their flight route and the amount of oxygen to breathe, he estimated that they were around 20,000 feet up, falling at 120 miles per hour. This meant they had about 2 minutes left. Another man mentioned that people often choose to land on water, but water has low compressibility. From such an altitude, it would be like hitting concrete. The young Mafuyu couldn't help but cry, so Shin told him to quit crying. Kanaguri, still holding his video camera, remarked on how beautiful the scene was. It was a true life-and-death situation, extreme realism. He focused on the faces of the main characters, noting they were facing a sudden calamity and wondering how they would overcome this crisis. Kanaguri was thrilled with the scene, finding it incredible. Meanwhile, as the accumulated air pushed Sakamoto towards Kanaguri, he quickly closed in. Sakamoto kicked Kanaguri, but Kanaguri blocked it with his left hand holding the clapperboard. Sakamoto then distanced himself. It turns out, he had just taken the JCC bullets that Kanaguri had taken from him and Shin. Kanaguri commented approvingly, noting that Sakamoto was quite the supporting character. Shin urged Sakamoto to forget about that man and focus on figuring out how to land safely. Sakamoto replied that even if they managed to land, they would still fail the test without the bullets. Akira was once again impressed, wondering who this man was. Amidst everyone's panic, he was already thinking about what to do next. Sakamoto reassured Shin, explaining that he had anticipated something like this might happen and had brought an apron. Shin was delighted, realizing they could use it as a parachute. However, he was shocked when Sakamoto's apron parachute caused him to descend rapidly. Akira admired Sakamoto's persistence, thinking that watching him gave her the courage not to give up either. She realized she needed to use every skill she had. Reflecting on her abilities, she thought of laundry, cleaning, and sewing. She was only good at housekeeping. She remembered being asked to fix buttons on clothes and being told she would make a good wife, implying she should forget about being an assassin. Feeling reinvigorated, she decided she had to do her best. She suddenly told them to take off their clothes, which shocked them. She insisted there was no time to explain. Despite not understanding the reason, Shin and Sakamoto quickly handed over their tops, saying they were in on the plan. They thanked her. Mafuyu, however, was hesitant. He wondered why, as he was already cold. Jay, or Kill Baby, also joined in, taking off all his clothes. Shin remarked that he had taken off too much and questioned who he was. Akira said she was pretty decent at sewing, so even while airborne, she quickly stitched their clothes together. They were surprised at what she had done. Once she finished sewing, they used it as their parachute. Shin commented that it slowed them down. Akira instructed them to hold on to the edges. Jay noticed that they were going to land in the ocean. There was nothing they could do about it, so they prepared for a feet-first landing. As expected, they landed in the water. Underwater, Akira was relieved to be alive, but then worried because she couldn't swim. All her effort would go to waste. Suddenly, someone pulled her up, and it turned out to be Sakamoto. They all made it to shore. Shin admitted he thought they were done for. Mafuyu was extremely annoyed because his shoes were soaked. He found it disgusting, while Jay just wanted to go home. Mafuyu suggested they kill that director. Shin declared he would never watch his movies again. Akira then noticed a JCC bullet in the sand. Shin asked why doesn't she take it, but she was unsure if she should. Sakamoto insisted there were no questions this time. She earned that bullet herself. Akira was delighted that now she had passed part 2 of the test. They showed their JCC bullets, while Jay, who had none, was just happy to be alive. Sakamoto inspected their improvised parachute closely, which got Shin curious. Sakamoto was impressed by the sewing job. Even while in the air, Akira had done it effortlessly. He wondered what was special about that girl. On the shore, Kanaguri was lying down, seemingly filming a crab. But with his camera was now wet, he lamented that he could no longer shoot films and questioned if he still had a reason to live. Nearby, parts of the airplane were scattered, and only a few applicants had survived. They wondered if the test is still going on. Shin looked around, counting how many were left, noting that their numbers had dwindled. He was curious about where the movie director had gone. Despite feeling shy, Akira expressed her happiness that they were all okay, calling it a miracle that they survived. She hoped that since they had come this far, they could all pass and be together in class. Mafuyu responded that his plan was to pass from the beginning. Shin wondered if the JCC had school festivals, to which Sakamoto replied that they did, along with sports day and year-end class trips. Someone called out to them, announcing he found a bullet on the beach and had passed stage 2. Shin and Mafuyu were puzzled about who it was, and the person revealed he was the one who had shared the parachute with them. Meanwhile, Usami expressed concern that too many had been lost. Otto responded that usually only 2 or 3 passed the transfer test anyway. Another person suggested that in the next stage, they should do one where fewer people die. Mizuno arrived and informed Usami that others were on their way. Usami said, "That's good," and announced they would proceed to the next stage of the test. He called the remaining test takers and thanked them for waiting. Before starting the final stage, he introduced some additional members. They were curious and saw a boat approaching. One of the newcomers commented on the tense atmosphere and how scary everyone looked. Her companion told her to pipe down, while another had no comment. Usami explained that these three would join them for the final round of testing. They are the Special Recommendation Group, Kaji, Torimaru, and Shinaya. Torimaru mentioned she was nervous and introduced herself, saying she was pleased to meet them. Shin wondered about the special recommendation, while Jay complained, not accepting the situation. Jay was furious, saying they nearly died to get there, and now these newcomers just show up. He criticized their audacity to even show up with a jangly keychain on their back, referring to Torimaru. Suddenly, she attacked and knocked Jay down, pointing her weapon at him. Torimaru told everyone to take it easy, while the original applicants gave them intense looks. Usami apologized, explaining that he hadn't mentioned these applicants were recommended by professionals in the field or assassin agencies. In other words, their competence was guaranteed. He asked everyone to play nice and told Torimaru that since there were so few of them left, she shouldn't be killing anyone suddenly. Torimaru complained that the guy was laughing at her special Sakamoto keychain. This revelation shocked the others, who remembered Sakamoto as a legendary assassin with a bounty on his head. It seemed there were assassin fans among them. Shin and Sakamoto were surprised, and Shin advised Sakamoto to distance himself as it was dangerous. Sakamoto agreed. Meanwhile, X was in a karaoke place, trying to make a call but couldn't get through. Gaku suggested that the person might be in the middle of an exam and wasn't allowed to check their phone. Kashima asked if X thought it was a good idea to recruit inexperienced students. X replied that he believed the youth had the potential to change society. He mentioned that Kashima was a teenager when they first met, and Gaku was even younger then. Gaku wondered, but he couldn't even remember. X expressed his frustration, saying that as he gets older, he feels like he's carrying more baggage, making his body feel heavier. He remarked that their new friends would run fast and it will be scary. Gaku then asked if X was reading again, but X said it was from a movie. Back to the test, it was now stage 3, a team battle. Everyone was instructed to open their bullets, revealing cloth bands of different colors: red, yellow, blue, and others. Usami explained where they should place the bands, leaving Shin curious why it was on their backs. The teams would compete in a game of tail tag, a game where each person tries to steal the tails from the others. This game would require various skills such as athleticism, intelligence, teamwork, and more. It was described as an innovative and new sport, but to them, it seemed like plain old tail tag. Usami explained that everyone would be divided into 7 teams, each with its own color. They had only 2 hours, and the test would take place within a 10-kilometer radius in the forest. If someone's tail was taken by an opponent, they would be considered dead and would fail the test. One person commented that the exam suddenly seemed tame, while another applicant simply said, "Ah, I see." He thinks that the game was designed to look like a children's game, but in fact, it was a training tool for team survival and professional assignments. The band on their waist required participants to protect their lumbar spine, a key area where all movement originates. He explained it seemed like a training technique based on the U.S. military's SERE program. They were surprised by this information. Usami, impressed, commented that it looked like there was a clever one among them, confirming his explanation. However, in his mind, he admitted that the real reason for the game was because too many people were lost in the first 2 parts of the exam, but his explanation sounded much better. Shin was furious because he could read Usami's thoughts. He said their testing methods were too disorganized. Meanwhile, Mafuyu and Akira noticed something and informed Sakamoto and Shin. They realized they were on opposing teams. Sakamoto, Akira, and Jay, also known as Kill Baby, were part of the red team. Kill Baby didn't seem satisfied with his teammates, feeling he had to carry all the weight, while Akira said she would do her best. On the white team were Shin, Mafuyu, and Kaji, one of the special recommendation group members. There were also blue, yellow, green, orange, and purple teams. Usami had forgotten to mention that they could use their weapons however they wanted. The goal was to score as many tails as they could within the given time. Usami then signaled, "Ready, set, go," and the applicants immediately sprang into action. The applicants were focused on their goal of capturing tails from the opposing teams when the signal to start was given. The yellow team mentioned that using the terrain to their advantage was key in the forest battle. One suggested establishing a base on the hill and setting traps. Torimaru from the purple team was excited, saying it felt like sports day at school. A teammate thought she was cute. Meanwhile, Sakamoto communicated with Shin through his thoughts, suggesting they head towards the river's headwaters for now. Shin replied that they were on opposing teams now. When push comes to shove, they shouldn't hold back against each other. Sakamoto agreed. While running, Mafuyu asked if Shin was okay with it. Shin said if they teamed up, they'd become bigger targets. Suddenly, an applicant jumped from a tree, aiming for their tails. Shin, anticipating this, grabbed a tree branch, pulled and released it, hitting the applicant and allowing Shin to steal his tail. Shin remarked that constantly depending on others wouldn't make one strong. Now, the white team had their first tail. Mafuyu simply replied, "Whatever, fine by me." Meanwhile, Kill Baby shortened his tail, calling it the special maneuver bunny tail. Akira scolded him for cheating. They argued, and Akira asked Sakamoto's opinion, but he seemed distant and sad. Akira asked what was wrong, and Sakamoto recalled when Shin told him he wanted to be like him and said, "I've got your back." Shin was willing to risk his life to follow Sakamoto's lead. This made Sakamoto emotional, which surprised Akira. Sakamoto denied crying, while Kill Baby, irritated, said he had no time for crybabies. On a steep hillside, some guys were running while being chased by a girl. It turned out to be Torimaru, perched atop a tree. She remarked that she preferred chasing over being chased, which annoyed the boy below. Torimaru added that she was an otaku who loved collecting complete sets of things. She brandished her unusual weapon, a combination of an axe and a gun, targeting the guys. One of them pointed out that she already had a green tail, so why was she still chasing them? Another boy suggested getting her a different colored tail if she would let them go. Torimaru, however, didn't understand why they couldn't grasp her intentions. She used her weapon again. That severed the guy's limbs, splattering all over the place, and Torimaru took their tails. She said she would keep one and display the other. Showing off her 3 tails, she remarked how cute they were and wondered which color to get next. She then noticed a team running in the distance. It was Shin's group. Torimaru said, "I spy white." Meanwhile, by the river, Kill Baby questioned why his teammates were so relaxed, eating while other teams were busy collecting tails. Akira replied that eating was important when feeling down and offered him some food. He told them to take it seriously as they were in the middle of a test. He then gagged on what he drank, asking what it was. Sakamoto explained it was mugwort tea, which grew in the area. Kill Baby also pointed out the elaborate structure on the side. Sakamoto said he built a bungalow, but Kill Baby said it wasn't a vacation. Suddenly, a butterfly landed on Kill Baby's back, causing him to panic because of the bug. Akira wondered why he was so upset, saying butterflies were beautiful. Another butterfly landed on Sakamoto's hand, but Kill Baby insisted they were gross. "What's with all that pointless fluttering?" he asked. "The fluttering of butterflies had a purpose," she explained. "It's what they do. They moved in pathways that others couldn't understand, which people think is likely related to their pheromones." Sakamoto was amazed by this. However, Kill Baby didn't care. He demanded that the bug be removed from him. Just as he was about to grab the butterfly by its wings, Akira swiftly intervened, surprising him. She gently transferred the butterfly to her own hand before releasing it. Sakamoto was surprised. "You shouldn't touch a butterfly's wings," she said. Kill Baby admitted he didn't know that. Sakamoto observed that her quick, sensitive movements were so gentle that even the butterfly didn't notice. He asked her where she had learned to move like that, shocking Akira. Sakamoto clarified that he was referring to her maneuvers in the air, the sudden movement she had just demonstrated. Compared to how she was on the airplane, she seemed entirely different now. Akira blushed and admitted she wasn't skilled in combat. Whenever she looked her enemies in the eyes, her legs gave out. Kill Baby scoffed, calling it ridiculous while eating fish. But then he reassured her that the final test didn't involve killing, so she would be okay. Akira smiled and called him a nice guy, mistakenly referring to him as Mr. Creep Baby. He corrected her, saying his nickname was Kill Baby. Suddenly, they noticed someone approaching, a member of the yellow team, panting heavily. He warned them to watch out, causing the red team to be confused. He claimed a crazy woman was chasing him and that he didn't want to die because it was just a test. They couldn't understand what was happening. Kill Baby was anxious and, despite Sakamoto's attempt to stop him, it was too late. When he moved, they were trapped in a net. Sakamoto realized the net was made of stainless alloy cables. The man, now calm, mocked them for being gullible. A skilled assassin should never trust others easily. "It's a good way to die," he said. "They will take their tails from their corpses." His companion aimed a gun at them and fired, but Sakamoto remained alert even as they were blasted. Meanwhile, Kaji stared quietly as Shin scolded Mafuyu. Shin accused Mafuyu of letting the enemy escape. Mafuyu retorted, asking how it was his fault. Shin pointed out that they had to detour around the river because Mafuyu didn't want to get wet. Kaji warned them, but Mafuyu continued complaining about the inconvenience of getting wet again. Shin couldn't believe that even in survival mode, that's what he was worried about. Suddenly, Shin noticed someone approaching and dodged just in time. It was Torimaru, who attacked with an axe. Impressed by Shin's dodge, Torimaru wondered if he was clairvoyant. Shin recognized Torimaru as part of the Special Recommendation Group. Torimaru admitted that she wanted to be part of the white team because it was the color of her idol, referring to her Sakamoto keychain. That's why she was motivated to score a white tail. Mafuyu mocked Torimaru, calling her a nerd and creepy. He attacked her, but she dodged. Torimaru, annoyed, insisted she had feelings too. When she saw that her treasured handmade Sakamoto keychain was cut, she cried. Mafuyu remarked that people who become obsessed with others are escapists afraid to live their own lives. This seemed to impact Torimaru. Shin hit Mafuyu on the head and told him he was irritating. Torimaru asked if this meant he rejected her way of living, threatening to kill them if they looked down on her obsession. They were scared by her serious expression. Back with the red team, after an explosion, Akira noticed that Sakamoto was bleeding. Kill Baby was impressed by the toughness of Sakamoto's apron. Sakamoto thought about how to deal with the net trapping them. A member of the yellow team commented on their persistence, but the other one said they didn't need to rush. "Good thing they don't have any projectile weapons. We can't let ourselves get bitten by trapped rats. Just keep firing at them from a distance," said one of the yellow team members. Kill Baby kept apologizing, feeling he had let them down. Meanwhile, they were trying to find a way to open the net. Akira noticed the gap in the net and managed to squeeze through. "You're skinny," Sakamoto commented. They were blasted again, but Sakamoto used his apron as a shield. Akira was worried about her teammates, but Sakamoto told her to run. One of the yellow team members worried that the red team might die if they continued their attack. His teammate dismissed his concern, saying it couldn't be helped. He explained that there were many times when completing the mission took priority over sparing lives. Killing them was the simplest way to get their tails without provoking retaliation. Akira approached the net, wondering what to do. Once again, the yellow team fired at them. Sakamoto told Akira they'll just catch up to her. But she thought she couldn't leave them behind. The yellow team members came down and confronted her. They stared intensely at each other, but Akira glanced away, still felt unsure of what to do. One of the yellow team members said that in the wild, the first to look away loses. He wondered if the same was true for assassins. Akira thought she couldn't hurt others. Sakamoto reassured her that it was okay to run if she felt something was wrong. He said not to worry, they would be fine. This made Akira pause and remember someone saying the same thing. She didn't want to sit back and lose loved ones again. Unless she did something, her friends would die. She gathered her courage and resolved to open her eyes and face the situation. If the alternative was losing a loved one, she would rather choose to be an assassin. Her aura changed, and she suddenly attacked the yellow team. She wounded the man, shocking both Sakamoto and Kill Baby. The rest of the yellow team, terrified by what they saw, ran away. Sakamoto and Kill Baby managed to remove the net. Akira, still focused, didn't realize she was now facing Sakamoto. He told her to calm down, bringing her back to her senses. Sakamoto then checked the condition of the man she had knocked down. He told the man not to speak as it was difficult for him. Sakamoto thought that Akira had targeted his carotid artery and philtrum using a Oniii-Chan karate strike. The man was hemorrhaging and struggling to breathe. Without treatment, he would die. Kill Baby told Akira she didn't have to do that. Confused, Akira said she didn't mean to. She just wanted to save her friends. She kept repeating that she didn't mean it and apologized, saying she was desperate and followed the path. Sakamoto suddenly remembered something from his school days. Someone had told him and Nagumo that if they stared directly at their target, they might sometimes see a path to kill them. Curious, Sakamoto asked Akira for her last name. She revealed it was Akao, Akira Akao. Sakamoto was shocked. He recalled what Hyo had told him in the hospital, that the names he always heard in their class were Sakamoto, Nagumo, and Akao. We then see that Akao was Sakamoto and Nagumo's classmate back then. Flashback to their student days. Akao said that guns are like cars. They could tell what kind of person they were dealing with by the way they drove. Sakamoto and Nagumo were speechless as she hit bullseye after bullseye. She teased them, saying they were the type to get jittery when it was time to change lanes. Nagumo scratched his head and asked what's so great about hitting a static target. Sakamoto told him no one uses that many bullets in a real battle. Akao, irritated, reminded them that they were the ones who challenged her to this contest. She demanded they buy her lunch or she'd kill them. Back to the present, Sakamoto remembered their student days together. Akira noticed and asked what was going on. Sakamoto was curious about Akira's relationship with Ryan Akao. She was curious if he knows something about her. Akira revealed that Ryan was her aunt, and the reason she came to JCC was to find her. Meanwhile, in the white team, Shin and Mafuyu were still dodging Toromaru's relentless attacks, which were knocking down trees. Toromaru taunted them to show what they had. Mafuyu suggested to Shin that they should kill her, but Shin replied that he wasn't there to kill people. Shin asked Kaji if he could stop Toromaru since he was also part of the special recommendation group. Kaji said no, and that what mattered was what was right in front of them. Mafuyu kept urging Shin to kill Toromaru, but Shin repeatedly refused, asking why Mafuyu didn't do it himself. Kaji tried to call their attention, but Shin and Mafuyu continued their argument. Meanwhile, Toromaru was shooting at them. But they were so engrossed that they didn't notice they had reached a river. "Oh dear," muttered Toromaru. Shin and Mafuyu struggled in the water, but fortunately, Kaji managed to get them onto a log and rescued them. Shin wanted to thank him but couldn't remember his name. So, Kaji introduced himself. Mafuyu complained about feeling seasick. Shin was curious about why that girl was such a big fan of Sakamoto. Kaji had no clue. Shin was surprised when he noticed Toromaru swinging from the trees. Toromaru asked if he wanted to know why. Shin, confused, wondered if she was a monkey. Suddenly, Toromaru jumped high to reach Shin. While in the air, she said that Sakamoto was her god. When she first met her idol, she thought her heart would stop. Sakamoto was still an active assassin then, and Torimaru was just a child. She admired Sakamoto's dynamic and detached fighting style. Torimaru always felt unsure of herself, and he was like a different species. She even tried to find a suitable theme song for her idol, which made her start enjoying music. She learned to dye her hair and wear makeup just to look good for Sakamoto. She also practiced conversations to be ready when they met one day. In the end, she made friends. Her eyes sparkled as she said that her world became richer, all thanks to Sakamoto. Torimaru landed on the log where Shin was and said that if he disrespected her devotion to her idol, it would be the end of him. Torimaru attacked, and Shin dodged. He called out to Mafuyu, but Mafuyu was seasick and couldn't help. Shin couldn't believe it. He had no choice but to face Torimaru on his own. He prepared himself and cracked his back. He told Torimaru to come at him, and he'll fight her. Torimaru was surprised and noticed something. She recognized the way Shin cracked his back. It was the standard routine Sakamoto used before a fight. Shin was puzzled by her reaction. Torimaru said that if Shin could imitate Sakamoto's core mannerisms, then he must also be a fan of Sakamoto. Mafuyu curiously asked if Shin was an otaku too. Shin felt nervous as Torimaru noticed him. Torimaru became excited because she had never met anyone she could talk to about being a fan. She asked what Shin liked most about Sakamoto. For her, she admired Sakamoto's cool demeanor, the type that didn't show emotion. Shin was silent for a moment, while Torimaru added that Sakamoto was like a living killing machine. Shin then admitted that he used to feel the same way. But regarding Sakamoto, even when the store was struggling, Sakamoto didn't kick them out. He was incredibly caring. Torimaru asked what Shin was talking about. Shin continued, saying that everyone called Sakamoto the strongest assassin and incredibly amazing. But when push comes to shove, who can Sakamoto depend on? Shin decided he wouldn't let his admiration hold him back anymore. He admitted that he wanted to stand side by side with Sakamoto as a true partner. Torimaru was puzzled. After hearing this, she felt that Shin knew Sakamoto better than she did. It made her feel like he's a Tio or top otaku. This was incredibly irritating to her. She had never been this angry before. Torimaru realized she didn't want to share. She thanked the blessed Sakamoto because, thanks to him, she was experiencing new emotions. Because of that, Shin had to die. She attacked again, breaking the log where Shin was standing. She said it was wrong for Sakamoto to have a partner. As she attacked, Torimaru said that Sakamoto didn't need anyone to slow him down. She continued swinging her axe to defeat Shin, who was struggling by the river. Torimaru used her weapon as a stand, with the axe embedded on the side. She noted that Shin seemed to read all her moves. It was impressive that none of her attacks landed on him. Was he clairvoyant? She wondered. She separated the gun from the axe and taunted him for just dodging. She threw the axe at Shin, who quickly jumped to avoid it. As a fan of Sakamoto, she found his behavior shameful. Torimaru aimed her gun at him, forcing Shin to dodge again. Shin thought that she had large weapons and knew how to use them. Watching from the side, Mafuyu thought Shin might need help but was still too dizzy. Kaji wondered if he should help but was unsure of what to say. Should he shout, "Yo, I'm here for you, bro"? But that seemed too friendly. Maybe, he thought, it would be more natural to jump in without saying anything. He decided to wait for Shin to ask for help. In truth, Kaji was very shy. For now, he decided to rub Mafuyu on the back, but Mafuyu requested he not touch him. Kaji didn't expect that. The intense face-off between Torimaru and Shin continued. Torimaru was fixated on taking him down, while Shin attempted to kick her. She realized that Shin wanted to counterattack. Maybe she just needed to take him out in one go. She readied her gun and fired rapidly. Shin thought she was a tough opponent. What would Sakamoto do in this situation? But he stopped himself from thinking that way. It wouldn't help to think about what Sakamoto would do. Their bodies and abilities were very different. He needed to handle it his own way. While running, he pondered what he could do. Torimaru said that he would never catch up to Sakamoto. Shin faced Torimaru in serious mode. Torimaru used her weapon as a shield when he attacked, though she was knocked back. She brushed it off, saying whatever. She could take those weak blows forever. That was nothing, she claimed. However, she didn't notice that she had moved toward a waterfall. Shin asked if she had ever heard about a waterfall so high that it prevents fish from swimming upstream. He mentioned that he could hear the voices of many fish. With that, Torimaru fell down the waterfall. Using the environment to one's advantage is an homage to Sakamoto, Shin said. He considered what Torimaru had said earlier about the power to deliver a decisive blow. Anyway, he needed to return to his team. Suddenly, he heard someone calling for Sakamoto, sounding worried. Standing at the edge, Shin heard someone struggling to breathe. He took off his shoes and jumped down. He saw Torimaru underwater, stuck because her Sakamoto doll was caught. He thought she really was a hardcore fan. He pulled her to safety. Once out of the water, the first thing Torimaru checked was her doll. She was happy that Sakamoto was okay. As he moved away, Shin told her that next time, he wouldn't help her. Torimaru called out to him, asking why he saved her. Shin replied that he understood what it felt like to look up to Sakamoto. Besides, if it were Sakamoto, he wouldn't leave her to die. That's all, he said. Torimaru was silent for a moment before handing him the doll, saying he could have it. Shin was puzzled. Torimaru, crying, offered him the doll, insisting he take the title as the #1 fan. Shin refused, saying he didn't want her doll, just her tail. Suddenly, Shania appeared behind Torimaru and punched her away. Shin was shocked to see this. Meanwhile, in a warehouse, Gakko wore a device on his head while Kashima monitored him. Gakko complained about lag. He took off his goggles, saying he just needed to pretend he was playing Resident Evil. Now, it was time to start scouting. Torimaru was badly injured, and Shin was surprised by the damage. Shania walked forward arrogantly, and his goggles beeped. Torimaru was badly injured from Shania's attack, and Mafuyu was worried about Shin, but he seemed to be okay. When asked who that was, Shin guessed it was someone from the special recommendation group. Shania moved strangely, almost as if he was eating. On the other side, Gakko was eating, and Shania's movements were connected to his. Gakko recognized the guy and tried to recall from where. Kashima told Gakko to stop messing around and get serious since his job was to scout. Gakko replied that they were weaklings. X reminded him that people make up the organization, so Gakko reluctantly agreed, "Yes, boss." Kashima added that Gakko should pay attention to what he was doing. Gakko lifted his goggles and was impressed with the VR. This was the era of remote killing, he mused. But then he complained that he couldn't move, thinking something was wrong. Kashima asked him to put the goggles on, but he asked Kashima to do it for him, which annoyed Kashima. Back in the test, Gakko could now see what was happening at the JCC test. Usami and Otto stood in front of Shania. Shania was being held by some test admins and was told he was disqualified for violating the rules. Mafuyu was curious since Shania wasn't fighting back. Usami explained that if Shania didn't have a tail, he was supposed to be dead. There were no zombies allowed, Usami said. It was because Gakko had removed Shania's tail. He was irritated by it hanging there. Usami mentioned that 4 test takers' bodies had been found earlier. He asked if Shania was responsible for that. Another test admin slammed Shania's face into the ground and asked if he knew the 2 fundamental qualities of a good assassin: love and discipline. They don't need people at the JCC who kill just for fun. He should also show respect to the pros, Otto said, adding that it's their livelihood. On the other side, Gakko felt bad and Kashima asked what was wrong. Gakko replied, "Nothing really, I just don't like school teachers." Usami stated they wouldn't kill Shania, but he'd be on timeout until the test ended. As Usami and Otto turned away, Shania retaliated against the test admin holding him, slamming him to the ground. Gakko suddenly mentioned having a weapon, surprising Usami and alarming Shin and the others. Shania grabbed the test admin by the neck, and in the warehouse, Gakka used all his strength to throw the admin as a weapon, sending the test admins flying. In response to his rampage, Usami ordered to shoot. But Shania was quick and used the admin's body as a shield, causing the admin to take a headshot from a hidden sniper. The sniper commented on the kid's skill, then noticed Shania had targeted him using the test admin's body as a projectile. Otto leapt in and unleashed her weapon, a long rope with various attached blades. She reiterated her point about learning respect. She threw her weapon at Shania, who dodged it, only sustaining a minor shoulder injury. However, she was quickly pulled by the leg. Shania grabbed Otto with his right hand, spinning her like a propeller before tossing her into the water, where she skipped like a stone before hitting a large rock, leaving her all bloodied. This alarmed Shin and his group. Usami, also injured, told the others to save themselves as they still had futures ahead of them. Kaji and Mafuyu ran. Mafuyu called for Shin to follow, but Shin said he'd catch up, surprising Mafuyu. If he can't step up and fight now, he'll never see the future where he'll get stronger, Shin said. This made Torimaru twitch and Mafuyu to stop. Usami commented that Shin seemed like someone destined to die young. Shania then targeted Shin. But he felt a sudden change, realizing he might have overused his skills in the previous fight. As Shania approached, Shin grew nervous. In the warehouse, Kashima noticed Gakka's stance and asked what was happening. Torimaru and Mafuyu attacked Shania simultaneously with their weapons. Shania blocked their attacks with his right hand. Torimaru told him not to steal all the glory, and Mafuyu agreed, surprising Shin. Gakku, meanwhile, enjoyed the turn of events. Torimaru cheered because of their teamwork. Mafuyu, puzzled, asked what Torimaru was talking about. On the other side, Gakka seemed excited because of the challengers. The three of them ganged up on Shania. Torimaru swung her axe first, Mafuyu and then Shin kicked next. However, Shania grabbed them both by the face and threw them to the ground simultaneously. Shin was irritated and didn't expect to be suddenly kicked, causing him to be thrown back. He wondered why he couldn't read Shania's mind. Meanwhile, Mafuyu was in pain on the side. Kaji noticed they had started battling suddenly, and he's late to join in. He observed Shania's heart rate. He couldn't believe that in that situation, he was asleep. That was impossible. He also heard a sound like precision equipment. He sensed something unusual. But if he mentioned to them that Shania was asleep, they might think he was crazy. And if he was wrong, it would be embarrassing. Meanwhile, Shin and Torimaru continued to fight. They attacked Shania together. Torimaru shot at him, while Shin caught her axe and swung it at his face, but Shania dodged quickly. Torimaru was annoyed because it was so close. Suddenly, Shania stopped, surprising them. He held his head, and Shin wondered if he had been hit. Mafuyu and Torimaru both thought they might have been the ones to hit him. Shania looked restless, and on the other side, Gakku was now sitting. Kashima asked what he was doing. Gakku lifted his goggles and said the field was limited. Shin was curious about Shania's miming. He thought it might be their chance. Kashima warned Gakku not to overdo it with Shania, but Gakku put the goggles back on and continued fighting. He wondered who Shania was, sleeping the whole time. Kashima replied that he was just a worker they hired. He added that it wasn't easy to find someone like him. There aren't many guys with the flexibility to pull off those movements. Gakku praised him, and Kashima mentioned that they had posted an ad online to find applicants. While fighting, Gakku asked why they didn't just post ads online for recruiting too. Kashima grabbed him and said it was important to interview candidates directly. According to their boss, their human resources were their greatest asset. Gakku just agreed and said whoever survived this would be recruited by him. He saw Shin, Mafuyu, and Torimaru in front of him and attacked them all at once. They were clearly hit hard. Shania then stomped on Mafuyu, and when he fell, he kicked him again, sending him crashing into a rock. Torimaru was his next target. But Kaji suddenly pulled both Torimaru and Shin. Kaji thought about Mafuyu, who was bleeding on the other side. He recalled how Mafuyu had told Shin earlier to leave, but Shin's words had made him hesitate. Kaji then signaled for them to leave, but Mafuyu refused, surprising Kaji. Mafuyu said he would resent Shin for that. He wished Shin hadn't said that earlier. Kaji thought he was always afraid of making mistakes and freeze up. But why did they not hesitate in front of a strong enemy? Torimaru stood up and said Mafuyu can't go far with his injured leg. So, she offered her weapon as a taxi. Mafuyu climbed on, and Torimaru threw him toward Shinaya. Though Shinaya hit him, Mafuyu managed to put a crack on his opponent's goggles. Torimaru and Mafuyu fell to the ground, with Mafuyu annoyed about the dirt. While they lay there, Kaji thought they were all just test takers and just as nervous, but why were they so cool? He felt embarrassed. Shin stood behind him and said he was clairvoyant and could hear his thoughts. He said that if Kaji's gonna be ashamed anyway, wouldn't he feel better if he just goes for it? Kaji was surprised and said, "Yeah, I hope so." He said he had an idea and asked Shin if he would follow him. But he mispronounced what he said, making both Shin and Gaku wonder if he meant follow. Sakamoto noticed a deer on the side, which made him cautious. Akira approached and petted it, commenting on how big the deer was. Sakamoto initially thought it was Kashima. Kill Baby then observed that the animals there were behaving strangely, as if they were fleeing from something. Sakamoto wondered if Shin was alright. Back with Shin, Kaji told him he had an idea and asked if he would help. Gaku realized he couldn't see to the left for some reason, prompting Kashima to warn him not to break the device. Kaji was sure someone was controlling Shinaya, and the operator somewhere else. When asked how he knew, he said he heard sounds coming from Shinaya's goggles. Shin wondered if that was possible. Gaku remarked Kaji is an interesting guy. As Shinaya charged at them, Kaji pushed Shin, allowing them both to dodge the attack. Shinaya was surprised. Kaji was right. There was a lag in Shinaya's movements, so he should be able to evade him. Shin was amazed. Suddenly, the ground collapsed, causing the three of them to fall into a cave. Kaji said the cave was perfect because of the echo. Shin asked how Kaji avoided the attack and what he meant by lag. Kaji wondered if he had said that out loud. Shin reminded him that he had mentioned being clairvoyant and could hear thoughts. Kaji couldn't believe it and felt embarrassed. Shin told him to forget about that for now. Kaji then spoke to Shin using his thoughts, explaining that Shinaya's device had a critical defect, it had a lag. Shin asked what that meant. Kaji explained that he could hear the faint sounds the operator was making. When the remote enemy threw a punch, Shinaya moved 0.5 seconds later. If he could figure out that slight time lag, he could predict Shinaya's movements. However, Kaji said that if it were just him, all he could do was dodge. Shin insisted he couldn't hear that, but Kaji reminded him that Shin was the clairvoyant. Shin then realized Kaji was right. Since he could read Kaji's thoughts, the two of them could work together to defeat Shinaya. They both got into fighting stances as Gaku prepared to attack again using Shinaya's body. Kaji identified the sound as a straightforward punch, but Shin still got hit in the face. Kaji wondered what had gone wrong. Wasn't Shin supposed to read his thoughts? Kaji's ability wasn't as useful as Shin hoped. By the time Kaji translated the enemy's movements into thoughts, it was too late. Kaji warned Shin of another incoming attack, but again, Shin received the signal too late and got kicked. On the other side, Gaku was curious about what was happening. He had expected them to attack him. Kaji was frustrated their plan wasn't working and wondered what to do next. Shin seemed to be seriously hurt and unable to move, but he remembered a similar situation when he was blinded by poison. Back then, Sakamoto had read the enemy's movements and warned him. Thinking about it now, he was amazed at what Sakamoto had done. If only Kaji were like Sakamoto, he could relay the attack more quickly. As Shin struggled to stand, he remembered Granny Mia's advice. His max usage was 5 minutes a day. But if he wanted to push himself to the limit and risk death, that was his choice, she said. Shin stood up, determined, saying it wasn't cool to just wait for instructions. He wanted to take the initiative. Regardless of his limit, he was ready to act. Shania attacked again, but this time, Shin dodged it. Gaku was impressed on the other side. Now, all Shin needed to do was foresee Kaji's future actions. Using his ability, Shin predicted the incoming attack and avoided it, surprising everyone. Shin countered with a kick to Shania's head, which Gaku felt as well. Shin wasn't sure how much longer he could maintain this. Gaku, now serious, crushed the can he was holding and handed it to Kashima. Finally, Shin managed to fight back against Shania. However, Shin seemed to be struggling due to the damage he had sustained earlier and the repeated use of his ability. His vision was starting to blur, which frustrated him as he wondered how much longer he could last. Kashima called out to Gaku, who was clearly enjoying the fight. Gaku, controlling Shania, attacked again, but both Shin and Kaji dodged. Kaji used a device for his ear, closed his eyes, and concentrated while the fight between Shania and Shin continued. Shin was hit by another punch from Shania and shouted at Kaji to do something instead of just standing there. Kaji responded that he had finally identified the sounds. Shania was caught off guard by Kaji's sudden punch. Shin was surprised by Kaji's move, and Gaku recognized it as his. Kaji explained that he had figured out the sounds of the opponent. Shin was impressed that Kaji had managed to recreate the enemy's attack just by listening to the sounds. He almost forgot that Kaji was also from the special recommendation group. Kaji admitted that he just needed time. Shin, annoyed, grabbed Kaji and asked why he hadn't done that from the beginning. Kaji replied that it required concentration, and he only had a chance when Shin distracted the enemy. Holding a CD, Kashima commented that it was stupid to rely on sounds, as they could just play music or something. Gaku dismissed this, adding that Kashima had terrible song choices. Kashima couldn't believe what he was hearing. Gaku mentioned that when they were at karaoke the other day, he realized they had different tastes in music. Kashima was irritated by the insult to his playlist. Gaku also said that the fight was starting to get interesting, so they shouldn't waste it. Shania attacked Shin again, but Shin jumped and kicked the stalagmites in the cave, causing them to crack and fall. Shania had to dodge and move away. He didn't realize that Kaji was already behind him. As a result, Kaji punched him, causing him to be thrown backward. Shin thought that he's in for it now. They launched a direct attack on him, but he dodged and retreated. Shin mentioned that Shania was backing off to regroup. However, Kaji stated that he wouldn't be able to do that. Kaji pointed out that he could hear the echoes there, indicating he had already determined Shania's range of movement. The fight continued, and Kaji said that one more step back and to the right, the enemy would hit the wall. He was right because on the other side, Gaku was cornered, which was mirrored by Shania's movement. Gaku said not to underestimate him. He broke through the wall blocking him, knowing their plan. Kaji thought that after the impact on the wall, Shania would stop moving for a moment. Kaji and Shin simultaneously attacked Shania, sandwiching him. Gaku then apologized to Kashima, saying he was sorry but he was going to break Shania. He seemed to crack Shania's arms to deliver a powerful blow to Kaji's side. Shin was shocked while Kaji spat blood. Kashima was worried and called out to Gaku, asking him to stop. However, Gaku didn't stop until Kaji was bleeding from his ears. It was clear that Shania had taken significant damage due to Gaku's actions. Shin was worried about Kaji, but it looks like he himself has reached his limit. Not now, Shin said, as Gaku kicked him and sent him flying. Shin thought they couldn't defeat him and that they were going to die. But then, Sakamoto came to the rescue, kicking Shania back. When Shania was thrown away, Shin was surprised to see Sakamoto's arrival. Sakamoto asked him if he was okay. Shin couldn't believe his eyes, while Gaku recognized him. Kashima, looking at the monitor, noticed Taro Sakamoto and wondered what he was doing there. He mentioned it to Gaku, who acknowledged knowing him. Gaku said he was the legendary former assassin. As he put in eye drops, Gaku recalled meeting Sakamoto recently at the JAA. He was hoping to have a chance to fight him someday. Sakamoto confronted him. He asked if he was responsible for injuring the other applicants. Shania picked up a stone, and Sakamoto became alert. Shania threw it with great force, but Sakamoto blocked it with his right hand. Shania then attacked directly, aiming to punch Sakamoto in the face, but Sakamoto dodged. Shania's fist hit the wall, causing such a strong impact that part of it broke, leading to a slight water leak. Sakamoto then told Shin to grab Kaji and run. Shin, initially disheartened, regained his confidence when Sakamoto said he's trusting him to handle it. Shin climbed the cave wall carrying Kaji, and Shania noticed them. Meanwhile, Sakamoto focused on the hole where the water was leaking and struck it, causing a burst of water. Shin grew worried for Sakamoto as he noticed the groundwater. Both Sakamoto and Shania were swept away but continued exchanging punches. Back at the warehouse, Kashima asked what Gaku was doing, and Gaku replied that he was swimming. On the shore, a part of the side cracked, releasing more water and carrying Sakamoto and Shania with it. They were directed toward a broken airplane, which Sakamoto recognized as the one they had been on earlier. He noticed they were heading toward the cockpit. Both landed there, shattering the glass. Shania's head hit the pilot seat, and on the other side, Gaku felt immobilized. Sakamoto had fastened a seat belt around Shania and threatened to deport him if he harmed his friends. Sakamoto then pulled Shania's seat and threw it forcefully, causing it to bounce around inside the airplane. Despite this, Shania managed to escape and stand up. Sakamoto then struck him with a piece of luggage, but Shania grabbed part of the airplane and used it to slice through the suitcase. As the contents flew around, Sakamoto grabbed a Japanese passport and shoved it into Shania's face before throwing him out of the airplane. This action caused a hole on the side of the plane. As Sakamoto tossed the passport, Shania's face left a mark on it. Shania ended up on the wing of the damaged airplane, his goggles now shattered. Gaku realized why his boss was cautious about Sakamoto. He thought that if he didn't kill Sakamoto now, he would cause more trouble for them in the future. Gaku wondered from which direction Sakamoto would attack next and smiled. The airplane wobbled as Sakamoto jumped onto the opposite wing, causing Shania to be flung into the air. While Shania was airborne, Sakamoto grabbed the aircraft's wheel and used it like a scooter. He pedaled rapidly, ascending the plane until he reached the air, where he used the wheel to strike Shania's face. This action destroyed the VR device that connected Gaku to Shania. Gaku commented on how fun it was and regretted that it was over. Shania's body fell onto the left wing, causing a hole. Meanwhile, Sakamoto remarked on how bright the sunlight was. Horomaru wondered what was happening, feeling enveloped in a sense of security. She was curious about who was treating her wounds. Impressed by the way the bandage was being applied, she then thought of her idol, Sakamoto. When she opened her eyes, she couldn't believe what she saw. She was indeed being bandaged, but it wasn't how she had imagined it. They were then gathered and informed that due to an accident, the exam could not continue. As a result, it was officially over. Usami announced that based on their grades, they would know whether they had passed or not. He listed the names of those who passed: Jay, Akira, Mafuyu, Torimaru, Kaji, Shin, and Taro Sakamoto. Torimaru was shocked to hear this. She wondered if she had heard correctly that Taro Sakamoto was one of her companions. Kill Baby was overjoyed to have passed, and Shin was also happy. Torimaru commented, "Poor guy having the same name as a god." Usami then addressed Sakamoto, acknowledging him as the legendary assassin and asking what he was doing there. Sakamoto replied that he had some business. Usami, who did not recognize him, mentioned that it was his first time seeing him and that he didn't expect Taro Sakamoto to get so big. Torimaru's expression changed upon hearing this. She started sweating and couldn't believe it. Many questions raced through her mind, such as why her hero was there and why he was so fat. She didn't understand her feelings. Finally meeting her hero, she wondered if she was disappointed. Even so, she thought she should still love him no matter what. She questioned if she was disqualified as a fan, feeling superficial, trend-following, and shallow. Shin smiled and said she still had a long way to go. Mizuno mentioned that their school would begin in 3 months. Therefore, they needed to complete their paperwork by then. If they were currently attending another school, they shouldn't forget to transfer their credits. They all agreed. Shania was tied up on the ground, and his VR goggles were gone. He was confused and was asked if he was awake. Usami said that when the JCC helicopter arrives, they would hand him over. Mafuyu suggested they should just kill him. Shania seemed bewildered by the situation. Suddenly, he started crying, saying his entire body hurt. He asked what had happened to him. They were surprised by his reaction. Usami told him not to play stupid and asked if he knew how many people he had killed. Shania sobbed and said he couldn't remember anything about the test. He only recalled seeing an ad on the internet for a gig. He needed money to pay off his student loan, which he hadn't realized needed repayment. It was too late when he realized he had a debt. Sakamoto thought he didn't seem to be lying. He asked Shin what he thought, and Shin agreed that Shania seemed genuinely clueless. Shania was frustrated, saying the deer guy he met seemed suspicious. Sakamoto was surprised when he mentioned the deer guy. Shania added that they were the ones who hired him. A strange man wearing a deer mask and a handsome man with white hair in a white suit. Shin recognized him as X. Sakamoto wondered why they would interfere with the test. Shania didn't know, but when he checked his phone, he mentioned that he had been paid the agreed amount. Kaji said, they mentioned something about scouting. Meanwhile, Jay was tending to Kaji's wounds. Shin was surprised that Kaji had woken up. Kaji speculated that their goal was to recruit members for their gang, which is why they infiltrated the test. He wondered who they were planning to recruit. Sakamoto wondered what X's plan was in recruiting new members. Good question, said Shin. Anyway, moving forward was their only option, said Sakamoto. He told Shin they were going to JCC to look for clues that would lead them to Slur. In the warehouse, X was surprised to learn that Sakamoto had taken the test. He didn't like that. Kashima asked if it really mattered. X replied that Sakamoto knew his true identity as Yuzuki. He mentioned that it's embarrassing when someone knows about your past. If there were any records of him at JCC, they should dispose of them. Kashima said he understood. He added that if Gakko hadn't destroyed Shania, they could have infiltrated JCC without any problems. Gakko didn't care, as it was a scouting mission for him anyway. X was curious if Gakko had found anyone interesting. 2 of them seemed promising, Gakko replied. X smiled at this. Meanwhile, helicopters arrived to pick up the test takers. One of the crew members waved, signaling that it was time for their medical exams, and they would pair up for the helicopter ride. Akira called out to Sakamoto, thanking him and saying she wouldn't have passed without him. She hoped to hear more stories about her aunt when they met at school. Sakamoto agreed. Akira was happy and said she was excited to be with everyone at school. They all felt the same way. Shin asked Mafuyu if he was okay after being beaten up by Shania. Mafuyu, looking away, said he was fine and walked off, giving a short goodbye, which surprised Shin as he had expected a more emotional farewell. Torimaru and Mafuyu Seba were paired in the same helicopter. Noticing Mafuyu was sweating, the crew hurried him into the helicopter. They then waved goodbye from below. Kill Baby said, "See you soon." Inside the helicopter, Torimaru noticed how pale Mafuyu was. He wondered why they were together. Torimaru guessed it was because they lived nearby. Suddenly, a voice narrated, a young boy and girl from the battle, seeing the blue sky before them, imagining their upcoming journey. A camera was focused on them. The cameraman commented that they were filled with hope but unaware of the despair that awaited them. Mafuyu was shocked to recognize the movie director Kanagori. Torimaru asked who he was. Mafuyu insisted they leave immediately, surprising Torimaru. Out of nowhere, Mafuyu was grabbed by someone with a bandaged upper face who was eating. The person said he didn't make the rules here. He was stopped and called Carolina Reaper. X had told him to take care of the new friends who would be joining them. The shock and worry was evident on the two's faces.